The world was falling apart, pure chaos. But as Jake stood before a terrifying beast, something felt different. Was it peace? No, he realized it right then. It was pure, heart-pounding excitement. Before all this madness, Jake's life was a struggle. Even a simple hello felt like climbing a mountain. He tried every trick in the book. Eye contact, body language, you name it. Nothing worked. Standing in the lift, he's overthinking again. Is she looking? Then the woman next to him asks about his weekend. It was good, he mumbles. She mentions a failed fishing trip with her husband. The weather ruined everything. Typical small talk. Back to silence. Jake stands there wondering, what is actually wrong with me? Making friends might as well be rocket science. Even moving to London for a fresh start didn't change a thing. He's trapped in a society that obsessed with people's skills. A total misfit in a world of talkers. To make it worse, his only hobby since he was a kid, archery, a sport for the lonely. This world just wasn't built for him. So, he rots behind a desk for hours as the clock ticks away. A nobody in a city without family. But then, a blonde guy calls out to him. It's the office crew. They're heading out for lunch and actually invited him along. That's Adam, a natural-born leader, the total opposite of Jake, but a genuinely good guy. Adam handles the talking so Jake doesn't have to. It makes life so much easier. Usually Jake would hide, but with Adam, maybe it won't be so awkward. He decides to go. Waiting at the lift with Adam and the guys. A redhead named Caroline and another woman join the group. Adam's got the company card. Lunch is on the firm. Jake thinks Caroline is the only decent part of working there. You'll get sacked if you keep using that card, Adam, Caroline teases. Then she looks at Jake. Wait, you're actually coming with us. She doesn't use his name. She probably doesn't even know it. Classic. Or maybe she's just distracted. Then boom, a massive explosion rocks the building. Panic hits the elevator instantly. Adam shouts, "Everyone stay calm." Just a power cut, he says, then crack, another shake. Jake, hit the emergency button. He does, nothing happens. Lights out, pitch black. Adam's calling out, checking if everyone's okay. Suddenly, a glowing screen flickers in the dark. World initialization, tutorial starting. It's not just them. That same message is burning in the sky for the whole world to see. Somewhere in another realm, an entity smiles. More lambs for the slaughter. Jake wakes up in a void of pure white. A gray, ghostly being is waiting for him. Jake's heart nearly stops. It claims to be a guide for this new reality, and it's in a massive hurry. Jake's confused until, ping, a floating system window appears with his stats and levels. The creature lays it out. The rules have changed. The old world is dead. Earth is now part of a multiverse. You'll learn the rest when you're dying, it basically implies. Is this a dream or a nightmare? Time to pick a class, the guide says. Weapons materialize out of thin air. Swords, spears, staves. Each one gives different buffs and skills. It's pretty straightforward, and then he sees it. The system chimes, archer class selected. Intro's over. Next stop, the Great Sylvan Forest. The tutorial is officially live. It's a death trap, but it's also a goldmine for anyone brave enough. Kill monsters, get points by power. That's the game now. There's even a monster lord to hunt. 64 days to survive. The survivors get the glory. The teleportation kicks in. Jake feels the adrenaline surging through his veins like fire. He's actually smiling. He's happy. Finally, a world where he belongs. He lands in a massive, ancient forest. The elevator crew is there, terrified in their new gear. Jake just grips his bow. Adam's trying to keep order. Stay together. Then the very ground starts to growl. We're falling, Adam screams. The floor gives way, plunging them into the abyss. Looking back, Jake realized something terrifying. The monsters weren't the only things hunting that day. Deep in the Blackwood Forest, a group of travelers freezes. Their captain, a grizzled knight, senses eyes on them. He draws his steel. Show yourself, coward. A young boy with golden hair stumbles out, hands raised, stammering about losing his scouts. One of the noblewomen scoffs, telling the men to relax. "He's just a child," she says, "hardly a threat to us." They ask where his people went. The boy, Leo, explains they were ambushed at the ravine. During the chaos of the fall, everyone was scattered into the dark. The commander sighs. In these woods, they could be miles away or worse. "Stay with us, lad," he offers. "We'll help you find your kin if they're still breathing." Leo nods, nearly weeping with relief. Being alone in these cursed woods was a nightmare he wasn't ready for. He thanks them profusely. Back at the main camp, Lady Alara asks for their next move. Beside her, a man grumbles about the Celestials' claims. Is this new reality even real? Lord Alaric steps up, calm and steady. He tells them it's one step at a time. Silas watches him, thinking, yeah, this man was born to rule. The Lord continues his list. Shelter, clean water, rations, the basic pillars of survival in a world that wants them dead. Silas knows they aren't the only survivors out here. Now was the perfect time to test their new abilities and that strange system that appeared in their minds. The group's chemistry is solid. Suddenly, thwack, an arrow flies true, thudding squarely into the beast Lord Alaric was about to strike down. It was Silas. Good shot, too. He notes that Lady Alara has already mastered her healing magic. Everyone is adapting to this hell remarkably fast. A scout named Magnus collapses from exhaustion as night falls. Soon, the survivors are huddled around a crackling campfire, seeking warmth. Alara mentions Silas's incredible skill with the longbow. Silas just smirks to himself. At least she finally remembers my name. A traveler wanders into the light, muttering about missed duties. "You'll need more than luck when the real shadows come for you," he warns darkly. Alaric approaches Silas, but Silas shrugs him off. He's no orator. Alaric just laughs. In this new world, Silas, the old social rules are burned to ash. Hours later, during the first watch, Seraphina sighs. She was supposed to be at a banquet with her husband today. Now, everything is complete madness. She asks Silas if there's a lady waiting for him back home. He looks into the fire, eyes cold. "Not anymore," he mutters. Back at the academy, he had two real friends. Barnaby was his brother-in-arms, the one man he'd trust with his life without hesitation. And then there was Gwendolyn. Silas loved her deeply. They weren't the type for royal balls, they just enjoyed the quiet solitude together. Those 2 years were the happiest of his life, but Silas was blind. He had no idea what was happening right under his own nose. Seraphina doesn't know the story, but she says maybe being alone is safer. Still, remembering her husband makes her heart ache with anxiety. Silas starts to offer a word of comfort, but she excuses herself. She needs a walk to clear her head before she breaks down. Silas sits there, thinking. Alaric trusts him as a leader. Seraphina opened up. Even Alara knows his name now. Maybe things really are different this time. But then, a piercing scream rips through the trees, shattering the silence. Silas sprints toward the sound. 3 thugs have Seraphina cornered. They're demanding to know where her camp is, and she's paralyzed with fear. Their leader sneers, "Show me," and slams a mace into the woman's leg. Her scream is suddenly met with a hail of arrows from the brush. One bandit takes a shaft straight to the throat. Another roars, swinging a massive battle axe to deflect the incoming fire. The leader bellows, pointing toward the dark trees. "Find that archer and bring me his head. Kill them all." The axeman charges into the shadows but finds nothing. Then Silas appears behind him, an arrow clutched in his hand like a dagger. Silas goes for the kill, aiming for the man's neck. But the brute is fast. He blocks the strike and hurls Silas across the clearing. The giant lunges, his axe descending with bone-crushing force. Silas barely manages to catch the blade with the riser of his wooden bow. Silas's mind is racing. Is Seraphina okay? Then he spots the leader approaching, a heavy warhammer swinging in his massive hand. It gets worse. There's a third enemy. Another arrow whistles through the air, aimed straight at Silas's head from the flank. This is it, death is coming. But suddenly something snaps. Time slows to a crawl, not magic or a spell, just pure, cold clarity. A golden screen flickers in his mind. The primordial hunter bloodline has awakened. It's not a thought, It's pure, lethal instinct. He ducks the hammer by a hair. In one fluid motion, he snatches the flying arrow out of the air and flings it back. The arrow pierces the axeman's heart instantly. Silas doesn't wait. He grabs a dropped blade and slashes the leader before he can even blink. More arrows rain down. Silas uses the blade to parry them like a master before diving into the brush after the hidden shooter. He finds the man hiding in the ferns. The archer panics, grabbing Silas by his tunic. "Who the hell are you?" he screams in terror. Silas doesn't answer. He rams an arrow straight into the young man's eye socket. The archer hits the dirt, blinded and screaming. Coldly, Silas takes another arrow and drives it into the young man's chest. Then again, and a third time for good measure. The rest of Alaric's men burst into the clearing. "Silas, Seraphina, are you all right?" they shout, swords drawn. They find him on the ground, drenched in blood next to the corpse. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across Silas's face. "I won," he whispers. His mind drifts back to the academy. There was a girl there, always bullied by 3 noble brats. They tried to force her to cheat on the trials. All she had to do was pass the answers while the proctor wasn't looking. But she looked them in the eye and offered to tutor them instead. One of the thugs shoves the girl aside, complaining she is a total waste of time. Our boy, Julian, steps in immediately just to help her out. The bully barks at him, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Julian lands a solid hit, but then things take a turn. See, in the eyes of the academy, there was no line between the hero and the villain. Julian ends up suspended right alongside the bully. Back in the present, Catherine asks Julian if he is holding up. He says he is fine. After all, none of that blood on his clothes was actually his. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. 2 tutorial points earned for taking out those other survivors. Intrigued, he checks his screen and sees a mysterious new skill, wondering what exactly this bloodline is. Sir Alistair pulls him aside, asking why those men attacked them in the first place. Julian tells him it is the points. He earned a fortune fighting solo, and others want a piece. They need a new strategy if they want to survive this ordeal. Besides finding a safe house, Alistair thinks they should just hunker down until the tutorial ends. Catherine interrupts, asking why Joan was left all alone. Julian shrugs it off. He says the woman just needed some space after feeling trapped and anxious. Catherine is absolutely livid. She snaps at him, saying she is not okay. Her healing magic can only do so much. It cannot mend Joan's shattered leg. Julian asks if she is blaming him for this mess. Alistair steps in, reminding everyone that the protagonist is the one who saved her life. Still, Alistair warns him he should not have let her wander off or kept the group in the dark. Julian apologizes, saying he had to make a call and just followed his gut. Alistair tells him to use his head next time. They are knights, not beasts, and Joan very nearly died because of that choice. Julian apologizes again, but Catherine explodes. She screams, asking what he would have done if Joan had actually died. The entire group goes dead silent. Julian finds his voice and fires back. He tells Catherine to get a grip. Joan is only breathing because of him. If he had woken the group, things could have been worse. Nobody truly knows how that chaos would have ended. After all, they were dealing with desperate humans, not simple animals. He looks Alistair in the eye and asks if he even has the heart to take a life. The world has changed, Julian warns. They have to stop waiting for a savior like children and adapt to this new reality. Another survivor speaks up, asking what their next move should be. Julian is blunt. Level up or die. Do what the system says, and do not blame him when they fail to adapt to the new world. When morning finally breaks, someone is finally on their feet. It is Julian, getting up to check on Cedric. Our archer tells him he was waiting for him to wake up, especially since the others seem to have moved on. Cedric sighs. They had a long talk while Julian was out. The group decided then and there. It is time everyone started carrying their own weight. Julian remembers Cedric from the old Research and Development Guild. Along with Alistair, he was the person Julian trusted most in this world. They had bonded over their equally pathetic love lives, and that bond was still rock solid. Then, Julian spots Joan. Cedric explains they could not save the leg. They had to amputate at her own request, but they are hoping Catherine's magic can regrow the limb once she levels up. Julian thinks Joan is one tough woman. That entire day, everyone pushed themselves to the absolute limit. Julian noted that Bertram was becoming a powerhouse on the field, while Joan was mastering her magic. But Catherine, she was the most impressive of all. What happened to Joan had clearly awakened something fierce inside the healer. Even with their potions, nothing could fix the missing leg, and Catherine was quickly becoming the group's most vital target. The tension was thick. Julian and Catherine had not exchanged a single word since the blowout the night before. Julian wondered who would be the first to break the silence. Maybe he should just play it cool and act like nothing happened. Seemed like a solid plan. An hour later, Cedric asks Julian if he is really sure about this training method. The archer just nods. The young man winds up and hurls a magical mud ball. Julian tries to focus, hoping to feel the attack coming through his breathing, but he gets hit right in the face. Julian is frustrated. Why isn't it clicking? He realizes his perception might only trigger when his life is actually on the line. Alistair appears, telling them to wrap it up. They need to find a place to stay before the sun goes down. They stumble upon a cave that looks solid, dry and safe from the elements. Julian likes it. It is easier to defend against an ambush if they only have one entrance to watch. Alistair asks if he is still dwelling on last night's argument. Julian is firm. He is not making the same mistake twice. The blonde knight actually apologizes. He says his criticism was too harsh, and Julian did not deserve it. Alistair heads deeper into the cave to scout a campsite. Julian watches him go, thinking that without Alistair, the group would have been history on day one. Honestly, Julian himself might not even be standing there if it weren't for that man. Julian flashes back to their old job. Alistair was the one who specifically asked for him on the team and even treated him to lunch. Suddenly, a strange echo rings through the cave. Joan hears it too. Everyone snaps into position, weapons drawn. Dust and rocks start raining down from the ceiling. Julian yells that they need to move. Alistair barks the order for everyone to run for their lives. They scramble as the cavern begins to crumble. Catherine trips and falls behind. Julian screams her name as massive boulders rain down on her. Julian does not hesitate. He spins around and sprints at full tilt, diving through the falling debris to snatch Catherine from the path of a massive rock. The two of them tumble to safety just as the tunnel collapses. They are safe, but they are completely cut off from the rest of the group. Julian checks on her. "Are you hurt?" "Yes," she whispers. On the other side of the collapse, Lord Arthur's voice echoes through the stone, desperately calling out to see if the dew is still alive. Lady Alina quickly shouts back that they're here, but Sir Alistair cuts her off, warning everyone to stay silent because the chasm walls are dangerously unstable. There's no telling what else is lurking in the shadows here, and Alina admits the truth. Those massive boulders aren't budging an inch. Sir Benedict is ready to start smashing his way through, but Arthur stops him before he triggers a total cave-in. Still, Julian refuses to just leave Alistair and Alina to their fate. Arthur knows the layout, suggesting there must be other tunnels they can use to circle back. They just have to keep moving and hope they find a way through. Alistair knows the odds of finding another exit are slim to none, but honestly, it's the only play they've got right now. He makes the call. He's going deeper into the darkness to try and meet them halfway, even though he knows damn well the beasts in here are a total mystery. Alistair is a monster in a fight, but he can't help wondering, can he actually keep Alina safe? She doesn't hesitate, though, telling Arthur they'll survive this hell no matter what. Seeing that fire and confidence in her eyes, Alistair can't help but respect it. Back on the safe side, Arthur starts second-guessing the whole plan, but Benedict shrugs it off, saying those two are probably safer than the rest of them combined. Let's be real. Alistair is the strongest sword in the group, and with Alina's high-tier healing magic, they're practically unstoppable. But Arthur catches a look on Benedict's face and asks about his hesitation. Benedict admits Alistair is right about needing more power, but Arthur saw it too. The way Alistair stood in a pool of blood, laughing like a complete madman. Arthur tries to brush it off. The guy barely survived that lethal strike, after all. You can't blame a man for a little strange behavior after that, but Benedict isn't buying it. He thinks the war has turned Alistair into a dangerous loose cannon. Regardless, Arthur stands by his friend and chooses to trust him. Meanwhile, deep in the dark, the duo pushes forward into the unknown. The healer notices Alistair is bleeding, but he just brushes it off as a scratch from when he threw himself into the fray earlier. Elinor offers to mend the wound right then and there. Alistair is surprised she isn't still mad at him, but she just scoffs. She isn't going to let his wounds rot just because they had a spat. Alistair realizes he's a disaster at socializing. He really should have paid more attention to those old conversation lessons to figure out how to talk to her. He opens his mouth to say something, anything, but before he can speak, Elinor warns him to stop acting like he's immortal. He's powerful, sure, but she's still mastering these ancient spells, and she won't be able to fix everything if he stays reckless. So Alistair asks the big question, why become a healer? She just flips it back on him, asking why a noble like him chose the path of a marksman. For him, it was about survival and what felt right. He waits, and finally she starts to open up about her own choice. Back during her ancient training simulations, Elinor noticed that healers were always the ones nobody ever wanted to be. Alistair asks if she ever misses those old training days, but the answer is a cold no. She reveals a piece of her past. Her younger brother spent his childhood in the Royal Infirmary, and since she couldn't visit him, those magical games were the only way they could be together. Alistair is stunned. He had no idea she even had a brother. She continues, explaining that everyone forced the healer role on her just because she was a girl. At first, she hated it. She wanted to be a frontline slayer, someone who could carve through enemies and deal massive damage. But she quickly learned the brutal truth. Slayers are a dime a dozen, but a good healer. Everyone is desperate to have one on their side. In the end, she realized it didn't matter what the world threw at her. As long as she was the healer, she was needed, protected, and could survive any danger. I'm going to survive, she says, her voice steady as stone. Alistair finally sees her cleverness. She catches his look and asks if he really thought she was just some airhead who hadn't thought this through. The truth, he's always had a crush on her, but he's never actually seen her as a real person with her own depth until this moment. She finishes the bandages and tells him he's good as new. They keep moving until they hit a fork in the road, two paths, both equally dark. Elinor hesitates, asking which way to turn. That's when the scratching starts inside the walls. Alistair goes dead silent, focusing while she calls his name. Did you feel that? He asks. His magical perception didn't trigger, but something is definitely wrong. It's a gut feeling, something is moving right beneath their feet. And then he sees them. Several pairs of glowing eyes watching from the abyss. Alistair can feel it in his bones. Whatever is down there is absolutely terrifying. His survival instincts are screaming at him to be careful, but another part of him. It's practically vibrating with excitement. He calls Elinor over to check it out. He tells her that whatever is down, there is a monster, the kind that gives the best combat experience imaginable. Elinor isn't having it. She doesn't care about growth. She just wants to find Lord Arthur and the rest of her friends. But Alistair counters. For all they know, the rest of the group could be trapped right down that very path. She argues that if they aren't there, they're just sprinting into a death trap, especially since the other path leads toward where they were last seen. But Alistair is fixated. Only one tunnel offers the kind of power-up this trial demands. Elinor snaps. This isn't a game, it's real life. Alistair knows his logic is flawed. Deep down, the truth is he isn't looking for an exit. He's just looking for his next fight. Elinor lays it out for him. This might be fun for a warrior like him, but for everyone else. This is a desperate struggle to stay alive. But here's the thing. Silas can't help but wonder, Is it really so wrong to crave power? In this strange new world, they finally have the chance to be something more, to achieve feats that no ordinary human could ever dream of before. He looks at Alina, baffled that all she wants is to survive after being given such a gift. But she fires back, reminding him that many of them actually loved their quiet, normal lives before this madness started. They weren't born to be cold-blooded killers, and they certainly didn't ask for this burden. She pleads with him to think about the squad for once and drop the selfish lone wolf act. Suddenly, an eerie scratching echoes from within the cave walls. Silas realizes arguing is getting them nowhere fast, so he bites his tongue, agrees with Alina, and chooses the safer path. She gives him a nod of thanks as they press on. Meanwhile, with the second group, Lyra is worried sick, praying Silas and his partner haven't been ambushed in the dark. Cedric tries to stay positive, insisting that with a fighter like Silas on point, they are probably the safest people in the kingdom. The real enemy is the cave itself. Even with his sharpened senses, the darkness here is so thick it feels like it's swallowing his vision whole. Valerius notices the fatigue setting in as the hours crawl by and suggests to Captain Alaric that they set up camp before everyone drops from exhaustion. Alaric is determined to push through, but Valerius grips his war hammer and stands his ground. He tells the captain they need to rest, especially for Lyra's sake. Even though she claims she's fine to keep going, Alaric won't hear it. He refuses to stop until those two lost souls are back in the fold. They venture deeper into the abyss when Cedric suddenly freezes. "Did you hear that?" Alaric's hand flies to his sword. "Everyone, get ready." Valerius asks the kid if he spots anything, but Cedric is blind in this gloom. Then, it happens, the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps echoing through the passage. Alaric tenses up, holding his position with bated breath. The footsteps are getting closer, fast, too fast. Then a massive shadow starts to emerge from the blackness. Alaric raises his torch, shouting Alina's name into the dark. Finally, the two groups have successfully reunited in the deep. Alina practically throws herself at Alaric, both just glad to be standing. Valerius, ever the pragmatist, immediately asks if they ran into any trouble on their way. Silas starts to mention the close calls, stuttering a bit, but Alina cuts him off instantly. She tells them it was nothing but a long, boring walk. Silas stands there feeling incredibly awkward. Alina quickly suggests they find a more stable cavern to rest their heads before the ceiling decides to join them on the floor. Right then, Lyra spots movement. She smashes a small spider with her staff, immediately apologizing for the sudden ruckus. Cedric frowns, telling her that even spiders play their part in the world's balance and shouldn't be killed for no reason. He gently scoops up another tiny crawler, geeking out about its nature while promising to move it somewhere far away from danger. He watches the little guy scuttle away, but as he looks up, his blood runs cold. The entire ceiling is absolutely crawling with them. "Guys, I think we just walked into a massive nest," Cedric whispers, his voice trembling as he realizes the scale of the threat. He tries to reassure them they aren't aggressive, but he misses the one dropping right onto his neck. Alaric lunges to save him, but he's too late. The fangs sink deep into the boy. Silas hears the chittering, and his hand is already reaching for an arrow. He knows exactly what's coming. Spiders start raining down from above. Lyra readies her staff, looking for a plan, but Cedric gasps. The venom is working, and he's completely paralyzed. Dozens of glowing eyes ignite in the darkness. Then, out of the shadows, a monstrous yellow arachnid emerges, and even Silas is taken aback by the sheer size of the thing. Cedric is a sitting duck right in front of the beast. He's in a total state of panic, screaming for his friends as the monster looms over him. Thwack, an arrow flies true, burying itself right in the monster's maw. Alaric seizes the opening, grabbing Cedric and dragging him back. He heaves the kid onto his back and bellows for the group to run. But Silas, he's not running, he's just getting started. The squad watches in awe as Silas rains hell with his bow, though the beast is smart enough to start blocking the shots with its massive, armored legs. This Goliath Weaver is a level 13 nightmare. While Valerius and the others flee for their lives, Silas is actually smiling. The adrenaline is hitting him like a drug. Elinor helps the others scramble toward the exit, while Alaric guards the rear. Valerius shouts that they need to get out now. Alaric screams for Silas to fall back, but Silas just looks back with a wild glint in his eye. "Sorry, Captain," he says, drawing his sword, "but I'm not passing up this chance." The spider lunges, but Silas is faster. He slides underneath the beast, his blade whistling through the air as he carves a deep, jagged gash right across its soft underbelly. Elinor is screaming that they have to leave him, but Alaric refuses to abandon a comrade, even one as reckless as Silas. Suddenly, the monster connects. Silas is sent flying, smashing into the stone wall with bone-shattering force. The impact is so violent that giant rocks begin to rain down from the ceiling. Alaric watches in horror as the cave threatens to bury them, but Silas just wipes the blood from his lip. "Not bad," he growls, feeling a strange heat bubbling in his chest. Suddenly, a notification flares in his mind. The ancient blood of the Slayer has finally awakened. Everything changes in an instant. The fear is gone, replaced by a cold, predatory focus. Silas reaches back and pulls a single arrow, his eyes locking onto his prey. The spider is ready to strike, but Silas is seeing everything in slow motion. His instincts are on fire. Even as a massive boulder shears off the ceiling, he doesn't flinch. He knows the whole place is coming down, but he refuses to flee from a challenge like this. He realizes he's a selfish bastard, but honestly, he wouldn't have it any other way. He flashes back to Elinor's words about people missing their old, peaceful lives. But that's not him, not even close. In this moment, Silas knows only one thing matters, becoming the strongest, no matter what happens to the world. Alaric's voice echoes through the dust. "Silas, move. The whole damn mountain is about to collapse on our heads." But Julian isn't listening to a word. He's completely locked in, still trading blows with that monstrous cave spider. He senses it coming, an attack from the left, dodge, a heavy strike from behind. His instincts scream at him to move before it even happens. Does he block? Does he dodge? No, Julian knows there's only one way out of this. He has to strike. He holds his breath, waiting for that perfect opening. He releases, but instead of monster flesh, his attack bites into a human arm. Wait, something is very wrong here. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto his shoulder. It's Sir Arthur, dragging him back from the brink. "Wake up, Julian! Don't throw your life away for this." Julian snaps out of it, eyes darting around. No time to talk. The cave is coming down. The two of them sprint for the exit as the ceiling collapses. The spider is buried inside that tomb of stone. Outside, Jasper stands among the falling rubble, praying his friends make it out alive. Then they burst through the dust. Jasper pales, Sir Arthur is bleeding. Julian admits the truth. He struck his own commander, mistaking him for the beast. Lady Catherine opens her mouth to snap, wanting to know why Julian is always chasing death. But Arthur cuts her off. "It's fine," he says. "Lord Benedict isn't having it, though. Being reckless is one thing, attacking your own kin is another. This can't just be swept under the rug." Arthur shrugs it off as a scratch that Catherine can mend. But Benedict keeps pushing. He claims the group will fall apart if they're constantly worried about Julian losing his mind. And right then, Julian sees it. That's how they really view him. Even Catherine, she looks at him like he's some kind of monster. Benedict warns that it's only going to get worse from here. Maybe they're right. Julian stares at his hands. Is he actually the one putting everyone in danger? Or is it the other way around? He remembers how his worry for Jasper left his blind spot open, how saving Catherine walked him straight into that trap. And now, Arthur just stopped him right when he was about to end that spider for good. Snap, a twig breaks in the brush. Julian doesn't hesitate. He notches an arrow, aiming straight into the shadows. "Show yourself." A man steps out, hands raised, calls himself Reginald, says the sound of falling rocks drew him in to investigate. He tells them to relax. He isn't looking for a fight. Arthur and Julian share a look. Trust is hard to come by in these woods. The newcomer claims, He's just relieved to finally find other humans in this nightmare. Reginald's crew emerges behind him, all smiles and nods. He explains that his squad and 2 others have already merged to survive these trials. Strength in numbers, right? He wants them to join the party. Reginald's men look thrilled, but the leader plays it cool. He knows they're hesitant, but insists that uniting is in everyone's best interest. Catherine shrinks back behind Arthur, clearly uncomfortable. That's when Reginald's eyes lock onto her. "Are you a healer?" And there it is. Julian sees the game. A healer is the ultimate prize in this world, no matter who you are. Reginald sighs, mentioning his own healer died recently. They're nearly out of elixirs. He rests a hand on his sword. He doesn't need the whole group, he says, just those who are useful. In fact, if the healer wants to come alone, even better. Julian's blood runs cold, but he stays dead silent, watching. Arthur narrows his eyes. "And if we refuse?" Reginald's smile doesn't reach his eyes. He's a man of peace, sure, but he's taking that healer one way or another. Julian takes a breath. He needs to think, fast. His team is spent. Arthur, Catherine, Benedict, they're all running on empty. Julian is the only one with any fight left in him. Can he take Reginald out with a surprise shot? How many arrows before the rest of them swarm? It's a gamble. Reginald promises Catherine won't be harmed. He needs her alive, after all. Running isn't an option. They're outnumbered and outmatched in an open sprint. Arthur finally breaks the silence, leaning toward a deal. Jasper growls. He doesn't like the way these vultures are eyeing them. Cedric whispers that Reginald might be their best shot. Surviving without a healer out here is a death sentence. Arthur turns to Catherine, putting the choice on her. She just looks exhausted. She doesn't want any more blood. Julian's jaw tightens. He can't believe they're actually considering surrendering to this guy. Catherine agrees to trust Arthur's lead. They're joining. Julian steps forward, eyes like flint. "Reginald, what's your rank?" Reginald smirks. "Rank 9, my men are all 7 or higher, and you are." Julian almost laughs. "Perfect. I'm disappointed. I really expected someone stronger." "My name, go to hell, my rank, none of your damn business." Arthur's eyes go wide. "Julian, what are you doing?" Reginald's smile fades. He thought they had a deal. Julian just shrugs. The group can go, but he's staying behind. He still has prey to hunt. But first, he leans in close to Reginald. "Take care of them. Because if you don't, we're going to have a very different conversation later. Do we understand each other? You aren't the predator here." Julian unsheathes his steel, a cold grin on his face as he challenges Lord Richard's marksman. "Tell me," he sneers, "is your boy's aim truly faster than my blade at your throat?" Lord Richard's face sours. He hates being cornered like this. Ignoring the tension, Julian turns back to his crew, promising them he'll be watching their backs from the shadows. As he heads out, Julian knows Lady Caroline will be safe for now. They need her light. And if they want their healer cooperative, they'd better keep Sir Adam breathing, too. With the stakes this high, Lord Richard will definitely think twice before laying a finger on the others. Julian really hopes his gamble pays off. The last thing he wants is to see his friends caught in the crossfire of this power struggle. "Wait," Sir Adam shouts, while Casper looks completely lost. He can't believe Julian is actually walking away from the guild, but Julian just nods. He's made his choice. He's got his own path to walk through these trials, but he tells them this merger is their best shot at surviving the night. "Don't worry about me," he says. Just as he turns to go, a voice calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Sir Adam pulls a pouch from his belt, pressing several vials of healing elixir into Julian's hands. "Stay alive out there," he mutters, his eyes heavy with concern. Julian feels a rare flash of warmth. He thanks his old friend, not just for the elixirs, but for standing by him through everything until this very moment. And just like that, the swordsman vanishes into the woods. Back at the camp, a young blonde knight from Lord Richard's squad starts to follow, but a hand stops him cold. Lord Richard looks his marksman dead in the eye. "You know the mission," he growls. The archer simply nods, his expression unreadable. Deep in the woods, the archer sighs, clearly annoyed. Total waste of my time, he mutters, adjusting his bowstring. Honestly, if they didn't need to stay on the healer's good side, he would have put an arrow through Julian's spine the second he turned around. One of the scouts laughs, claiming Julian isn't even level 5. But then, thwack, 2 arrows scream through the air, burying themselves right into that scout's eyes. The archer freezes, total shock. The rest of the small squad frantically looks around, wondering where the hell those shots came from. Another arrow whistles through the leaves, finding its mark in another man's throat. Panic sets in. They break rank and scatter like rats in the dark. Hiding in the brush, the archer and his last ally scan the darkness. Suddenly, the bushes right in front of them start to rustle. There, the archer whispers, pointing. He signals his partner to go in and flush out the attacker. The man draws his sword and creeps forward. He's searching the ground for tracks, but he realizes too late. Julian is already standing right behind him, a jagged dagger in hand. One swift, brutal motion and Julian opens the man's throat. Silence. Then the archer's voice cuts through. "Found you, you bastard." An arrow slams into Julian's shoulder. Does he flinch? Nope. He just rips the shaft out like it's nothing, his eyes glowing with terrifying excitement. 2 more arrows whistle past. Julian dives, weaving between the thick oaks to stay out of the archer's line of sight. It's a deadly game of cat and mouse now. While Julian watches from the shadows, the archer slowly reaches for another arrow in his quiver. Julian coils like a spring, ready to strike. Across the clearing, the enemy archer is sweating. He's completely lost track of his target. Suddenly, Julian fires. The arrow shatters a heavy branch right above the marksman's head. He barely manages to block the falling wood with his arm. The archer frantically scans the tree line, searching for any sign of Julian. Too slow. Julian is already directly behind him again, dagger ready. Julian slams into him from the back, driving him to the forest floor. He leans in close, whispering into his ear, "I can hear your heart beating." The sole survivor of the squad trembles as she warns Julian to back off. Meanwhile, back at the main camp, Lord Richard is interrogating the others about Julian's past. Sir Adam shrugs, saying they were just colleagues before the world ended. But Lord Richard isn't buying it. Their farewell looked way too personal for just coworkers. "I was their manager," Sir Adam explained simply. "In the office or on the battlefield, protecting my team is just what I do." Lord Richard nods, feigning respect. He tells Sir Adam to relax and stop seeing him as the enemy, despite the blood on the floor from earlier. He promises that no one in his camp gets mistreated. Why? Because in this hellscape, everyone has to pull their weight if they want to see tomorrow. Sir Adam asks about the settlement, and Lord Richard smiles, gesturing to the fortifications. "Welcome," he says, "to our glorious base of operations." It's humble for now, but Lord Richard claims they're expanding every day. Lady Caroline looks around, admitting it's actually quite impressive for a wasteland camp. There are fresh faces everywhere. Casper is already distracted by a stunning woman across the yard, while Sir Adam checks in with Lady Caroline's thoughts. "It's no royal palace," she admits with a small shrug, "but compared to that damp cave, it's practically a paradise." Lord Richard orders his men to show the newcomers to their quarters, but suddenly Casper's ears perk up. "Wait, did you guys hear that?" Out of the darkness, the lone survivor of the archer squad comes sprinting toward the gates, terrified. Lord Richard immediately screams for the guards to arm themselves. The young blonde knight draws his sword, ready for a fight. Sir Adam just stands there, completely blindsided by the sudden shift in atmosphere. "Wait, it's one of ours," someone shouts. The woman collapses at the gate, her voice trembling as she screams for Lord Richard. Lord Richard grabs her by the shoulders, demanding to know where Sir Nicholas and the rest of the squad are. Her reply, "They're gone. Everyone's dead." Lord Richard's first thought is betrayal. Did Nicholas go rogue and slaughter his own men? But the woman shakes her head, sobbing. "No, Nicholas is dead too." She gasps for air, finally getting the words out. Julian didn't just fight them. He ambushed the entire squad and picked them off one by one. Lord Richard's face turns pale. If everyone is dead, why are you still breathing? The woman looks up, shivering. Because Julian wanted me to deliver a message to you. Silas leaned over the wounded survivor, his voice low and steady. He told the man that Cedric had fought like a true knight until the very end, but that final message left behind. It was a grim warning that couldn't be ignored. Lord Sterling was absolutely livid, demanding to know if that man Silas had said anything else. The woman just trembled, whispering that the man wasn't human. He actually seemed to enjoy the bloodbath. According to her, Silas wasn't just a warrior. He was a monster wearing a man's skin. Deep within the shadows of the Blackwood, Silas finally found a place to catch his breath. He leaned against a gnarled oak, deciding it was time to finally check those flickering notifications from the divine interface. The glowing screen tallied his latest kills. He'd hit level 7, and the system was waiting for him to allocate a fresh attribute point. It turns out that frantic struggle for survival had pushed him further than he realized. With 3 points banked in total, Silas hesitated. He thought about dumping them into stamina and vitality. After all, if clashing with the kingdom's elite knights became the new normal, he'd need every drop of health he could get. But then he considered his bloodline ability. Perception would have way better synergy with his natural instincts, so he made his choice, all points into perception. He pulled up his status screen and winced. His life force was sitting at less than a third. One more mistake and it was game over. He thought back to that arrow that nearly took him out. That archer was top tier, no doubt about it. And without Lady Clara there to weave her healing arts, he'd have to be twice as careful from here on out. Silas remembered the small stash of potions Alistair had given him. They were precious, and he needed to make every single drop last. But his focus was shattered by a low growl. Hungry wolves. They were circling him in the dark. Honestly, this was a nightmare of a moment to get distracted. Meanwhile, back at the camp, a young man with straw-colored hair approached the healer. "You're Clara, right?" he asked, confirming her identity. She recognized him immediately as one of Lord Sterling's fighters. The boy gave a soft, apologetic bow, promising he wasn't one of the lunatics Sterling usually employed. He introduced himself simply as Julian. Clara looked him over, noting he seemed significantly younger than the hardened mercenaries in the troop. Julian shrugged, a bitter edge to his voice. He said that was exactly why he had to act so tough. Nobody in their right mind wants a 19-year-old on a serious combat team. He tried to puff out his chest to look intimidating for a second, but then he just sighed. He swore he was just a normal kid trying to survive this hellscape. Clara felt a wave of pity for him, but as she turned away, a dark, malicious smile crept across Julian's face. When dawn finally broke, the forest floor was littered with the carcasses of slaughtered wolves. A tiny rabbit hopped toward some fallen leaves, but suddenly, a hand shot out from the foliage like a viper. It was Silas, looking groggy and wondering exactly how long he'd been unconscious. He realized it was already morning. He was covered in grime and dried blood, but then he shrugged it off. Why bother cleaning up if he was just going to get back into another fight anyway? He was on his own now, and he needed to get to work. He quickly hunted down one of those rabbits for a quick, cold breakfast. Next, he took down a pheasant. Then he went after a wild boar. A few hours later, he was standing over the body of a massive bay lion. Just like that, Silas hit level 10 in a single day. He looked up and saw a strange, glinting light high up in an ancient tree. "What have we here?" he muttered. He scanned the area for traps, but his heightened senses didn't pick up any danger. Only one way to find out: time to investigate. He began the long climb, hauling himself up until he found a hidden hollow in the trunk. Tucked inside was a small, ornate jewelry box. Silas grabbed the prize, and the interface immediately flared to life. This box contained a powerful and rare item. He couldn't wrap his head around how the system even generated these things. It felt like some kind of strange loop in reality itself. He pried the box open to find a pair of enchanted silver bracelets. Their magic was specific. They massively buffed the power of any stealth attacks. "Now this is interesting," Silas whispered. Those extra stats were a godsend. But then he realized the box wasn't empty yet. Tucked at the bottom was an upgrade token, usable on any basic tutorial gear. He considered his 𝑭𝒂𝒓𝒎𝒔. It was already useful, but a power boost would make it truly deadly. Then he looked at his tattered cloak. If he could use the token to repair the damage and upgrade it, it might be the smarter play. He chose the cloak. The fabric shimmered as the token dissolved into it, adding cut protection and a self-repair enchantment. It wasn't quite as flashy as the bracelets, but the utility was perfect. Silas knew these boxes were rare, but he was determined to find more. He thought about that giant spider cave miles away. If this world followed the rules of the old legends, a place that dangerous had to be guarding a massive treasure. But there was no going back now. The cave had collapsed into a pile of rubble. Silas scanned the horizon, thinking there had to be other caves in these mountains. A few hours of trekking later, he found himself standing before a new entrance, far different from the last. He didn't sense any monsters lurking nearby, but his gut told him something incredible was hidden deep inside that darkness. He gave a sharp, excited grin. He loved a challenge. Torch in hand, he stepped into the cool air of the cavern. Glowing blue mushrooms lined the path. As Silas moved deeper, he spotted something completely out of place, a heavy wooden door standing in the middle of a natural tunnel. The wood was ancient and rotting, clearly untouched for centuries. Suddenly, a golden system prompt appeared. Silas had just discovered a hidden dungeon challenge. He checked the entry requirements. Level 10, no specialized profession, and a ranking in the top 5% of tutorial points. He cleared them all. He stepped through the threshold and into the deep tunnel beyond. Silas wondered what kind of trial this was, but the interface gave a final, chilling warning. Survive every challenge or face the penalty of permanent death. He stared at the screen in confusion, then noticed a weight around his neck. A strange necklace had appeared out of nowhere. The amulet was a gift for the dungeon challengers, doubling as a small dimensional pouch for his gear. Silas figured the necklace had to be a clue for the trial ahead. Suddenly, the amulet began to pulse with an eerie, brilliant light, leaving him standing there in total shock. Julian suspects something's hidden inside that mystic amulet. And then, boom, a tiny blue imp manifests out of thin air. Julian reaches for his blade, panic hitting him hard. It's gone. Every single one of his weapons vanished into nothingness. The blue creature lunges. Julian braces for impact, but wait, he realizes something immediately. This monster. It's absolutely pathetic. The little thing promises to show Julian the way, but our boy is busy being completely blindsided by the fact that this creature can actually talk. He takes one step forward, and click, he just tripped a hidden pressure plate on the stone floor. A massive iron spike erupts from the masonry, whistling toward him. Julian dives, barely dodging death. It's a trap. The spike slams so deep into the far wall, it's practically buried. The imp actually whistles. Not bad human, not bad at all. Julian notices the stone around the spike is already melting. Acid. One hit and he's done for. He asks if this is some sick death trap, but the imp just shrugs. Turns out, the little guy doesn't know much. He's just a fool who's been rotting inside that amulet for ages. Julian's stunned, but there's no time for a chat. The imp points ahead. More spikes are already launching straight for his head. He'll deal with the mouthy monster later. Right now, it's all about survival. He needs to reach the end of this corridor, and he needs to do it now. Julian charges. He's a blur of motion, leaping between walls and using the momentum to stay ahead of the traps. The little monster seems almost impressed. Julian asks if he's going to be followed around forever, and Pip just laughs. Where else would he go? They hit a new chamber filled with floating stone platforms, leading toward a massive, arched doorway. A system prompt flashes. He needs 5 silver moonshrooms from this room. Julian realizes that amulet storage space is about to become his best friend. He looks up at the towering walls and notices something chilling. Holes, hundreds of them. It's a safe bet that more of those acid-tipped spikes are going to rain down the second he touches those mushrooms. The imp pipes up, suggesting Julian use the holes to map out the attack patterns. If he's smart, he can find a path that isn't a total death zone. Julian remembers the lore of the snake eating the mushrooms. But what about the winged dragon? What does a beast like that crave? He remembers the ancient carvings, priests offering themselves to the beast. Julian realizes where this is going, and he hates it. He draws his dagger, makes a sharp cut on his palm, and lets his blood spill onto the platform's runes. It works. The mechanism groans to life. Pip just watches, hoping humans have plenty of blood to spare. Julian winces. That little cut is bleeding way more than it should. But Pip points the way, a clear path, only 3 jumps to go. He can't stop, not now. He leaps for the next platform, but then disaster. He slips on his own blood. His feet go out from under him. He starts sliding right off the edge. Julian realizes that cursed dagger did something to his vitals. The blood loss is hitting him like a hammer, but he refuses to quit. One more jump. He hits the next platform and tries to spring forward again, but his body just quits. His muscles collapse under the weight of the fatigue. Pip sees it happening. The jump is too short. Julian begins to plummet toward the swirling acid river below, his strength completely gone. At the absolute last second, his fingers find the cold stone of the ledge. He clings on with everything he's got left. Pip is screaming at him to climb, telling him he's almost there. Julian knows. Believe me, he knows. But his boots are inches away from the burning acid. He can feel the heat. With one final, agonizing surge, he hauls himself up. He thinks he's failed because the acid already started eating through his leg. The pain is unreal. This is it. He's going to die in the dark. But he keeps crawling, dragging himself inch by inch because he refuses to let the story end here. Pip flies over, trying to help pull his weight. He's tiny, but he's trying as Julian crawls desperately toward the light of the exit. His vision starts to go dark. His heart is slowing down. His body is literally shutting itself off. He pushes the thoughts of death aside. Nothing else matters except that next inch. Just keep moving. Suddenly, the system informs him he's reached the end. Room cleared. Health fully restored. Pip is shaking him, trying to wake him up. Julian feels his flesh knitting back together. He's alive. He's actually alive. Pip cracks a joke about him having one foot in the grave. Julian looks down. His leg is whole. His gear is repaired. Everything's back to normal. But Pip snaps him out of it. They don't have time to celebrate. The clock is ticking. That's when Julian sees it, the final trial room. He just needs a minute. Just 1 minute to breathe. He practically died. This wasn't some training exercise. This was Julian's first real dance with the Reaper in this hellish dungeon. He loves the thrill of a fair fight, sure, but dying alone in some acid-filled pit in a forgotten cave? No way. He can't accept that. Julian actually smiles as he tells Pip this. The little imp just nods. He gets it. After being trapped in that amulet for an eternity, thinking he'd never see another soul. Yeah, he definitely understands wanting to survive. Lord Julian realizes this vault is designed to break a man's spirit. He almost lets the darkness take him, but the duo finally pushes into the final chamber. The floor is a grid of stone platforms. Cedric suggests using the enchanted fungi again to cross, but Julian smells a trap. This is a psychological game. In the center, a carving depicts a wyvern atop a jagged peak. No other clues. Just the beast and the mountain. Was it a roar of defiance? Anger? No. Julian realizes something deeper as he stares into the beast's stone eyes. He thinks back to his own past, his own struggles. That roar wasn't fury. It was pure, unadulterated terror. The realization hits him. He knows the path forward. Without a word, he steps toward the abyss. Cedric screams about the active arcane traps, but Julian doesn't stop. He sprints, throwing his body across the gap with a desperate leap. Terrified, Cedric covers his eyes, refusing to watch the night plunge, yet he follows with a frantic hop of his own. Courage is the key, Julian mutters. To survive, you must look fear in the face. He remembers a time when the world of the nobility had no place for a man like him. Fear is nothing before a hardened will. Flashbacks of his trials blur as he leaps from stone to stone, his heart pounding with purpose. He remembers walking away from his brotherhood, choosing a lonely path, always moving forward against the shadows. Every platform he touches crumbles into the void behind him. There is no turning back now. A voice echoes, the third trial is conquered. Cedric cheers as Julian feels his strength and knightly arts surge back into his veins. His body feels whole again. The suppression is gone. Cedric shakes his head, muttering that Julian is a complete madman. A hidden prompt appears. The trial of courage is complete. A secret passage groans open. Julian hadn't expected a bonus reward. They enter a hidden sanctum. No traps here. No monsters, just silence. A massive mural stretches across the wall, telling a story etched in ancient stone. It tells of a lowly serpent that gorged on forbidden fungi. It grew, sprouted wings, and scorched the earth from the heavens. Fearing its power, the lesser beasts began to worship this winged terror as a god. It slaughtered every rival until the serpent evolved, shedding its skin to become a true wyvern. In its madness, it turned its hunger upon its own followers, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Alone atop its throne of carnage, the beast roared at the sky for centuries, waiting as the ages turned to dust. Finally, it transcended. It shed its wyvern form and ascended into the clouds as a true dragon. Cedric is horrified by the betrayal of its kin. Julian has witnessed the will of the sovereign dragon. A heavy realization settles over him. Cedric asks if he understands the moral. Julian shrugs. He just wants to know if he'll ever be strong enough to slay a beast like that. They press on. This tomb isn't finished with them yet. Julian feels more secrets lurking. Cedric accidentally stumbles into his armored arm. Without the fungi's glow, the darkness is absolute. Cedric wonders how Julian can even walk, but Julian's knightly senses are heightened beyond mortal limits. It's more than just training. His ancient lineage is awakening, guiding his every step through the gloom. In battle, his awareness expands like a sphere, but now it's a focused beam, a passive instinct guiding him. Julian wonders if the ancient familiar knows the origin of this power, given Cedric's age. He offers to let the imp hide back inside the enchanted necklace until they find light, but Cedric stubbornly refuses. Is the necklace that bad? Cedric admits the space is comfortable enough, but it's a prison. You can only leave if the master permits it. And finally, Cedric admits he can't bear another 1,000 years of isolation. Julian, remembering his own time in the shadows, vows never to abandon him. That's what they all say, Cedric mutters, but then a glimmer appears ahead, real light. It's not the sickly glow of mushrooms. Julian rounds the corner and stops dead. What in the kingdoms is this? Cedric gazes up at the towering shelves. It looks like a grand, ancient library hidden beneath the earth. Julian walks through the rows of rotting parchment and leather. He reaches for a tome, but a pulse of arcane energy snaps at his fingers. He can't touch anything. Cedric finds an old scholar's desk, but the same invisible force keeps them at bay. A barrier, but why? No trial has begun and no guardian has appeared. Cedric spots a heavy door at the far end. Julian realizes the only way is forward. The knight pushes deeper into the manor. A long hallway stretches out, lined with doors. Cedric groans, thinking the vault has run out of original ideas. They peek into a dusty bedchamber, then a cold washroom. Behind another door, a lush garden grows under magical suns. They find a room filled with alchemical vats and rusted shackles, either a lab or a dungeon. This was someone's home once. Finally, the duo reaches the very last door at the end of the hall. Julian reaches for the handle and begins to push it open. Another room, another trial. Right in the center sits a second pedestal, but forget daggers. This time, it's just a handprint etched into the stone. Arthur figures he's got to touch it, but Cecil. After that whole business with the blade, he's definitely not feeling the vibe. Arthur just laughs it off, asking where the little guy's sense of adventure went before pressing his palm flat against the cold surface. Bad move. Arthur feels a sharp sting as a hidden needle shoots out from the pedestal, sinking deep into his skin. Cecil is freaking out, but Arthur pulls back fast, realizing the trap mechanism was lightning quick. It's not looking good. His hand is bleeding out and looks absolutely gnarly. But then, a third pedestal begins to rise from the floor. This one holds a single book, and the cover features that same sinister serpent we saw earlier. Arthur's got a hunch. This has to be the core of the challenge. Then the system drops a bombshell. The trial. Become an alchemist of the Shadow Viper and brew a cure for the toxin in his veins within 30 days, or die. That's the hard limit before the poison ravages his body completely, and looking at his hand, Arthur knows he's in trouble. There is a way out, though. The system offers to heal him if he quits, but the cost. He loses every single bit of progress he's made in this hellhole. Arthur lays it all out for Cecil, and the little guy is dying to know what the plan is. Arthur doesn't even hesitate. He didn't come all this way just to run from a fight. There's only one path forward. Meanwhile, deep in the Whispering Woods, a hunt is underway. Alistair watches a group of 4 deer, planning their next move. On his command, the hunters move in. The deer spook instantly, but Alistair knows Sir Bertram is already closing the circle from the south. They're funneling the herd right into a trap. They spent all night setting up to the west. Alistair shouts for Casper, and the boy yanks the rope with everything he's got. The net snaps shut, snagging 3 of the deer, though one lucky animal manages to bolt for the trees. William isn't letting it go, though. He lunges after it, letting 3 daggers fly and pinning the beast down with lethal precision. Down it goes. William's cheering for his direct hit, but wait, Casper looks like he caught a stray bit of steel in the chaos. William feels terrible about his aim, but Casper just brushes it off as a superficial nick. The group's ecstatic because they've got enough meat for a week now, and Alistair calls for Lady Lara to help finish the job. An hour later, they're hauling the prize back, though Casper still feels bad about the one that almost got away. Alistair tells him to relax. It was a hell of a haul. Lara pulls Casper aside, checking to see if he's really okay. The kid says he's fine, eager to just get the game to the camp's butcher and be done with it. As they reach the camp, Lara heads off, leaving Alistair to tease Casper about how fast things are moving between them. Casper's a blushing mess, worrying if he's being too forward or if Lara thinks he's a creep. Alistair just tells him to take a breath. In a world this dangerous, you don't waste time, which is exactly why Casper brings up Alistair's nightly visits to Lady Aliner's cabin. Now it's Alistair's turn to be completely mortified, busted. Casper promises to keep it quiet, even though the whole camp probably already knows, before Alistair retreats to the blacksmith's forge. The smith thinks he's there for a blade repair, but Alistair is actually looking for Aliner. Casper's hurt and needs a healer's touch. Aliner apologizes for the delay. She's been buried in work crafting plate armor for Sir Richard. Alistair wonders if Richard is overworking her, but Aliner explains the knight is just doing his best to keep her on the main team. Later on, Alistair mentions that Casper saw him sneaking around at night. Turns out the kid is stealthy, maybe even more than Arthur used to be. Aliner sighs, telling Alistair he needs to stop living in the past and move on from Arthur. But Alistair can't help it. Since they split up, he hasn't heard a word about his old friend. Aliner reminds him that Arthur is a man grown and can handle himself, but Alistair can't shake the feeling. Aliner bets he's out there doing something incredibly stupid and dangerous. And honestly, she's right. Down in the pit, Arthur is currently sick of eating poisonous mushrooms. Cecil suggests that if he'd just stop eating the damn things, they wouldn't have to keep hunting for them. But Arthur's got a plan. He's unlocked a trait that lets him master toxins by literally consuming them. It's not like there's a roast chicken waiting for him anyway. Cecil, meanwhile, is perfectly happy sticking to his diet of moss and water. The pair makes it back to the Grand Library, where Arthur calls for a mana draft to steady his nerves before the real work begins. Cecil tries to get him to rest. They've been at this for hours, but a sudden, sharp pain ripples through Arthur's body. There's no time to wait. He has to master alchemy right now, or he'll never brew the cure he needs to survive. He starts feverishly grinding the ingredients into a thick paste, pouring his very essence into the mixture. Now for the final transmutation. Just need the fire attribute to lock in. If this works, the sludge should turn a vibrant, glowing red. But of course, it's a total disaster. The mixture settles into a murky brown, and Alistair just sighs, another ruined batch to throw on the pile. Cedric tries to talk some sense into him, telling him to breathe, because it's only been 1 week of research. But Alistair knows he's out of his depth and desperately begs for more materials to try again. Cedric shuts him down, saying they're just burning through resources at this point. That's when it hits. Alistair collapses, gripped by a sudden, agonizing pain. Cedric rushes over, frantic. But then he sees it. The blight is spreading. It's getting worse, with nearly half of Alistair's body now consumed by those dark, pulsing veins. Meanwhile, back at the command outpost, Sir Arthur arrives. "You sent for me, my lord." Lord Richard looks exhausted. He explains that the latest hunting party came back with nothing, and the food stores are officially bone dry. So here's the plan. Richard wants to send Arthur's squad deep into the Great Weald. Arthur's eyes narrow. "Outside the kingdom's borders, you're serious?" Richard nods. "It's dangerous, yeah, but the potential rewards. Very interesting for the crown." Arthur isn't exactly jumping for joy, but Richard tells him to relax. He's not looking to send his best knights on a suicide mission. He needs them alive. Arthur yields, but he has one condition. He's taking Lady Catherine. You don't go into that hellhole without a top-tier healer. Richard shuts that down immediately. The team divisions are set in stone, and he's not budging for anyone. Arthur knows when he's beat and goes to gather his men. But before he can leave, Richard asks for a favor: leave Jasper behind at the camp. Arthur stops in his tracks. "Jasper, why leave their best trap setter behind?" Richard explains they found a breach in the perimeter fence. He's worried there might be another group of scavengers lurking nearby, and they need Jasper's traps to secure the area. Arthur agrees to talk to the boy. Later that afternoon, Sir Bertram is hauling in the day's catch and asks how many more of these shadow beasts are left. Lady Alara checks the count. "Should be 8 in total," she says, wiping her blade. Arthur notes that the creatures out here are much more aggressive, and there's a lot more of them. Silas just smirks, commenting that they've racked up a massive amount of merit points from the slaughter. Arthur looks at the kid and realizes he's literally drenched in blood. He tells him to go scrub off in the river while they finish packing the meat. Silas just nods and walks off. But man, he's annoyed. Arthur and Richard are starting to get under his skin. To him, they're just basic NPCs in this game, but it doesn't really matter. He's planning on ditching this outpost soon anyway. Suddenly, his ears perk up. Someone's nearby. Silas vanishes into the brush, watching and waiting. A man whispers for silence, worried about being spotted. A woman tells him to keep his cool. They're going to make this quick. Then a mage steps out, complaining that he just needs to wash his focus wand. Silas watches from the shadows, noticing they don't have a healer. He starts wondering how many merit points their lives are worth. Snap, a branch breaks. The group leader spins around, sword drawn. "Who's there? Show yourself." Silas doesn't panic. He's played this part 1,000 times before. Time to act. An archer levels her bow at him, demanding he come out slowly. Silas steps into the light, looking like a lost, pathetic victim. "Wait, I was attacked. I got separated from my squad." The archer narrows her eyes. "Is that the truth, kid?" Silas thinks he's got her. Women always fall for the sob story. Then asterisk whiz asterisk, an arrow buries itself an inch from his ear. The archer scoffs. "Nice try, brat. No one was born yesterday." The knight tells Silas to drop his gear and back away. Silas just sighs and agrees, playing the submissive prisoner for now. "Hurry it up," the woman barks. Silas drops to his knees with a twisted smile and subtly reaches for the wand hidden in his sleeve. She spots the move and fires, but Silas is faster. He blurs, diving through the air to dodge the projectile. Wand in one hand, daggers in the other. The enemy mage barely gets a shield up in time to block the first strike. "Kill him! Get him now!" 2 more arrows whistle through the air, but Silas is like a ghost. He dances through the attacks, dodging everything they throw at him. The mage is losing it. What kind of magic is this? Meanwhile, Silas realizes these guys are actually a bit tougher than he anticipated. The archer has him in her sights again, but Silas has seen enough. They're just not fast enough. One of his daggers flashes through the air and sinks right into her chest. She collapses into the dirt, screaming in pure agony as the life drains out of her. The knight loses his mind and rushes to help her, but he's dead before he even reaches her. 2 more daggers fly, and both the knight and the apprentice mage are decapitated in a heartbeat. A moment later, Silas is just chilling on their corpses, checking his system's screen. Level 10 and level 9. Not a bad haul at all. Definitely wasn't a waste of his time. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the trees. Someone's calling his name. Silas realizes he's in a bit of a spot. It's Lady Alara. She walks right into the bloodbath and freezes. Silas, what? What is all this? Silas doesn't even look up. Mind your own business, Alara. 5 minutes later, he's back with his squad like he just went for a casual stroll. Arthur says they sent Alara to find him. Silas just lies through his teeth, says he never saw her, and figures she probably got herself lost in the woods. Back at the Great Archive, Cedric arrives with a fresh basket of mushrooms for Alistair. But the room is dead silent. The human is gone. Alistair has vanished. There he is. Julian finds Arthur lying motionless on the cold stone floor. Heart racing, the young knight calls out for his friend, desperately trying to shake him awake, but the realization hits hard. The toxins must have drained every ounce of his strength. Still, he thanks the heavens that Arthur managed to brew those healing elixirs just in time. Without wasting a second, Julian pours a vial down his throat, praying for any sign of life as he tries to rouse him once more. Arthur's eyes finally flutter open. What's happening? Julian can only shake his head. He's just as lost, having only just stumbled upon his friend in this state. Our protagonist just shrugs it off as pure exhaustion. But as Julian looks around the room at the hundreds of glowing vials, he's stunned. Exactly how many of these did you brew this morning? Arthur lets out a tired smirk. He's finally mastered the craft of alchemy, and next on his list, lethal poisons. Cecil, the little imp companion, begs him to just rest for a moment, but Arthur isn't hearing it. Time is his greatest enemy right now. He needs more practice, and he needs it urgently. Julian tries to talk sense into him. We still have 2 weeks left, but if you keep pushing like this, you won't even make it to the finish line. Arthur's response is sharp. You sound just like my old colleagues back at the guild, always looking for the easy way out, too terrified to actually challenge themselves. The little imp tries one last time, pleading for the human to just relax. Arthur snaps again, calling it a coward's way of thinking. That's the breaking point. Cecil loses his temper and kicks the alchemy cauldron right over. The precious brew spills everywhere, soaking into the floorboards. Arthur freezes, realized he pushed too far. Look, I didn't mean to offend you. I am no coward, the imp hisses back. Arthur finally offers a quiet apology, but Cecil is done. Whatever, pick your own damn mushrooms next time, he mutters before storming out. The next day arrives, and Cecil is still nowhere to be found near the library. Arthur starts to wonder, should he actually go find him and say sorry? But he quickly shakes the thought away. The work doesn't stop for hurt feelings. Finally, he finishes that introductory tome on offensive alchemy, along with a recipe for a deadly necrotic brew. It's a strange realization. Making a poison is almost exactly like creating a cure. The real difference, it's all about crushing the vitality out of the ingredients and amping up their destructive properties to deal maximum damage. Suddenly, ding, the system chimes in, success. He's just crafted a common necrotic potion. Arthur is buzzing with excitement. He calls out for Cecil to share the win, but only cold silence echoes through the grand library. He calls for his imp friend again. The little guy has been gone for a full day now. Still, nothing but shadows. Then Cecil finally appears. What do you want now, human? Arthur beams, showing off his work. First try, and I've already mastered a poison. Cecil just rolls his eyes with heavy sarcasm. Oh, wow, what do you want, a cookie? Right then, Arthur realizes his friend is definitely still holding a massive grudge from their fight. But before he can fix it, the system flares up. Level up! His rank as a malevolent Viper alchemist has hit level 24, giving him 2 more stat points to play with. A glowing screen displays his stats and status. Without a second thought, Arthur decides to dump those points into wisdom. He can feel it now. All that grueling alchemy work is finally starting to pay off. But then, a new notification pops up. His profession is ready to evolve now that all requirements are met. Arthur is clueless, but his blue companion looks genuinely intrigued. The system is blunt. His talent for alchemy is unparalleled. Then the big question appears. Do you wish to evolve? Could he actually become even more powerful? Arthur hits accept, though even Cecil can't predict what's about to happen. A final warning flashes. If he delays this evolution, it'll cause permanent damage to his progress and lock his stat growth. Arthur sighs. Well, it's not like I actually have a choice here, do I? The moment he confirms it, the entire world begins to shake. We're talking earth-shattering, non-stop tremors. This is it. Something massive is shifting. Cecil panics, shouting over the noise, "Arthur, what on earth did you do?" Suddenly, a thick green mist swallows him whole. The space around them warps and twists until, boom, they slam onto the ground in a completely unknown land. Looking around at the endless, shimmering horizon, it feels like they've stepped into another dimension entirely. Arthur asks what this place is. He doesn't feel any immediate danger, but as he takes a step forward, his instincts scream that something is approaching. He spins around in a flash. A pale-skinned figure is walking towards him, a young man covered in scales, muttering something about the dew of this realm. It's strange. Arthur's bloodline isn't reacting, and he doesn't sense a single drop of hostility coming from this stranger. But he knows better than to relax. The scaly creature looks at them. "Didn't you hear me? I asked why you two are standing in my realm." Arthur tries to stay calm. He's not in a fight, yet. He explains his journey as an alchemist and how he suddenly fell into this place. The mysterious being nods slowly. "I see. A pleasure to meet you then." He reveals the truth. He is the very malevolent Viper Arthur had been hearing about. But then his tone shifts. "Now, all of you can go to hell." Arthur is stunned. You don't look anything like a snake dragon." The Viper just smiles. In an instant, his human form shatters. His limbs transform into massive scaly claws, and gigantic wings erupt from his back with terrifying ease. This is the real deal. Finally, Alaric stands face to face with a massive, majestic dragon, while the great beast, the Emerald Sovereign, asks if this draconic form is more to his liking. At that moment, poor Cedric can't even breathe, stuttering that he can't believe he's actually in the presence of a living legend. He immediately starts groveling, swearing up and down that he's one of the sovereign's most loyal, humble servants. Looking down at the tiny, trembling creature claiming to be his subject, the dragon assumes Cedric must be some ancient relic who predates the very order of the Citadel. But then Alaric speaks up, completely chill, and clarifies that he's definitely not a servant, he's just here to raid the dungeon. The Sovereign is actually impressed. Most people would be shaking, but this kid, he's got guts. After all, the Lord himself had designed those lethal traps centuries ago to keep everyone out. Hearing that, Alaric realizes he's literally standing in front of the architect of this entire death trap. Talk about a weird coincidence. So he decides to get cheeky, asking what the hell the Lord was thinking with the feed me, trials, or that long history lesson that only rewarded people with a mural of him looking cool. It's a total narcissistic power move, but the Sovereign actually takes that critique as a massive compliment. He loves it. Alaric keeps pushing, asking point-blank if the guy is some kind of deity. And well, yeah, that's exactly what he is. The Sovereign explains that if you keep leveling up, eventually you get your own pocket dimension, though being immortal gets pretty boring after a few hundred years. Having a whole realm sounds cool and all, but Alaric hard passes on the immortality part. To him, the fact that life ends is what makes the journey actually worth it. To a god, that logic makes zero sense, But even so, the sovereign finds Alaric's perspective pretty refreshing. Meanwhile, Cedric is basically face-planted on the floor, apologizing frantically for his friend's total lack of respect. He honestly can't wrap his head around how Alaric has the nerve to talk to a literal god like they're old buddies, especially since he's terrified for his life. Even Alaric doesn't have a straight answer. Maybe it's just high willpower. But the sovereign steps in and says that's not how it works at all. Your status and power might change as you climb the ranks, but the person you are inside, that stays exactly the same. He explains that willpower helps you survive the crushing weight of eternity, but only if you already had that mental strength from the very beginning. See, plenty of god-tier beings eventually lose their minds to their own inner demons. They just can't cope, and despite the old saying, time doesn't actually heal every wound, some just fester forever. Alaric catches a heavy wave of sadness hiding behind the sovereign's words. The god looks genuinely exhausted now, telling the boy that the path to ultimate power is a path walked entirely alone. Family, friends, everything you love eventually turns to dust while you remain. Alaric steps closer, actually feeling for the guy, realizing the sovereign has had to make some brutal sacrifices. Then he does the unthinkable. He puts a hand on the god's shoulder and tells him straight up that hiding away in this empty dimension isn't helping anyone. Cedric is absolutely horrified that his friend just touched a deity so casually, but the sovereign just sighs, thinking the boy couldn't possibly understand his burden. But Alaric counters, saying that hiding is just a failed strategy. If what he's doing isn't working, it's time to switch tactics and try something new. Cedric is now convinced they're about to be erased from existence, but the sovereign just stares intensely at the young man. The air is thick with tension, as everyone waits to see if the god is going to snap or speak. Then the sovereign just laughs, joking that Alaric is way too emotional, but honestly, he kind of likes that about him. Seeing them get along, Cedric tries to chime in, wondering what the god thinks of him, but the sovereign hadn't even noticed he was there. Ouch, they end up talking for hours. The sovereign hears the whole story, especially the part about Lady Catherine, though Cedric, trying to sound smart, calls her a typical female archetype. The other two just stare at him like he's an idiot who missed the point entirely, and then they both burst out laughing, leaving Cedric fuming. Still poking fun at the little guy. The sovereign jokes that Cedric must be a real ladies' man. Suddenly, Alaric realizes he's been ignoring a notification for a while. His noble bloodline skill just evolved. The sovereign asks what happened, and it turns out Alaric's perception abilities have literally doubled in power. Now the sovereign is truly curious, admitting that Alaric's bloodline seems way more interesting than he first thought. Alaric tries to dig for more info or some training, but the sovereign shuts it down, explaining that the system is a real stickler about keeping secrets. Apparently, ever since some minor god accidentally nuked an entire universe, the rules have been super strict. He's quick to clarify that it wasn't him who did it, though. Alaric just sighs, standard mysterious god behavior, right? They had a blast hanging out, but the sovereign knows it's time for the duo to get back to their quest. He admits the meeting actually gave him a lot to think about, praising Alaric because it's rare to find a human with that much raw ambition. Grinning, Alaric asks if he officially passed the audition. Is he finally a real grand alchemist of the Emerald Sovereign now? The god smiles and says yes, placing a firm hand on Alaric's shoulder one last time. He decides to give him a parting gift to help on the road, a small spark of divine karma. Suddenly, Alaric's entire body starts to glow with light. The sovereign thanks them for the company, and Alaric waves goodbye, genuinely having had a great time. He hopes their paths cross again soon. As they leave, the god realizes this kid's bloodline is terrifyingly powerful. He's definitely going to be keeping a close eye on him from now on. But first, he's got work to do. He's been sitting on the sidelines for way too long. It's finally time for the Emerald Sovereign to return to the world. The scout reported that it had only been a short while since they sent Lyra to track down Liam. Alistair froze. He hadn't seen her anywhere. A cold dread settled in his chest. He could only pray she hadn't vanished into the wild. When the group finally reached the outpost, the guards cheered. One young knight even asked how the new fortifications looked. No one answered. They just walked toward Alistair, their eyes heavy with a grief that spoke volumes. That's when it hit him. Lyra was missing. The men could only offer hollow apologies, claiming they didn't know what happened, only that she'd vanished within the shadow of the woods. Alistair's blood boiled. Lost, that was their pathetic excuse. They de-scoured the forest for hours. Not a footprint, not a broken branch. They were completely in the dark about her fate. Alistair couldn't take it. This had to be some kind of sick joke. It had to be. But the lead scout just shook his head. No joke. Lyra was gone, and there was nothing they could do to bring her back. The young lord finally broke, letting the weight of the loss wash over him. A week passed in a blur until a new report arrived regarding Liam. He'd struck again, another ambush at the mountain pass. The commander assumed it was Duke Haddon's border patrol that took the hit. His advisor confirmed the grim news. It was Haddon's men, and the Duke's own son had been slaughtered in the fray. This changed everything. It was a disaster, but the worst part, Liam had left a gruesome mark on the boy's head. A message from Earl Richard. A hello written in blood. Now it was only a matter of time before Haddon's knights came for vengeance. Strange arrows were found lodged in the outpost's perimeter, based on the craftsmanship. They weren't forged in their armory. It was obvious. Duke Haddon was hunting the man who had desecrated his son's body. Killing in war was one thing, but this was an insult. Protecting Liam was starting to feel like a death sentence for the whole camp. The Earl's assassin stood ready. One word, one nod from the Lord, and he would end the boy's life himself. He already had spies watching Liam's every move, but the Earl told him to stay in the shadows. He'd played this game before. The boy was talented, arrogant, sure, but a natural. If he could be broken, controlled. He'd be the perfect weapon for the crown. Without a word of protest, the assassin bowed to his master's will. Meanwhile, at the forge, they asked Liam if the armor-piercing arrows were ready. The boy wiped his brow and nodded. He was finally done. It took longer than he liked. He was still mastering the rhythm of the hammer and anvil. Lady Caroline noticed the grease and soot covering him. She rushed over, trying to wipe the dirt away with her silken sleeves. But he just shrugged her off. A little grime never hurt anyone. Master Miller chuckled in the back. That's the mark of a real worker. Caroline sighed. She wished he'd chosen a cleaner path, like tailoring or fine silk work. Even leather work would be better than this heat. But Liam, he loved the roar of the fire, and Miller was teaching him everything about the trade. Seeing his passion, Caroline could only tell him to be careful with the glowing steel. He gave her a polite smile and promised he would. But as they left, his expression went cold. This was getting annoying. It felt like Caroline thought she could control his every move. Honestly, if she weren't so damn beautiful, no one would put up with her constant nagging. Regardless, war was coming between Earl Richard and Duke Haddon. Liam just needed to survive the chaos, collect his blood money, and vanish from this god-forsaken kingdom. Miller broke his train of thought, asking for help moving some heavy crates of iron. Liam put on his eager apprentice face and jumped to help. Elsewhere, the newly forged arrows were being delivered to the knights. The delivery man wondered why Alistair hadn't come himself. A walk in the fresh air might have cleared the Lord's head. But Alistair refused to leave his tent. The messenger assumed it was Miller he was avoiding. He was wrong. The one person Alistair couldn't stand the sight of was Liam. Everyone knew Alistair suspected the boy was hiding the truth about Lyra's disappearance. He didn't buy the innocent apprentice act for a second. There was a secret buried there, and Julian, he wouldn't trust the boy as far as he could throw him. Silence fell over the tent, heavy and suffocating. Worried, the messenger asked when Alistair had last slept. Alistair snapped. He told the man to back off. He was fine. If you're not here to help, then get out. The man didn't flinch. He told Alistair that a little suspicion was healthy, and he wasn't saying the Lord was wrong. He let out a long, weary sigh. looking at how Alistair had been acting lately. It was obvious. He was stalking Liam like a predator, his gaze so intense it was starting to terrify the rest of the camp. They were all waiting for him to snap, and honestly, they weren't wrong to be afraid. The man stared at the heavy iron teeth of the mechanisms. Casper wasn't setting these for deer. These traps were built to catch something much more dangerous. Casper didn't blink. He knew the heart of this forest held nightmares that needed ending, and it was finally time for someone to start the hunt. Deep in the shadows, the young warrior continued his grind, pushing through an endless set of push-ups without a second of rest. Cecil broke the silence, asking if Jake was finally ready to move. No answer, just more training. Frustrated at being ignored, Cecil demanded to know just how long he'd been at this. Finally hitting his limit, Jake stood up and wiped the sweat away. "Only 30 minutes, he muttered, like it was nothing. He pulled up his status window, hoping for a massive jump. It wasn't the legendary growth he wanted, but for a month in this hellhole, he'd take it. Cecil shook his head. "Don't burn yourself out yet, kid. We've got a massive day ahead of us." Jake couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. They were finally leaving this God's forsaken cave. But Cecil shut that down fast, reminding him he still needed to brew that antidote. The poison was a ticking clock in his veins, spreading faster every second. One mistake now, and it would be his last. He had maybe 24 hours left to fix this. It was a gamble, but Jake's eyes were full of nothing but pure confidence. Back at the main stronghold, William was keeping his hands busy with mindless chores to stay occupied. Caroline interrupted his work with a status update. Richard's new armor was still on the anvil, but she hadn't come over just to talk shop. Her voice dropped to a whisper, warning him to stay far away from Hayden's territory from now on. William played it cool, asking if something was wrong, but he could feel the pressure rising. Things were getting intense. Richard had given the word. Hunting was fine, but the enemy camp was strictly off-limits. William nodded, giving his word he'd be careful. Caroline breathed a sigh of relief. At least William was listening. She tried the same talk with Casper, but the man was acting like a total brick wall. William just couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would anyone willingly go looking for a fight in enemy lands? Maybe it was the traps. Casper had been acting like he lived in another world lately. Caroline wondered just how many honor points the guy had stacked up by now. After a few more words, William looked her in the eye. "You can trust me on this," he promised. He swore he'd stay clear of the enemies, but the moment he stepped into the chief's quarters, his tone shifted. "So, did she buy it?" Caroline had played her part perfectly. Now, she was absolutely certain William would take the bait and follow Casper's trail. To Richard, the plan was brilliant. He hated being so cold-blooded, but those two had become a cancer to the stronghold's safety. In Richard's mind, William was a few steps behind everyone else, hardly a genius. And Casper, the guy looked ready to burn the whole world down. Caroline tried to defend him, saying he was just lost in his grief. Richard wasn't moved. He reminded her that Casper had vanished into the woods for days the second he heard Lyra was gone. He had scoured the forest like a madman, screaming her name into the void, hoping for any kind of sign. Then he saw them, creatures gathered by the riverbank around a body. It was Lyra. He tore through the monsters and collapsed at her side. The grief hit him like a physical blow. "Who did this to you?" he wailed, his heart completely shattered. He wanted it to be a dream, but the reality was right there. He looked closer at the wounds on her stomach and froze. Something wasn't right. Those weren't claw marks. Those were clean, surgical strikes from a dagger. His mind raced. Who would have done this? Just as the rage started to boil over, a voice whispered his name from the shadows. Casper spun around, demanding to know who was hiding in the trees. The voice called out once more, chilling him to the bone. The entity asked him the one thing a desperate man couldn't refuse. "Do you want her back?" Without a second thought, Casper said yes. He followed the sound into the darkness of a hidden dungeon. That was days ago, and everything changed in those depths. When Casper finally walked back into the stronghold, he was a different person. The air around him felt cold, and his comrades knew it instantly. Richard could see the darkness that had taken root in him. Now, trusting Casper was a risk he wasn't sure he could take. Caroline couldn't help but cry. He used to be a brother to them. This ordeal was a nightmare, but the end was finally in sight. Once they made it back to the kingdom, they could finally breathe again. She had to believe things would get better. If Casper took out William, maybe the old Casper would come back. Adam would be so relieved to have his best friend back to normal. That was the happily ever after they were all fighting for. They just had to lean on each other a little longer to make it home. Wiping the tears from her face, Caroline prayed they could leave this cursed forest behind for good. Richard just watched her, thinking about how blind love can make someone. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Casper sat in a deathly silent meditation. A twig snapped, movement in the brush. Just as he planned, the man he was waiting for was almost here. William walked out with a friendly wave, putting on his best polite act for the chance meeting. He tried to act surprised, claiming he knew he was expected. Casper didn't even look up. "You're right on time," he whispered. A single look passed between them. They both knew it. This clash, it was absolutely inevitable. Lady Carolina warned him to stay back, but with the sheer hatred burning between these two, a showdown was the only way out. William played it cool, acting like he had no idea why they were even fighting. That just made Casper's blood boil even more. He knew the truth. William was the one behind every single thing that happened to Lyra. William didn't even deny it. To him, it didn't matter. Casper was just a weakling who hadn't earned his keep in the training ranks. Hearing that pushed Casper over the edge. His mind flashed back to the very first day he met his friend. He'd been so shy back then, but she loved his name, saying it reminded her of an old story she once knew. Casper always thought his name was ridiculous, but Lyra wouldn't hear it. She thought it was the cutest thing ever. That was how she stole his heart. Within a single week, the two of them were practically inseparable. Then came the day she asked if he'd ever take her out. It caught him completely off guard. She apologized immediately, worried she sounded foolish, but she just found him fascinating. To her relief, the boy smiled and told her he'd love to go out with her. He started to ramble, worried she'd misunderstood him, until she silenced him with a kiss on the cheek. And now, he was absolutely shattered. He'd lost the one person he loved. William just mocked him, saying emotions had rotted Casper's ability to think straight. Casper's rage hit a breaking point. Losing her meant losing his entire world. Now, he wanted blood. William just shrugged, stating that killing him wouldn't bring the girl back to life anyway. William didn't get it, but Casper didn't care. Love was way too complex for a heartless snake like him to ever understand. William felt the sting of that insult. Casper's plan to rattle him was actually working. Casper knew William's greatest flaw. He looked down on everyone's feelings. William snapped, saying his patience was officially gone. If Casper didn't back down right now, he was going to regret it. But threats only work if you're afraid to die. Casper wasn't. Seeing that, William decided to end his life right then and there. A hail of daggers flew through the air, but Casper was ready, blocking every single one with his spear. William was stunned. Since when was the boy this fast? Before he could think, Casper was already moving to strike back. Casper hurled a dagger of his own, but the blade whistled past William's face, missing by a mile. William started to smirk, calling the move pathetic, until Casper revealed he wasn't even aiming at him. The blade sliced a hidden rope, triggering a massive trap of arrows. William barely managed to deflect them with the last of his steel. While William was busy trying not to get turned into a pincushion, Casper lunged for the kill, but William's reflexes were still sharp enough to dodge the lethal strikes. But Casper forced him back, right into a massive snare. William had to burn his mana just to rip his foot free. In that split second of panic, Casper's spear came inches from his throat. Still, William managed to twist away just in time. A shallow cut opened on his cheek. William scrambled back to catch his breath, seeing that Casper was starting to tire out. William let out a cold laugh. Not bad, he admitted, wiping the blood from his face. Time to get serious. He unleashed his magic, summoning a massive swarm of glowing daggers in the air. Casper wasn't the only one who came prepared. William didn't believe the boy could survive a barrage like this. But then something weird happened. Casper looked up, and he was actually smiling. He spoke of a mysterious man he'd met deep in a dungeon, a man who offered him a deal when his grief was at its darkest. Casper just stood there, arms wide open. As the daggers closed in, they simply dropped. William was absolutely floored. The deal was simple. Casper would receive massive power, and that power, it was fueled entirely by his own raw emotions. Dark energy swirled around his arms. It was the crushing weight of the resentment of those who had fallen. William couldn't wrap his head around it. This shouldn't be possible. He backed away in pure terror, stumbling over a stray rock. Utterly terrified, he started begging for his life, promising he'd leave the camp and never come back. But Casper just looked at him. Killing him wasn't the point. William was just meant to be a witness. Then, the power began to fuse with his body. He actually apologized for the fight being so completely unnecessary. But after what William had done to Lyra, he needed to land at least one real hit before he left. William had no idea what that meant. Casper bid him a final, cold farewell, wishing they'd never cross paths again. Then, a monstrous sphere of black energy erupted. Just like that, it vanished, gone from the center of the clearing in a heartbeat. Sir William stood there, frozen and completely alone. Seconds ticked by, while elsewhere. Dark magic was at work, a forbidden ritual. Sebastian appeared right in the center of the glowing circle, a wicked grin on his face. "It is finished," he whispered. A hollow, mysterious voice echoed through the chamber, praising his twisted success. The ritual was messy, sure, but the master, he was more than pleased with the result. Then a skeletal hand reached out from the darkness. "Rise, boy," it hissed. It was time. Time for him to claim his place in the afterlife. William, he was still reeling, total disbelief. It didn't make any sense. The boy he'd actually ended it all, his own life, gone. But damn, that enchantment Sebastian used. Pure brilliance, terrifying but brilliant. Power fueled by nothing but raw, unfiltered emotion. William didn't want to know the dark cost, but he knew one thing for sure. He needed that power. He had to have it for himself. Meanwhile, Arthur was running out of time. The venom was eating him alive. He sat in deep meditation while Cedric watched, his heart sinking as the situation turned south. Cedric could barely even look at his friend anymore. Arthur was clearly in agony, every muscle in his body straining against the poison's bite. If it were him, honestly, Cedric wasn't sure he could handle that kind of terror, not a chance. Even with his eyes shut tight, Arthur spoke up. "Stop staring," he grumbled. Cedric jumped. How the hell did Arthur know that without even looking? The bloodline, it was working. Even blind, he could sense every shift in the air. Cedric just sighed. "I'm worried, okay." It felt like he was the only one stressing about the clock. He needed to know, how much longer was Arthur just going to sit there like a statue? The boy didn't budge. "I'll stay like this until I'm ready," he said. Cedric wasn't having it. "You should be practicing, not sitting around." Less than 1 hour left. That was it. Back at the Royal Academy, students would be losing their minds before a final exam right about now. But he'd learned a long time ago, when the stakes are this high, panicking is a death sentence. The best thing to do is relax. It's like drawing a bow. The very first step, you take a breath, deep, steady, and calm. Then you set your body. You let all the distractions fade away until the perfect moment finally arrives. Only then do you let the arrow fly. Cedric asked if he'd tried saying a prayer, though he already knew the answer. Arthur wasn't exactly the religious type. He figured it was a joke. I mean, they literally met a god last week. But Arthur didn't see it that way, even with a divine blessing sitting in his status. Cedric was dying to know what that blessing actually did for him. Turns out, it was a massive stat boost that saved his skin during alchemy sessions. But Arthur knew the scaled lord. Prayer would just get him ignored. A complete waste of breath, really. Still, he started a prayer anyway. "Listen, serpent, if I die, I'm haunting you forever." Cedric's blood ran cold. The tone of those words was absolutely terrifying. He got so worked up he started hitting Arthur. "Are you trying to get us killed? The Scaled Lord might as well end us right now." Arthur just grinned, a wide, crazy smirk. "He liked that," he whispered. Somehow he could feel the god's amusement, like a twisted bit of encouragement. Then his body seized up, trembling. Then came the coughing, violent and wet. Cedric's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Maybe the boy was wrong. Maybe that wasn't a sign from a god. Maybe it was just the end. Arthur looked at the black filth in his hands from the cough. It looked grim. He stood up, shaky but determined. "Don't worry, Cedric." This wasn't how his story ended. Not by a long shot. Not after every monster and madman he'd already cut down to get here. He'd bled. He'd broken bones. He'd even had to say goodbye to brothers in arms along the way. If he gave up now, all that sacrifice would be for nothing. He looked at Cedric, eyes burning. "Come on, we've got work to do." He grabbed his tools, rare mushrooms, fresh blood, and ancient moss. He began to grind and mix with frantic, desperate precision. The process was grueling, a race against the clock, but he couldn't afford a single slip-up. He stayed locked in. Cedric scrambled to bring him more ingredients for the antidote, his hands shaking as the seconds melted away. Arthur adjusted his posture, fighting the fatigue. The cauldron started to bubble. Good. That meant the process was actually working. Next step, the mana infusion, slow and steady. He poured his very essence into the brew, pushing toward the next stage. Ding, the system pinged. Antidote crafted successfully. Cedric hovered, desperate. Will it work? Arthur wasn't sure. The potion was wild and unstable. It would lose its form in mere minutes. He wasn't certain of anything. He had only a tiny window of time to see if this cure would actually save him. On top of that, the challenge timer was screaming. 0 hour. With no other choice left, he prepared to drink the concoction. Arthur downed the entire bowl in one go. It was harder than he'd imagined. The stuff tasted like pure, concentrated bitterness. He finished the last drop. Cedric leaned in, anxious. Well, how do you feel? Arthur just stared. Honestly, I don't feel any different. Then the timer hit 0. Time was up, and suddenly, agony, an intense, searing pain began to rip through his entire body. Cedric watched in absolute horror. Meanwhile, Arthur felt the pain coursing through his veins like liquid fire. It was starting. The poison was surging, ripping through his veins like liquid fire. Every breath felt like inhaling shards of glass. It was over. He could feel the toxin claiming his limbs, turning his strength into nothing more than a fading memory. He hacked up thick, crimson blood that looked like dark wine. If that filth reached his heart, game over. One more step, and he was a dead man. Panicking, Cedric scrambled toward the cabinet, desperate to find a healing elixir. Alistair's mind raced through the darkness. Where did he stumble? What part of the ritual did he butcher? He'd followed every ancient instruction to the letter. Yet here he was, feeling his heart being devoured by the shadow. His legs gave out. Blackness crept into the edges of his vision as he hit the stone floor, hearing Cedric's frantic voice begging him not to let go. His pulse slowed to a crawl. In the gray space between life and death, the legendary Sir Arthur appeared before him. The knight looked him dead in the eye. Is this where you quit? Alistair's spirit flared. Not a chance. He hadn't fought this hard just to die in the dirt. He gritted his teeth, ready to wage war against the venom in his blood. And in this fight, there was only going to be one winner. Alistair surged back to his feet, his heart pounding with a sudden, roaring vitality. Cedric came sliding across the floor, arms overflowing with healing vials and pure panic. Our boy was awake, but man, he was hurting. Even Cedric couldn't believe what he was seeing, a total miracle. Gasping for air, Alistair could feel the counter-remedy finally taking hold of his system. The black veins on his skin began to fade. He'd done it. The trial was over, and he was still breathing. They actually pulled it off. As they celebrated their win, the Serpent Lord watched from the shadows, seeing everything. The brew wasn't quite perfect. But Alistair's raw willpower and sheer stubbornness had bridged the gap. It was his own grit that saved his life. The Serpent Lord knew then, betting on this kid was the right call. Then, ping, the system chimed in with a job well done. But they had to move fast. The catacombs were shutting down in a few hours. Time to pack up. Alistair didn't have much, but Cedric insisted he had his own little horde to gather. Alistair just assumed they were a team now. Cedric was stunned. Did Alistair really want a little demon like him around? "I'm not leaving you in this rotting hole," Alistair said. Absolute hero move. Cedric was speechless. They'd been through hell together, and now they were true brothers in arms. It hit the little guy right in the feels. Alistair couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the tough little spirit start to blubber like a baby. But the moment didn't last long. Suddenly, a massive wave of system alerts started blowing up his vision. The loot was pouring in. It was so much info at once, he could barely keep his head from spinning. 4 points to every stat, 4 more for vitality, a set of enchanted boots, and even more inventory space. Jackpot. Cedric asked the big question, "How do you feel?" Alistair's answer, "Like a god." Finally, his blades were back in his hands. It had been a full month, and Cedric joked he might be a little out of practice. Maybe, but Alistair was more worried about his actual rank. His alchemy was top tier now, but he was still just a level 9 marksman. In a place like the Great Forest, he had some serious grinding to do. Cedric felt a bit useless. No levels, no stats, just vibes. Alistair offered to tuck him back into the enchanted necklace if things got hairy, but Cedric shut that down. 1,000 years inside was enough. No going back. After a long trek through the dark, they finally saw the light of the exit. "Ready for some real air?" Alistair asked, and just like that, they were finally out. The world outside was stunning, way better than that damp hole. Then, Alistair spotted a massive draken beast lurking nearby. Didn't take long for the local welcoming committee to show up, and they weren't friendly. A minute of peace would have been nice, but Alistair grinned. The timing, honestly, it was perfect. Perfect chance to test his new power. These scaly monsters were leveled between 17 and 24. 4 against 1, all higher level than him. Danger level, moderate, he could take them. The beasts lunged, looking for a snack. Alistair's plan was simple, split them up and rain arrows from afar. He moved like a shadow, letting fly a volley of deadly shafts. 2 of the lead monsters hit the dirt instantly. Dead before they hit the ground. Cedric shouted a warning. The others were closing in fast from the rear. One was right on his heels. Alistair barely sidestepped the snap of its jaws. This thing was fast. He frowned. Was he getting sluggish, or had that month away from the blade really dulled his edge? Cedric was in a total state of panic. He was seconds away from becoming nothing more than a midnight snack for the beast. But then, an opening. The creature suddenly halted its charge, giving Arthur the split second he needed to draw his steel. The monster's hunger shifted instantly. It locked eyes with Arthur, who barely had his blade cleared from its scabbard. Pure reflexes. He threw himself to the side, narrowly dodging certain death, and managed to land a brutal slashing strike in return. That was all it took. The beast let out a final, agonizing shriek before collapsing into a heap on the blood-soaked grass. Only one left, but just as Arthur prepared to finish it, his sixth sense flared. Something was very, very wrong. Shadows moved in the distance. A whole pack of drakes had been watching from the tree line, and now they were coming out to play. Maybe this was fate's way of testing him, a trial by fire to see how far his skills had evolved, and Arthur, he wasn't about to fail. The drakes lunged with terrifying speed, claws bared, but Arthur's resolve, that was on a whole different level. Time to show them who the real predator was. Moving like a literal blur, he cut down 3 of the beasts before they even realized they were dead. This was only the beginning. He wouldn't stop until he sat at the very top, until he was the strongest warrior in the kingdom. One beast tried to get clever, lunging for his back. Big mistake. After surviving the Forbidden Vaults, a low-level creature like this was 0 threat to him. It was a complete slaughter. Arthur moved like a whirlwind of steel, leaving the remaining pack hesitant and trembling in fear. They stopped. Fine. Arthur didn't. He flipped the script and charged at them like a starving wolf. Blade leveled, eyes cold. He let out a primal, bone-chilling roar as the sheer intensity of the battle took over. Up on a nearby boulder, Cedric was doing his best not to get eaten. Then, thwip, the sound of arrows cutting through the air changed everything. A stray drake took a shaft right through the neck. It hit the dirt hard, gasping for air, completely finished. Just like that, the chaos died down. The clearing was silent, littered with the bodies of the fallen monsters. Danger over. Cedric let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, thinking maybe staying in the labyrinth would have been safer. Arthur wiped his blade. It was a hell of a fight, tougher than he thought, but he knew he'd only get sharper from here on out. Cedric just wanted to avoid being monster food. But then, something caught them both completely off guard. The prestige points were rolling in. For his performance in the fray, he hit level 13 in the Archer path, gaining 4 new attribute points to spend. Talk about insane progress. He figured the massive experience boost came from taking down high-tier threats. Cedric just shook his head, knowing Arthur would soon surpass every knight in the realm. He'd even unlocked a new art, Power Shot. The longer he held the draw, the more devastating the impact of the arrow. It's the ultimate sniper tool. The longer the tension, the bigger the holes he'd be punching through his targets. And here's the kicker. It's the perfect delivery system for his alchemy. Think poisoned arrows with extreme range. That combo, absolutely lethal. But before he could celebrate, his perception spiked again, pulling his focus away. Cedric saw the look on his friend's face. Arthur wasn't just distracted. He was locked onto something far away. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Something miles away, possessing power that felt overwhelming. Cedric's advice? Let's run the other way. But Arthur just gripped his bow. No matter how strong it was, he wanted that fight. Meanwhile, over at Lord Richard's camp, Lady Alina was lost in thought while brushing her hair. Alistair stepped into the room, his voice heavy with worry. Any word on Caspian yet? Nothing. The scouts hadn't reported back, though Lord Richard was planning to send a heavy retrieval squad by sunrise. You could see the heartbreak in Alistair's eyes. Alina moved closer, offering a soft word of comfort, promising him that things would work out. But the tension was thick. Everyone knew Caspian had gone out hunting for William, and now, both of them had vanished without a trace. Alistair looked at her, desperate for a lead. Did William say anything to you before he left? She lied. A flat no followed by a warm embrace, but beneath her calm exterior, the anxiety was eating her alive. Switch gears. Inside a cold, stone office, an inquisitor looked across the desk. So, William, why are you really here? It was a royal mandate. Therapy as a sentence. The official wanted to know if the boy even understood why he was being judged. The report was grim, 0 empathy, high potential for violence. Is there anything else we should know? The inquisitor asked. Cold silence. The memory was a year old now. 1 year since William had taken his own brother's life. Go back further. A year ago, his father had asked him if he was ready to meet his new sibling. William didn't even look up from his magic scroll. Sure, I guess. His father sighed, wanting more. It had been a long, brutal labor, and the family needed to be there to support his mother. Then the Meister walked in, his face pale. He needed a private word with the father, right now. Complications. The birth had gone wrong. Everyone was alive for now but the new baby. He was under heavy watch and the future looked dark. William's eyes were like ice. His brother was barely a day old, and already the kid was a total disaster for his future. He stared down at the infant, so weak, so pathetic. Years flew by. One morning, his mother asked him to head down to the gates to collect the Daily Herald. He stepped out into the crisp air to meet the couriers. Just another morning, or so he thought, until he started sorting through the parchment. One heavy envelope caught his eye immediately. It was the seal of the Royal Academy, the elite school he'd been dreaming of attending. He rushed back inside, heart pounding with pure joy, shouting that he'd been accepted. But his parents, They just stared at him, confused. That's when he told them. This wasn't just any school, it was the most prestigious university in the entire kingdom. He'd chosen it for its high-level magic curriculum, even though he doubted his own talent. Then came the blow. William is the tuition. Expensive. He didn't have the exact number, but it didn't matter. The truth was, they were broke. There was no way they could afford a noble's education right now. William tried to explain. This was a once-in-a-lifetime shot at one of the greatest institutions in the world. They said they were proud, sure, but with a sick younger brother, there was no gold left for him. William felt his world shatter. He walked over to the baby's cradle. The kid was a wreck, chronic illness, barely clinging to life. To William, this wasn't a human being. It was a mistake. A child who couldn't even breathe on its own was stealing his entire life away. In his mind, that baby was nothing more than a heavy chain around his parents' necks. Time to cut the chain. "Do us all a favor," he whispered, and then click. He switched off the magical device keeping the baby alive. Total silence, then gasping. The tiny child struggled, lungs burning, unable to catch a single breath. It didn't take long. Everything went quiet. His parents burst into the room, screaming, absolutely horrified by what William had done. His mother shoved him aside, desperate to reach the child. But William, he stood there thinking he'd just solved their financial ruin. Pure panic. The room felt cold. The baby had stopped breathing entirely. William thought their crying was pointless. The kid was a ruinous weight. His father grabbed him, eyes full of murderous rage, unable to fathom why he'd do this. William didn't flinch. He told them again, he only did it to save the family. Fast forward a year. He's in a dungeon. Cold stone and iron bars. He gives his name to the guard like it's just another day. They fed him tonics to keep the madness at bay. Daily doses that turned his brain to mush and made thinking straight almost impossible. Days, months, he'd lost count. He didn't even remember why he was still rotting in that hole. And the worst part, his parents, they'd abandoned him, left him there to die. His mind finally snapped. Darkness took over. But then ping, a glowing system screen appeared. Transmigration initiated. He had no idea what it meant. 1 second a cell, the next. He's in the middle of a massive forest. He had to get back to the camp, but he'd played his part perfectly. Nobody knew his true nature. The only man who'd seen through him was gone. Now, William wanted to know, what was this strange power in his veins? He needed it, all of it, but first he had to heal. Lord Jasper hadn't meant to kill him, but that blast of raw energy had nearly shredded his soul. William's throat felt like sandpaper. He was dying of thirst. Water, he needed water now or he was going to collapse. Then he saw it, a massive lake. Finally, he thought, some luck. Wait, he wasn't alone. He ducked behind a jagged rock watching a shadow approach. That silhouette, it looked familiar. He definitely knew this guy. Moments earlier, Arthur was over by the blast site, checking the charred earth for mana signatures. The place looked like a dragon had sneezed fire. Absolute, total devastation. Whoever caused this had to be close. If he moved fast, he'd catch them before the trail went cold. 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕, the spirit in his necklace, wished him luck before vanishing back into the gem. Arthur was ready to hunt, but the spirit wasn't exactly thrilled about dying on its first day out of the cave. Arthur just told him to stop whining. A bit later, Arthur got bored of the chatter. He tapped the necklace and stored the creature back inside its tiny prison. Silence at last. Well, mostly. 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕 claimed he could still hear everything from inside the jewel. Arthur smirked. "I know," he lied. He stepped up to the water's edge, cupping his hands for a drink. "Hey, little demon," Arthur whispered to the necklace. "Can you feel anyone nearby? Because someone's definitely hiding behind that rock." But the spirit couldn't sense a thing. Its vision was limited to whatever the necklace was pointed at. Could it be the guy who caused the explosion? 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕 doubted it. Arthur agreed. This person had some weight to them, but they weren't that asterisk dangerous. Time to play dumb. He couldn't let anyone know about his magical stash. He called out into the trees, and behind the rock, William froze. He'd been spotted. The young traveler stepped out of the shadows, mentioning it had been quite a long time since he'd crossed paths with another soul in these woods. Jake played it cool, explaining he'd just emerged from a nearby cavern to scout the region, while William stood there thinking he'd gotten lucky, assuming he hadn't been recognized. Perhaps a certain noble named Richard had hogged all the spotlight in the past. The two exchanged a handshake, and Jake asked if there were any settlements or camps close by. William pointed out there were actually a few scattered around, offering to lead the way to his own. Jake played along, acting intrigued to find out the land wasn't as empty as it looked. Jake pressed for names, who was running things. William explained the territory was split between two lords, Richard and Hayden, and right now, they were locked in a brutal civil war. Jake just sighed, frustrated to hear that they didn't just have to survive the monsters crawling in the dark, but they also had to watch their backs for other people. William promised he knew the safe paths and could get him to Lord Richard's stronghold without a scratch. Jake nodded, agreeing to the trek. This was the perfect chance to scout the camp and see if any familiar faces from his past were hiding among the ranks. So the journey began. As they walked toward the camp, William felt a prickle of annoyance. He realized he hadn't even bothered to get the kid's name yet. Then again, Jake hadn't offered it. But thanks to his sharp senses, Jake already knew his guide was a summoned knight sitting at level 24. Trust, 0. Jake didn't trust this man for a second, but he was confident that if William tried anything funny, he was more than ready to react. William kept rambling about a blacksmith named Smith who forged their steel, but Jake cut in, asking if a man named Adam was stationed at the camp. No answer. Suddenly, William tensed up and became deathly alert, acting like he'd sensed some invisible danger lurking in the brush nearby. But Jake's skills were on another level. He could tell with absolute certainty that there wasn't a single threat in the area. William lied through his teeth, claiming his monosight revealed a deadly hidden trap waiting for them just a few paces ahead. Unsure of the play, Jake decided to act cautiously. Seeing the bow on Jake's back, William suggested the archer should creep ahead to scout for anything unusual. The plan was for William to stay back and provide cover if things got messy. The acting was so cringe it was hard for Jake to keep a straight face, but he went with it anyway, telling William he was putting his life in his hands. In his head, William was already celebrating, certain that this was the same brat who'd ambushed poor Nicholas. And showing his true, despicable colors, he drew his blades to strike Jake from behind. But Jake felt the daggers coming long before they arrived. In a heartbeat, he spun around, raising his bow and batting away every single blade like they were nothing more than flies. Only an idiot would fall for a setup that amateur. William just sneered, saying this whole world was full of fools and Jake was about to be the next corpse. But Jake didn't stay to chat. He bolted into the thick of the forest. William panicked. He couldn't let an archer get enough range to make his daggers useless. He stayed right on his target's heels, pushing hard to make sure Jake had zero room to breathe or escape. After a few missed throws, he realized Jake was as slippery as an eel, but he figured the kid couldn't run forever. Suddenly, pain. William was caught completely off guard as a blade ripped deep across his abdomen, wondering why the hell his prey had stopped running. Jake knew exactly what the guy was thinking. He'd assumed a bowman always needed distance to be a threat. Thinking Jake was just a one-trick pony. Big mistake. Jake was holding a specialized dagger he'd looted from a dungeon, and he knew how to use it. The wound was fatal, and his victim would bleed out soon enough, but Jake decided he could put the man out of his misery even sooner. Despair hit William like a ton of bricks. Realizing he was dying, he gripped his staff and forced himself to use the trump card he'd been saving for Richard. He unleashed an ability called Shining Steel, and for a moment, even Jake was caught off guard by the sudden flare. A massive surge of white-hot energy began to condense. To understand this, we have to go back exactly 1 week, when William first went to talk to Richard. He was running dangerously low on mana potions, and was finding it impossible to keep up the hunt. But with the war between the factions heating up, there were no easy answers. The boy had tried to beg for a few drops from Richard's personal stash. Richard was firm. He told him flat out, if the boy needed handouts, he should find someone else to pity him. He dismissed him like trash, claiming he had more important matters to deal with. William acted heartbroken, but the truth was, the rejection was just more fuel for his fire. Later that same day, while out in the wilds, that resentment turned into a cold, growing rage toward Richard. He started plotting to steal every last potion in the camp, unable to wait for the day he'd finally be rid of all those people. All he needed was a bit more firepower and the right opening. And after defeating a powerful creature, the system finally granted him exactly what he needed. That new skill was terrifying. It unleashed a blast of intense light and metal fragments, dealing damage based on how much mana he poured into it. With that newfound destructive power at his fingertips, William felt unstoppable, and he aimed that malice directly at Jake. A small, metallic-looking sphere flickered into existence, and instantly, Jake's survival instincts screamed at him to get the hell away from it. It didn't take long. The sphere detonated with a violent roar, releasing a flash so bright it forced Jake to shield his eyes. Vision compromised and blinded by the light, Jake tried to retreat blindly into the darkness. The force of the explosion was savage. Countless metal fragments scattered like lethal hail, and several of them buried themselves deep into the boy's body. Boom, the force of that blow sent Julian tumbling backward. His cuts looked shallow enough, but deep down, he had zero clue what kind of dark magic had just hit him. Even with his elite night training, his reflexes were almost too slow. But there was no time to analyze it. He had to move, and move now. The kid was still a massive threat. Seizing the opening, Silas turned tail and sprinted into the shadows of the forest as fast as his legs could carry him. Julian knew he couldn't let that rat crawl away, not after what happened. But his own body was failing him. The damage was deeper than it looked, slowing his pursuit. Suddenly, his enchanted amulet flared with a blinding light. Alaric's voice echoed out, checking if he was still in one piece, and Julian grunted. He'd braced the worst of it, protecting his vitals just in time. Honestly, it was probably for the best to just let the brat run for now. Trying to fight in this state would be pure suicide. Julian cursed himself, feeling like a complete amateur for letting his guard slip like that. Rule number 1, never underestimate the enemy. He knew that, yet he still got played. He stared at the massive crater, wondering if Silas actually caused it, but he couldn't be certain. Being stuck in that grotto for so long had left him in the dark. He had no real clue how much the other survivors' powers had evolved while he was away. If that kid was just the average fighter around here, then Julian was in for a world of hurt. Things were about to get very complicated, very fast. Alaric urged them to find a new dungeon to lay low in, but Julian wasn't having it. No more hiding. It was finally time for him to grow stronger and ascend. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, the village women were gossiping over their work. Those leather gauntlets, masterfully crafted, they were designed specifically to dull the sting of battle and withstand extreme pain. He had been pushing himself to the breaking point lately, and she just wanted to surprise him with a gift he would actually appreciate. A friend teased that they looked like a perfect match. Seeing them together brought back bittersweet memories of the day she first met her own husband. She tried to stay positive, though no one knew what was happening back home. Maybe her husband was out there in another trial, holding his own and progressing too. For all she knew, the other trials were actually a walk in the park, compared to this nightmare they were living through. Maybe he wasn't fighting for his life against monsters every day. She thanked Alina for the kind words, but deep down, she just wanted to see his face one more time. 30 days to go, just 1 month. But the body count was rising fast, and the number of survivors had already plummeted. Alina clung to the hope that they would all return to their normal lives eventually. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, frantically asking if Alina was there. The messenger looked pale. He had been sent on direct orders. This was an absolute emergency, and he didn't pull any punches. Lord Cedric needed her help right now. Alina hurried after him, wondering if the situation really warranted all this panic and commotion. There, sprawled on a cot, was Silas. He was a bloody mess, and nobody had a single clue who or what had done this to him. They found him half dead, lost in the woods. The boy was on the brink of death. Rumors were already flying that one of Baron Thorne's ruthless knights had finally caught up to him. She dismissed the messenger with a quick nod for his service, then barked an order for him to bring a bucket of fresh water immediately. As the door shut, leaving them with the broken boy, Lord Cedric demanded to know the damage. Alina just shook her head. Honestly, she had no idea how the kid was even breathing. He asked point blank, "Can you save him?" After all, she was the most gifted healer in this entire cursed trial. Alina could try, sure, but she looked Cedric in the eye, reminding him of their secret plans. She asked if saving this boy was truly what he wanted. Cedric struggled with the thought of just letting a kid die. Alina sighed, confirming the worst. The poisoning in his blood was incredibly severe. There were no guarantees she could do anything at all. Besides, Silas had been a constant thorn in their side for a long time now. It was an opportunity, one they could take advantage of. Cedric usually gave Alina a lot of freedom because she had proven to be his most loyal soldier. But at the end of the day, he was the one in charge here. He gave the order, heal him, and he expected her to do exactly as she was told. With no choice but to obey the Lord's command, she decided she would at least try to do something for him. Alina pressed her palms to Silas's chest and began channeling the light. Immediately, she felt it. The internal damage was a total nightmare, way worse than she had imagined. But slowly, bit by bit, the boy actually seemed to be recovering. Cedric watched in silence, still having no idea what kind of monster could have caused this. He suspected Malachi's dark arts, but Alina shut that down. Malachi deals in curses and shadows. What they were looking at here was pure, concentrated poisoning. A beast might have bitten him, sure, but that jagged cut on his stomach, that was definitely made by a sharpened steel blade. They started considering a targeted ambush, but they had never seen Baron Thorne use a poison this powerful before. It was possible a new player had entered the game. If that was the case, things were about to get a whole lot messier for everyone. Over in the outpost, Arthur was hauling the heavy fabrics Martha had requested. She gave him a wide, grateful smile, thanking him for all the hard work. He noticed a crowd gathering outside the infirmary and asked what the fuss was. She told him she'd seen a scout frantically looking for Alina, claiming it was a life-or-death emergency. Arthur's heart sank. He immediately feared that something terrible had happened to one of the hunting teams out in the wilds. But the woman said nobody was sure yet, only that they'd seen Silas being carried inside. Hearing that name, Arthur was completely caught off guard. Outside the tent, Lord Cedric was busy shoving back the nosy onlookers, trying to keep the chaos under control. Meanwhile, Arthur managed to catch up to Alina and asked what was going on. She explained she was on her way to meet him before this emergency took over everything. Silas was likely going to recover. She decided to leave him in his private cabin. The boy was definitely going to need some space when he finally woke up. Lord Adam pledged his sword if she needed it, promising to do whatever it took. Lady Caroline just brushed him off. "We'll speak later," she said, ending the talk right there. Adam backed down, but his mind was racing. If William had really walked into a trap, they needed to find Casper's location immediately. Every passing second felt like the strings of control were snapping between his fingers. Still, he gripped onto hope like a lifeline. Suddenly, a memory from his past life, back on Earth, surfaced. A cold therapy room. It was a surreal feeling. The therapist was fishing for an answer, but the boy, he couldn't even remember the question they were discussing. His mother's eyes said it all. To her, it felt like she had already lost both of her sons to the darkness. The therapist asked for his feelings, but being compared to that feeble child, it felt like a total betrayal. He was insulted to his core. Silence stretched in the room. The doctor just sat there, eyes locked on him, waiting for any kind of response. So he played the part. He faked a look of pure regret while feeling absolutely nothing inside. He just wanted out of that room. Back in the present, Richard leaned in. Is the medicine actually working? William's eyes fluttered open, but the face staring back at him, that wasn't his father, not even close. His mind was a mess. Dreams and reality collided. He saw the therapist again, but this time, she was talking about trial points. She asked about the other thing they had talked about, but William was lost, completely and utterly confused by what was happening. She wouldn't let it go. She insisted they'd already covered it, the one thing that was missing. Then that familiar cold dread crept in. The therapist's voice turned mocking, reminding him of his own pathetic, soul-crushing weakness. A broken boy, incompetent, unworthy of true power. William stared at the twisted, grotesque figure before him in total shock. Then he saw him, the archer, the man who'd put steel in his gut. Pure terror flooded his veins the moment he saw that face. Just the memory of that marksman made his heart skip a beat. There was no escaping the fear that gripped his chest. Everywhere he looked, they were smiling, laughing at his failure. It was a suffocating descent into pure despair. Gasp, he bolted upright, lungs burning. He checked his hands, realizing it was all just a nightmare. He was finally awake. But the nightmare wasn't quite over. Richard and Caroline were standing right there, waiting for him to wake up for a very serious talk. He slumped back on the cot, drenched in sweat and shaking. Caroline stepped closer, gently asking how he was feeling. "I'm fine," he managed, though he had no clue how he got there. A scout had found him passed out in the great forest. Another hour out there, and he'd be a corpse. He tried to claim he was just looking for Casper, but his voice wavered. Richard didn't buy it, not for a second. He knew the boy went there for a fight, and he wanted the truth about what went down. Our boy William, not as slick as he thought. He realized his secret mission was basically written on his forehead for everyone to see. Sure, he had the raw power, but he was a rookie. Zero experience, zero subtlety. He was basically a bull in a china shop. William clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. Richard just smiled. He knew this lone wolf type all too well. A talented kid with massive potential. And Richard, he was very, very interested in what that potential could do for his house. William squinted, his voice laced with suspicion. "And how exactly did you reach that conclusion about me?" Turns out, Richard saw it the moment they met in the woods. Those weren't the eyes of a boy, they were the eyes of a living weapon. William assumed he just wanted another mindless soldier. He signaled with a sharp hand gesture. He wasn't interested in being a pawn. But Richard was thinking bigger. He didn't want a common grunt. He wanted William for his elite inner circle. "Think of it as a partnership," he proposed. He and Caroline would back him up, a real deal. William narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. "What's stopping me from just ending you both right here and now?" Cold logic. Killing Richard meant trial points and a level up, but a partnership? That was the long game, much more valuable. A smirk tugged at William's lips. Finally, he had found someone who actually recognized his true worth as a fighter. The two shook hands, sealing a very shady pact, the beginning of a partnership built on secrets. Richard and Caroline turned to leave, telling him to rest up. But William didn't like it. Being left alone without eyes on him felt wrong. "We're partners now," he reminded them. "That means I'm free to do as I please. And once I'm back on my feet, we're going to talk about who exactly ambushed me in those woods." He knew this deal brought benefits, but he still couldn't believe it. Outside, the duo shared a look. Everything was going exactly to plan. Richard chuckled, boasting about his skill at reading. Complicated, young men who think they're geniuses. Feed them the right lines, stroke their ego, and they're yours. Easy manipulation at its finest. Just an hour ago, they were debating how to handle him. Caroline's vote, to just get rid of him permanently. But Richard saw other ways to use him. At first, Caroline was actually curious, but the boy's arrogance was just through the roof. William walked around like he owned the entire kingdom, thinking he was untouchable. One brutal beating later. Yeah, that confidence is in absolute shambles. She hoped he'd finally matured, but Richard knew better. That ego would definitely come crawling back sooner or later. The moment he wakes up, That's the sweet spot. He'll be vulnerable, easy to mold, and perfectly susceptible to their manipulation. They just had to stroke his ego, feeding him shallow praise until he lowered his guard. Then, they'd have themselves a loyal little puppet. Caroline was still worried about a knife in the back. Luckily, Richard had a secret ace up his sleeve, a very special talent. She was dying to know what it was. Richard just smiled, explaining he'd unlocked this new power only a few weeks back. It was a reward from the divine decree. The mission: force the survivors together and crush any rival who dared stand in his path. And let me tell you, the reward he got for it was a total game changer. He could literally detect disloyalty, smelling treason before it even happened. Caroline panicked instantly, wondering what the system said about her. Richard played it cool, assuring her she'd been his rock since day one. He'd never once doubted her loyalty, not for a second. While she was worrying, Richard had already been playing William like a fiddle for quite a while now. He'd been using the boy as a personal hatchet man to purge the unfaithful from their camp. It was all about keeping control. That's what a true leader does. But outside, Caroline was still curious. What did the talent say about William right now? For the moment, the boy is clean. He's loyal enough that he's not a concern yet. Growth isn't always a straight line, but Richard was certain they'd finish the job. Still, Caroline felt sick, knowing Casper was never coming back. Richard didn't care. He reminded her this wasn't about being kind. It was about winning. Look, at the end of the day, William is just an animal. Useful for now, absolutely, but still just a beast. They could feed him and buy his loyalty for a price, but Richard wasn't naive about the situation at all. As soon as William kills the rival leader and finishes the mission, that dog gets put down. No need to keep him around. Now Caroline finally saw the full picture. There were only a few rats left in the camp who weren't falling in line. There was the blacksmith, Bertram the unfaithful, and finally Adam, who was starting to ask way too many suspicious questions. Richard wasn't stressed. Very soon, he'd be able to deal with all three of them permanently. Meanwhile, deep in the Blackwood, fully healed and ready for action, our hero Alistair was back on the hunt. His target, a massive great raptor, totally clueless about its fate, Alistair started channeling his new power into a single arrow. He could feel the energy surging through his fingers. It needed a few more seconds to peak, but the bird, it had a sixth sense. Right then, the little imp Cecil pops up, shouting about finding some mushrooms. Talk about bad timing. The raptor didn't need a second warning. It realized it was dinner and started bolting for its life through the brush. Too late. Alistair had already hit the limit. He let the arrow fly, and the projectile tore through the air like lightning. It hit with terrifying momentum, obliterating the bird instantly and shattering a massive oak tree in the process. Total overkill. Cecil was floored. Alistair just sighed, explaining that was what his fully charged talent could actually do. The imp suggested he should have used that on William, but Alistair knew this move had some serious, deadly flaws. While charging, he's a sitting duck. He has to stay perfectly still for seconds before he can deal any real damage. That shot took 12 whole seconds to charge. His arms felt like they were ready to fall off from the strain. It's a great ambush tool, though. If he can hide and line it up, no one would see it coming. The mark flashed level up. Another tier reached, but he could feel the progress slowing down to a crawl. He guessed the other candidates had already cleared out the big monsters, leaving him with only the small fry. Nothing left but weak beasts that barely gave any experience. Cecil suggested heading deeper into the forest where the real nightmares live. Alistair didn't like the idea, but the truth was, the little imp was absolutely right. The real problem, running into other survivors. That outcome could be way worse than any monster. But seeing as the area was a ghost town, he decided to push further in, deeper into the dark. He'd keep hunting, but stay far away from any camps. He didn't want to get dragged into someone else's war. Cecil just nodded. He knew Alistair wasn't just avoiding war, he was avoiding everything that could get him killed. They spent the morning gathering eggs and failing at fishing until early afternoon, when they found a hidden crypt. That entrance looked hauntingly familiar, and something tells me he's not going to like what's inside. Alistair noticed that the cave mushrooms were growing sparse this time. The glowing sigil at the entrance confirmed he could enter or leave this minor realm whenever he pleased. This place was definitely safer than the Great Trial of Valor, and Julian desperately needed to grind out a few more levels. Honestly, this felt like his only real move left. Without another word, the two of them stepped into the damp shadows of the dungeon. Their mission was simple: hunt down and slay the beast ruling this place. It sounded easy, almost too simple, even if the risk was still hanging over his head. It didn't take long. Suddenly, a massive, snarling dire badger lunged from the darkness to block their path. Julian felt a surge of nerves, but he knew Alistair had found exactly what they needed. These beasts were far more powerful than the weaklings in the outer woods. Fearing for his own skin, Alistair didn't stick around. He vanished instantly, retreating into the safety of the enchanted pendant. He made it clear he'd help if needed, but he much preferred the safety of the necklace. Since there were only 2 beasts, Julian felt confident he could hold his own. After all, at the end of the day, they were just oversized, bloodthirsty animals. He didn't waste a second. He drew his bow and let the first few arrows fly. The first beast went down fast, its life snuffed out in a heartbeat. But his aim faltered on the second one, and now he had 0 time to dodge the incoming counterattack. He had to protect his throat. Using his forearm as a makeshift shield, he took a brutal, bone-crushing bite. God, that hurt. It was a sickening, throbbing sensation. But Julian just grinned. He had the beast exactly where he wanted it. Reaching for a spare arrow, he didn't use his bow. He drove the tip straight into the badger's chest to finish the job. That was the plan from the very start. Since these were high-ranking monsters, he felt a massive wave of experience essence flood his body. Level up. The golden glow washed over him once again. Suddenly, he wasn't even that worried about finding the boss anymore. He decided to spend a few hours just hunting. He was in the zone now, knowing the only real danger was that nasty, venomous bite. But here is the thing. Thanks to his rare traits as a venom-blood alchemist, toxin was basically a joke to him. He could focus entirely on slaughtering the beasts without worrying about a drop of poison in his veins. After a while, he felt the good kind of exhausted. This dungeon was serving its purpose perfectly. From inside the pendant, Alistair spoke up. "Julian, did you see that?" It had been a long time since they had stumbled across something so rare. A hidden treasure chest was tucked away in the shadows. Finally, some real loot. He didn't hesitate and threw the lid open. Resting inside was a frostbite dagger, a blade capable of dealing freezing damage. One hit, and the victim would feel a soul-chilling frost take over. Right after that, the system granted him new archer abilities, the dual-fang stance. This gave him a massive boost to his agility and raw strength whenever he wielded the right set of blades. He'd tried fighting with 2 blades before, though the second was just an arrow. It felt like the world's magic was finally recognizing his growth. This dungeon was turning out to be a goldmine, even though the boss creature was still nowhere to be found. No sooner had he thought that than a thunderous roar echoed through the stone halls. That could only mean one thing: the boss was here. Deep within the cavern, he spotted the source of the noise. It was a hulking, terrifying creature, the Great Nest Matriarch. The system was silent. No level, no stats, absolutely 0 information on what he was looking at. That could only mean one thing: her power level was astronomically higher than his. Alistair whispered that they'd had enough fun and should probably run for their lives, but Julian wasn't budging. He remembered the transition. The goddess had mentioned a legendary beast king when he first arrived. Looking at this monster, it definitely fit the description. Alistair was skeptical. "What on earth makes you think that, kid?" "Think about it," Julian replied. "A creature so strong its level is hidden. That's classic hero-tier logic. This has to be the one." He had a plan. Start with a poison-tipped arrow, then follow up with a lethal charged shot. He couldn't afford to miss this opening. In that moment, Alistair truly regretted spending more time in the tavern than the royal library. Positioning himself with his bow, Julian aimed to end this in a single strike. The energy began to hum and glow, while the beast remained completely oblivious. Julian focused with everything he had, counting the heartbeats to find the perfect microsecond to fire. The moment he hit the limit, he let the arrow fly. It roared through the air, visibly more destructive than the first time he'd used it. But then, disaster. The creature sensed the impending death at the last second, and Julian's heart sank. The arrow missed the kill shot, only grazing the beast's leg. Still, the poison was there. It just had to spread. Knowing it was tainted, the creature didn't hesitate. It literally tore the poisoned flesh right off its own body. Julian scrambled to reset his stance. This Beast King was proving to be an absolutely terrifying opponent. The monster was already closing the distance, while Julian fumbled for another arrow. This time, it was just a regular one, and the fight was only beginning. The beast let out a roar that shook the very air. It was a massive sonic wave, so powerful it literally disintegrated his arrow mid-flight. The blast caught Alistair off guard. His ears started ringing instantly, and he realized he'd severely underestimated the monster's ability to weaponize sound. That split-second distraction was a mistake. As he instinctively covered his ears, the creature lunged, catching him with a brutal, tearing slash. It was a deep hit. He coughed up blood, but the real panic set in a moment later. The burn. He'd been poisoned. He'd gambled on being immune to the creature's toxins, but he was dead wrong. And the beast knew it. It was moving in to finish the job. Alistair bolted. He needed distance, and he needed it now, just to have a prayer of landing another strike. He shouted to Cedric, asking for a healing draft, but the only thing left in their pack were vials of lethal venom. Then, a wild idea hit him. Maybe that was actually the solution. He skidded to a halt, no more running. He turned back, making sure he had the creature's full, undivided attention. He reached into his enchanted pendant and pulled out a vial of poison. The beast didn't hesitate, charging straight at him like a runaway carriage. He took aim and threw the vial, praying his desperate gamble would actually pay off. His plan was simple but insane. He needed the beast to use that sonic roar again. If it tried to blast the vial like it did the arrow, the glass would shatter, drenching the monster in the very poison it thought it could ignore. And then, it happened, exactly like he'd drawn it up. The poison splashed directly into the creature's eye. It let out a horrific, bone-chilling scream, thrashing in pure agony. But the victory was short-lived. Alistair didn't know what he'd triggered, but suddenly the shadows in the dungeon began to crawl. Hordes of shadowhounds started pouring out from the darkness. They were everywhere, coming from every tunnel, every corner, every crack in the walls. The massive boss beast was still in the fight, ready to turn the young knight into a meal while the pack closed in. Alistair was completely surrounded. The boss had called in the cavalry. Alistair reached for his daggers. He'd hoped to save these for a bigger threat down the road. But he had no other choice. He drew both blades, and the twin-fang combat style activated instantly, his body moving with a mind of its own. With his new daggers and that specialized style, the hounds weren't hunters anymore. They were prey. It was a total bloodbath. He carved through them like they were made of straw, though he definitely didn't walk away without some new scars to show for it. He was taking damage, sure, but he didn't slow down. He was a whirlwind of steel, completely overwhelming the pack. One hound managed to sink its teeth into him, but it was its last mistake. Anyone who got within arm's reach lost their life. Even the ones trying to sneak up from behind were cut down. Alistair saw them all. Nothing escaped his notice. In minutes, every single reinforcement the boss had summoned lay dead on the floor. Now it was just him and the big one. Alistair took the initiative, lunging forward to end this nightmare once and for all. The beast wasn't backing down either. It gathered its remaining strength and charged him head-on. But as they clashed, Alistair landed a devastating, finishing blow. A level 68 monster, dead at the hands of a boy. Even Cedric couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. Alistair hit his limit. Every ounce of strength he had left just evaporated. His daggers clattered to the stone floor. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, and then he just started screaming. A raw, uncontrollable release of all that tension. But hey, he cleared the entire dungeon solo. That meant one thing, a massive bonus reward from the system. Cedric looked at the absolute mess of the arena, while Alistair mumbled something about needing a nap. Right then, he realized he'd also leveled up as a master marksman. 6 levels, all at once. That's the payoff for taking down a dungeon boss on your own. He stretched out his aching muscles, ready to leave before anything else crawled out of the dark. But then, a new notification popped up. Another skill. He hadn't expected that. This one let him meld with the shadows themselves, though it only worked if he moved in a perfectly straight line. He read the description and paused. It seemed familiar. He'd definitely seen that name in the Great Library. If his memory served him right, that name belonged to one of the ancient ones. Cedric worried the Shadow Sovereign might take offense to a mortal using its name, calling it blasphemy, but Alistair figured the gods had better things to do. Besides, a skill this powerful was impossible to ignore. An hour later, they were finally clear of the forest. Alistair was already testing it out, hanging from a branch, becoming a blur of shadow, and suddenly reappearing on top of a distant rock. "Cedric, watch this," he shouted, leaping toward a tree and vanishing into thin air mid-jump. He reappeared right in front of the trunk but didn't stop in time, slamming his head hard. He was annoyed, sure, but he was grinning. He absolutely loved this power. Alistair rubbed his forehead, wincing as the pain throbbed. Cedric walked over, actually glad to see there was finally something the kid wasn't perfect at. He knew Alistair would master it in a few days anyway. The logic was simple enough. It was like kicking a horse into a sudden gallop. There's a burst of speed you just have to learn to ride. Cedric, however, thought it looked less like running and more like actual teleportation. It was hard to put into words, but for a split second, Alistair essentially became a shadow, flickering from point A to point B in a lethal, straight line. The big question was whether he could phase through walls now. Ilara looked devastated. There went her dreams of a legendary gold heist. Alistair just shook his head, insisting the skill was still in its infancy. Once mastered, it would be game-changing. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Emerald Serpent, a high priestess began her ritual. This cycle had continued for generations, through every age and era. Their hope was as eternal as their devotion. But time is a cruel mistress. Now, only a single hidden temple remained of their once mighty order. The priestess prayed for a sign from their deity. Suddenly, the heavy oak doors groaned open as a messenger rushed in. Irritated, she glared at the man, interrupting her meditation. This had better be a matter of life or death. The messenger was breathless. The Grand Warden demanded her presence immediately. That was definitely urgent. Something had gone sideways. But the man had zero details. No news, just the summons. With a heavy heart, she began her journey to the inner sanctum. This would be only the second time in her entire life she'd set eyes on the Grand Warden. He'd made one brief appearance years ago, the day she was consecrated as the High Mistress of the Order. He hadn't even attended the funerals of the previous masters. Her anxiety spiked. If he was calling now, the world was changing. With 1,000 racing thoughts, she finally stepped through the shimmering portal. Bowing before the Grand Warden, she told him she'd come the moment she heard the call. The man didn't waste time. He ushered her inside. She was about to ask what happened, but then she saw it, the great obelisk. It was glowing with a blinding, celestial intensity. There was only one explanation, a sign. Their ancient sovereign was finally returning to them. After several long eras of waiting, he would finally return to restore their lost glory. Her faith, it hadn't been in vain. It was incredible news. But then, the panic set in. There was so much to prepare for a god's arrival. The temple had to be perfect, the other lords notified. She just prayed the sovereign was a few more days away. Lost in her nerves, she watched the obelisk flare brighter and brighter until it filled the room. Then a strange voice echoed through the hall. "Miss me, little ones." The sovereign had arrived. The warden couldn't believe it. His lord was actually back. The sovereign even embraced him, thanking the old man for his loyalty. Lady Vivienne was stunned. Such kindness, and the warden, he was actually crying. She'd dreamed of this day since she was a child, but it wasn't happening at all like she'd imagined. The sovereign turned to her. Who was she? The last remaining high mistress, the highest-ranking soul left in the order. He asked for her name. Vivienne, she managed to whisper. She felt completely unworthy. She started apologizing immediately. The welcome wasn't grand enough. The timing was all wrong. He just laughed and told her to relax. He asked for a name, not a prostration. Honestly, he felt he was the one who should apologize. But since he'd already said it once to the warden, he wasn't doing it again. Just wasn't in his nature. He was incredibly chill about it. Honestly, he was just impressed the order even still existed at all. A deity, patting her head. Vivienne was turning bright red. The warden finally asked, what brought the sovereign back now? The sovereign sighed. All this formality and caution. A bit much for his taste, really. How about a drink first? Vivienne scrambled to make it happen, and the sovereign just smiled at her enthusiasm. Finally, he gave the warden an answer. His return, it was a cosmic matter. Remember that impossible dungeon he built back in the Second Era? Someone finally cleared it. Absolutely incredible. The warden wondered if the sovereign had found a new champion. But no, it was something else entirely. He'd actually made a friend. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Alistair was staring into a campfire. He'd been eating wild mushrooms for weeks. Was the problem the diet, or the fact that he was starting to like them? Caspian, the spirit in his pendant, scoffed. Better than the dust and moss he'd had for centuries. Alistair just missed a good steak. You miss anything from your old world? Alistair asked, but Caspian went quiet. Nothing specific came to mind. Alistair knew the drill. Caspian was always cagey about his past, and he'd never explained how he got trapped in that pendant. Long story, Caspian muttered. I'll tell you when we're both drunk. Well, at least the old spirit knew about booze. But then, snap, Alistair's perception picked something up. You'd get back in the pendant. Now, his voice was sharp. When the group didn't move, he got even more emphatic. Caspian was still confused, but Alistair was already on his feet, staring into the dark. I know you're there, come out. They finally stepped out of the tree line, cold eyes locked on him, demanding to know who the hell he was, and why he was trespassing on these ancestral lands. Julian kept his hands visible, playing the part of a simple woodsman. Just an archer, he said calmly, gesturing to the fresh kill on his back. Nothing but a successful hunt. The woman holding the glowing scepter stepped forward, her voice like ice. Is your name Julian? When he nodded, she didn't wait for an explanation. She slammed her staff down, summoning a massive, jagged spire of frost right under his feet. This is for Miles, she screamed. Julian threw himself to the side, barely dodging the freezing death. Miles? He had absolutely no idea who she was talking about. He tried to talk them down. Wait, there's a massive misunderstanding here. I don't know any Miles, and we have zero reason to be trying to kill each other. But the lead knight, a man gripping a heavy longsword, wasn't interested in a chat. Shut your mouth, he roared, signaling the others. He claimed that Lord Richard had warned them Julian was a high-threat target who'd nearly gutted the steel sorcerer. Julian realized then they were talking about Sir William. Richard must have put a massive bounty on his head. There was no talking his way out of this one. Truth be told, he would have preferred a quiet evening at the tavern over a bloodbath, but these guys weren't giving him a choice. If they wanted a fight, they'd get one. Too bad for these 5 fools, their lives were about to get a whole lot shorter. The warriors charged, oozing confidence. Julian danced out of the way of a crushing blow as the heavy hitter swung a massive battle hammer that cracked the very ground beneath them. At the same time, the lead swordsman lunged in, certain he'd finally pinned the slippery archer down. But Julian was gone. He vanished like a ghost and reappeared right behind them. Before they could even turn, a sharp, deadly whistle cut through the wind. Sniper, they had an archer of their own hidden in the brush. The projectile hit a nearby oak with such force the entire tree was completely pulverized. This new guy was using the exact same shadow step ability Julian used. But since he knew the move, he knew exactly how to counter it. Julian fired a retaliatory shot, but it shattered against a sudden ice barrier conjured by the sorceress. He gritted his teeth. This team actually knew how to coordinate their attacks. Suddenly, another magical arrow was streaking toward his throat. Using every ounce of his shadow-walking skill, he flickered out of reality just as it whistled past his ear. Okay, this was officially getting more troublesome than he'd bargained for. The warriors pressed their advantage again, closing the distance fast. Julian realized his bow was useless at this range, so he dropped it, drawing twin daggers that caught the sunlight with a lethal glint. He moved like a blur, parrying heavy steel with his short blades. All the while, he could feel it. A hidden assassin was circling, just waiting for Julian to blink. The walls were closing in. He was being pressured from every side, completely cornered with nowhere left to run. One warrior thought he was smart. He tried to predict exactly where Julian would reappear after his next shadow jump, timing a killing blow. But he didn't count on Julian's sheer grit. Julian didn't dodge. He let the blade bite into his shoulder, using the moment to leave the warrior completely defenseless. The hammer wielder stepped in to finish the job, but Julian was faster. His dagger found a new home deep in the man's abdomen. Watching their powerhouse get gutted like a fish sent a wave of panic through the group. Even the sorceress looked like she was about to be sick. They hadn't planned on actual casualties. Ignoring the blood dripping from his own shoulder, Julian looked at the survivors with cold, dead eyes. Who's next? It took him back to a conversation weeks ago with the serpent. Julian had asked the ancient deity how he dealt with the weight of taking a life, clarifying that he wasn't some kind of psychopath. He never wanted to hurt innocent people, but over these last few weeks in this brutal land, something inside him had shifted. He'd gone from a boring office worker to a lethal warrior in the blink of an eye. He didn't regret the path he'd taken, but he'd be lying if he said the faces of the fallen didn't haunt his sleep. The serpent just gave him a thin, knowing smile. Listen close, little pup. Let me tell you a story. Long before he was a god, when he first took a human form, he actually tried to fit in. He wanted to see if he could live in the civilized world like a normal person. Before that, he only knew beasts. Sure, a dragon might burn you alive, but at least a dragon is honest about its intentions. Beasts don't lie, but humans, that's where the real monsters hide. Deceit was a poison he wasn't ready for. In less than a year, the person he called his best friend sold him out for a handful of gold. He'd given them his loyalty, and in return, they stripped him of everything and left him for dead. Even then, he was naive enough to give them a second chance, only to be betrayed again. The war that followed was so brutal it literally erased 9 realms from existence. People like to say he overreacted. Maybe, but get this, since that day, absolutely no one has dared to cross him again. Julian was dying to know how someone destroys 9 whole worlds, but the serpent just waved him off. Another time, kid, focus. The lesson was simple: act without hesitation. Never show mercy, because the people trying to put you in the ground, they'll never give you the same courtesy. Back in the clearing, the sorceress was shaking, watching her friend bleed out in the dirt. It was a brutal wake-up call. Julian stood tall, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. My name is Morpheus now, and I'm about to put the rest of you to sleep forever. The warrior who'd been acting like a big shot 10 minutes ago was suddenly a lot less confident with his sword. The sorceress found her voice, screaming at her men to hold the line. She began channeling every drop of her mana. Keep him busy, I'm ending this right now. He could feel the air vibrating. This was clearly her most devastating spell. The remaining knight knew his job, buy her time. He lunged forward with an aggressive flurry of strikes, his heavy blade clashing against Julian's daggers in a shower of sparks. He tried to reposition, desperate to keep Julian pinned down, but our boy wasn't giving him an inch. The real fight was just beginning. Steel clashed against steel as the exchange began. A relentless flurry of strikes, but the warrior could feel it. His foe was getting sharper, more precise with every passing second. Jake was sweating, hunting for an opening that just wasn't there. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. Something was closing in fast. Another magic-infused heavy arrow, launched with deadly intent. Boom! The impact was absolute carnage. He was gone, just vanished into the shadows. They panicked, they had to find him, and they had to find him now. Even with the assassin's supernatural senses, it was like hunting a ghost. His target had become completely invisible to the naked eye. But hey, no need to worry anymore, because worry is for the living. Jake had already silenced another enemy for good. The sorceress hissed a warning. Her spell was almost primed. Meanwhile, the enemy archer started hearing some very suspicious noises nearby. He shouted for the warrior to watch his back, but it was too late. The poor guy had already been turned into human campfire material. Failed to warn his comrade in time. Typical. Now, pure, unadulterated rage was fueled by the brutal outcome of this clash. He pulled back another arrow, dripping with spite, and started mocking his target. Big mistake. He never saw the counterattack coming. His head and his body decided to go their separate ways. Let's just say it wasn't a very healthy relationship. That's what happens when you pick a fight with our protagonist. Covered in blood, the sorceress realized she was in deep, deep trouble. The human bowling ball hit the dirt, bouncing once, twice, then silence. The final blow was executed. She decharged up all that mana for absolutely nothing. Jake just looked at her and said, "Last call, the train to the afterlife is pulling into the station." "Talk or meet your maker," he told her. He needed answers. Why did Lords Richard and William send a whole squad just to hunt him down? Revenge, that's what she claimed. But Jake didn't get it. Every single drop of blood he'd spilled so far had been in pure self-defense. In her eyes, he was the monster, the one responsible for all those lost lives. To her, he started this whole war. Jake suddenly remembered Lord William mentioning a conflict brewing, and time was running out for the sorceress to board that train. But Jake's a man of his word. He reached out and handed her a health potion. She snatched it and threw it right into the air. Death before living on his mercy. Still, she spilled everything he wanted to know. Jake was stunned. Such a stubborn, foolish choice. He watched as the life slowly drained out of her. Her body finally went limp, lifeless. Jake stood there, totally confused, as he pulled out the pendant hanging from his neck. Cecil wanted the truth, but Jake was just as lost. He hadn't started this war, he was just caught in the middle. It felt like one massive, tragic misunderstanding. But Jake knew better. They were all being played like puppets. Someone in this forest wanted him framed, and he wasn't going to just sit there and take it. Battle over, time for a massive bonfire. They gathered the remains of their enemies to cremate them. Cecil asked if he had any final words for the fallen. The young man just stared into the dancing flames. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "If it were up to him, no one would have died today." How did those two noble bastards manage to trick everyone so perfectly? It made his blood boil. He swore an oath, for the memory of the dead, he'd end this madness once and for all. Cecil whispered a prayer for their peace. After all that chaos in the woods, he finally hit level 31. But those system alerts, they made him feel sick. It felt like he was looting the lives those people fought for. Cecil tried to tell him he earned it, but the words fell flat. To Jake, achievements were for slaying monsters, not for this. That dungeon boss, that was a real fight that pushed him to the edge. This whole mess felt completely meaningless. Cecil pointed out that the points were already his, irreversible. Now, he just had to decide what to do with that power. He looked down at his hands, still stained dark with blood. He just stood there, lost in thought. He couldn't just storm into Lord Richard's camp and demand justice. He was strong, sure, but facing an entire army. That's suicide. His friend reminded him that maybe the ranks were thin now. But worst-case scenario, there were still hundreds of knights waiting for him. Jake had to pull himself together, think rational. What would Adam do if he were in this mess? Deep in the woods, Richard and his council gathered. Adam was there too, ears ringing at the crazy stories they were telling about his friend Jake. The elders couldn't wrap their heads around it. A lone archer, wiping out entire elite squads by himself. Impossible. Richard warned them. Jake wasn't just some hunter. He believed the boy was trying to clear the kingdom's trials all at once. The system pushes everyone to hunt for the ultimate prize. And that's exactly what Lord Richard thought Jake was doing. Hayden stepped forward, voice cold. Did Richard really think this archer killed his son? Richard stood his ground. It wasn't his men who hit Hayden's squad. They'd all seen the bodies. No regular soldier could have inflicted that kind of brutal, systematic damage. Even so, Hayden wasn't letting it go. He demanded to know exactly how they even knew this mysterious ghost of the forest. Alistair explained that Julian was once his squire, but he wasn't sold on the idea that the lad was behind this. His friend was always a lone wolf. Julian wasn't the type of lowlife to commit such a deed. When they first entered these great trials, he'd proven himself a master of the blade. But they had already seen that the woods were crawling with legendary knights and hidden talents. He was convinced a third shadow was moving between them in the forest. Lord Richard, however, he hated where this talk was going. Alistair stood his ground, defending his friend. There was still zero proof that things had gone down the way Richard claimed. Richard told the council to ignore him, arguing that Alistair was simply too blinded by old memories of his companion. To him, the evidence screamed that Julian was the prime suspect. He was doing his best to turn the old man against him. Richard barked that they needed to be realistic and take action. Fine, assuming he believed the lies, Alistair wanted to know the plan. Richard's move, a joint hunt. Form a squad to scour the woods, hunt Julian down, and put an end to his life once and for all. Baron Hayden still looked a bit uneasy about the bloodbath. Even so, he agreed to a temporary pact until the chaos was dealt with. Alistair was fuming. Not a single soul had listened. He'd come here looking for a peaceful way out. Instead, he just saw two men finding a new target for their own failures. Meanwhile, the true villain was living in total peace. After slaughtering a few beasts, the killer figured the meeting was likely over. He was certain his enemy's downfall was now inevitable. Thanks to his dark deeds, his divine favor points skyrocketed. And with that, he unlocked a powerful new unique ability. Now he could manifest a spectral iron spear, and he was loving it. Suddenly, something rustled in the thicket. The perfect chance to blood his new skill. A young wyvern spawn charged out, completely unaware it was running straight into its grave. The deceitful snake didn't hesitate. He wound up with every bit of his strength, burying the spear directly into the beast's throat. This new power was incredible. He still remembered being absolutely humiliated the last time he crossed paths with Julian. But things were different now. He was stronger. He began butchering what was left of the creature with a twisted grin. Holding the beast's head high, he truly believed he was the one destined to conquer these trials. Back at the sanctuary, the High Matriarch was stunned to hear the Serpent King had made a friend. A primordial deity befriending a mere mortal, especially one who hadn't even finished the trials. She held the highest rank within the sacred order. And this man, he was a direct threat to that power. She summoned one of her high priests to her chambers immediately. After such a chaotic day, she needed him to gather intelligence. She wanted records, every single scrap of information possible. The priest asked if she was hunting for something specific. Her eyes were cold, her goal crystal clear. She wanted to know everything about the man called Julian Tyne. She needed every detail, because they would be meeting very soon. Deep in the heart of the forest, our hero Julian was searching for Lady Catherine and Alistair. He had no idea if anyone was even left alive in this place. Then, a rustle in the brush. "Come out," he ordered, hand on his sword. Slowly. It was Arthur. He was covered in blood, barely clinging to life as he stumbled toward his friend. He collapsed into the dirt, whispering that he didn't have the strength to go on. Julian lunged forward. "Who did this to you?" The news was grim. Sir William and Lord Richard had purged the entire camp. No survivors, everyone wiped out. Julian's mind raced, imagining the horrific scene where all his companions lay cold and silent in the mud. A desperate Arthur demanded to know why Julian had abandoned them. His absence was their death sentence. Julian jolted awake in pure terror. Just a nightmare, a hellish, vivid nightmare. He looked at his hands, realizing only then that none of it had actually happened. Cedric, the spirit in his pendant, told him he should really lay off those forest mushrooms. They were clearly rotting his brain. Maybe he was right. These nightmares were getting darker. Cedric noted that dreams are just the mind's way of dealing with ghosts we can't outrun. Perhaps his friend just needed to let go of the past. Cedric had a point. Julian wondered. Exactly what kind of nightmares was a spirit like Cedric running from? Cedric confessed that when you're trapped in a pendant, sleep is your only escape. He'd lived his worst nightmare already. Julian, meanwhile, was done wandering. He made Cedric a proposal. He would tell him the truth about his haunted dreams. But in return, he wanted to know how Cedric ended up imprisoned in that trinket. With nothing but time, Cedric agreed. Julian explained the dreams were always about his old life. He'd entered these trials with his fellow court members and knights. Some were brothers, others he barely knew. Back at the palace, he was just a low-ranking guard who did the bare minimum and kept to himself. But the moment they stepped into this forest, everything changed. He thought he finally had a chance at a fresh start. He was dead wrong. His friends only cared about survival, and while Julian wanted a new life, their clashing desires tore them apart. That one choice, it changed everything. He walked away to follow his own path, leaving his brothers in arms completely exposed to people who couldn't be trusted. Nightmares, every single night. He sees his friends cold and lifeless, and the face of the messenger telling him the grim news changes every time. But one thing stays the same: the bitterness. In those dreams, they all feel abandoned, screaming that every drop of blood spilled is solely Julian's fault. If only he'd stayed. If he had stood as their shield, maybe, just maybe, he could have rewritten their fate. Perhaps they were right to hate him. Hearing the pain in his voice, Cedric tried to offer some comfort, admitting that it was a soul-crushing weight for anyone to carry. Now it was the little guy's turn. He finally began to explain how a spirit like his ended up rotting inside that cursed pendant. He wished he had a more heroic tale to tell. The truth. Once upon a time, he was exactly like Julian. Eras ago, he was at the bottom of the food chain, a lowly initiate in the cult that worshipped the great serpent. He was the laughingstock of the entire order. Even the raw recruits looked down on him, but he had a small circle of friends. At least, they treated him well enough. In exchange for their kindness, he helped them test out experimental enchantments and jagged potions. Looking back, he wasn't a friend, he was a lab rat, until the day they asked him to test a new pendant, and just like that, everything went black. He was sucked into a void, an empty, cold dimension, but the worst part, he could still see the world outside. He watched the panic on his friends' faces as they tried to break the seal, right up until they gave up. They just dropped the pendant in the dirt and walked away. He remembers the dust, layers of it, slowly burying the pendant as the years bled into decades. Every now and then, people would pass by, wondering aloud where that strange little initiate had vanished to. But eventually, they just accepted he was gone. No one ever truly came looking. He had simply been abandoned to the silence of the pendant. While the imp was left behind, Julian was the one who did the leaving. Still, Cedric insisted, Julian isn't a monster. Life doesn't always play by our rules, after all, and it wasn't the abandonment that turned Cedric bitter. It was how easily his friends accepted the worst and just moved on, like he never even mattered. That was what stung the most, until he became nothing more than a fading memory. But that's where Julian can be different. The real problem, Julian is terrified. He's scared to find out that his friends might already be in the ground. Cedric told him to cross that bridge when he reached it. There's still hope. His friends might actually be counting on him right now. Julian thought back to the day he left. He remembered telling them he had his own mission to finish in this place. He had warned them to stay together to survive, and told them not to worry, that he'd find them when the time was right. The weight of those memories finally sparked a fire of remorse. He stood up, jaw set, admitting that Cedric was absolutely right. He had been running from his shadows for way too long. It was time to find Alistair and settle things once and for all. They would set off at the break of dawn, but Cedric had a concern. Did Julian even have a plan for which way to walk? They had been marching for hours, finding nothing but a few local beasts. Very hungry, very angry beasts. "Stop the whining," Julian muttered. The imp had been given a health potion. He was going to be just fine. "Potions don't fix emotional trauma, kid," Cedric joked, making the young man actually laugh. The truth, Julian had no idea where the camp was. But if they followed the river, they'd hit it eventually. People always gather there for fishing and washing their gear. It's survival 101. Every outpost needs a steady source of water to last. Cedric remarked that his friend was finally starting to sound like a proper hunter. A month in this hellhole, you're bound to learn a thing or two. The little creature was curious, though. "So, you got your apology speech ready yet?" Before that, they had to scout the perimeter. Caspian had been busy setting up nasty traps before Julian left the group. And if Caspian had leveled up his skills as much as Julian had, they were walking straight into a magical minefield. Cedric gave him a final reminder: focus on the words, not the sword. He was going there for a dialogue, not a massacre. It was a delicate balance. Some of those people were true friends, but others, they were far worse than any enemy. If he can just get Alistair to listen, he might be able to fix this mess. After all, he's being blamed for a crime he never committed. But what if his luck runs out? Then he's going to have a much bigger problem than a few hidden traps. All they could do was hope for the best. Then, in the middle of the path, Julian suddenly froze. Cedric started to ask what was wrong, but Julian cut him off with a sharp, quiet. He pointed toward the brush. "You see that?" It was like an invisible curtain hanging right in front of them. It was translucent, shimmering like rippling water, but the young man knew the truth. This was pure magic. Looking through, it made his vision warp and distort, a classic magical barrier. It was placed there to keep intruders out, or in the worst case, to keep something terrifying trapped inside. Right now, nothing. No answers, no clues, just a whole lot of questions. But he wasn't about to just stand there. He decided right then and there to push through the great barrier. Alistair stopped him cold. One wrong move and he'd be trapped forever, never seeing his brothers in arms again. A heavy breath escaped his lungs. He knew Alistair was right. The risk was pure suicide. "Focus," he told himself. Friends first, mysteries later. Though he couldn't help but wonder if some legendary beast was lurking just beyond that mist. Finally, he spotted the hidden camp. Alistair was stunned. From his perspective, there was absolutely nothing but shadows and trees. As they got closer, he could hear the commoners grumbling about their morning chores. Typical. The estate was surprisingly solid. A master smith was even there, eyes fixed on a table where some noble daughters were gathered. Impressive work for the frontier. He blinked, but the sight didn't change. Julian's shattered leg, completely restored, like it never happened. According to the stories, she was an old ally from his days in the capital. He'd been there during that brutal ambush on the first night of the trials. He failed to reach her in time, and it haunted him. But Lady Catherine had performed a miracle. Seeing his friend's genuine smile, that felt better than any victory. If she survived the massacre, maybe the rest of the unit did too. Now, he just needed to find Arthur, who was currently looking like he'd just crawled out of bed. He decided to let Lady Catherine sleep for now. Only 25 days remained until this nightmare trial finally came to an end. He just wanted life to return to normal. But duty calls. A hunt was scheduled for the afternoon, and he needed to visit the forge first. Stepping outside, the camp was already a hive of activity. Everyone was putting in the work. He prayed for a quiet day, just one, but then something caught his eye. A whistle through the air, thwack. An arrow slammed into the dirt at his feet, carrying a tightly rolled piece of parchment. He snatched it up. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the seal. It was a direct summons from Jasper. Suddenly, a golden flare echoed in his mind. Objective cleared, colossal Nightwing slain. But the fight wasn't over. A whole swarm of those winged demons were on his tail. He didn't blink, just kept cutting them down. His new enchanted spear, pure cheat code. He was swatting these monsters away like they were nothing more than flies. Honestly, he looked absolutely unhinged. There was a dark joy in his eyes as the lifeless bodies hit the forest floor in piles. He spent the whole morning, like a man possessed, testing the limits of his new arcane powers. This was it, the life he'd always wanted, drenched in monster blood and feeling more powerful than a god. Normally, he'd wash off the gore before showing his face, but with Lord Richard backing him, he stopped caring about appearances. Let them be terrified. The innocent Squire act was dead and buried. No one was falling for it anyway. With this kind of power, why hide? But back at the camp, things were eerily quiet. Where was everyone? It looked like the whole council was huddled inside the main lodge. Something was going down in Lady Catherine's quarters, but he didn't need to play the concerned hero yet. If it was important, Richard would call for him. Inside, tension was thick. One of the knights slammed the arrow on the table, shouting that someone had tried to assassinate Arthur. Arthur shook his head. Not an attack, he clarified. It was a message. Jasper wanted a parley. Lord Richard examined the shaft with a cold gaze. His gut screamed trap, but he knew if Jasper wanted Arthur dead, he wouldn't have missed. Arthur actually believed it. He thought this was a chance to finally talk it out. Peace negotiations? Richard wasn't buying it for a second. Jasper likely knew he was being hunted and wanted a way out. But Richard was the one doing the hunting. He figured the boy was just trying to strike first. Lady Catherine pleaded for a peaceful end, but the knights were having none of it. He started this blood feud, someone growled. She looked conflicted. She didn't know the boy well, but she never sensed true evil in him. He's the one who protected me that first night, she reminded them. But the others, they thought he was just in it for the thrill of the kill. Lord Richard gave her a respectful nod, but asked her to step out of the war room. Sir Julian and Bertram were brave warriors, sure, but their presence would only make this conversation more explosive. This had to stay between the high command, himself, Catherine, and Arthur. Arthur nodded, but made it clear his brothers would know the truth eventually. Finally, the doors closed. Friends or not, Richard couldn't afford to lose his most powerful healer to a fool's errand. Then Arthur dropped the bombshell. I'm going alone. Catherine snapped back instantly, not a chance. We go together or nobody goes, she declared. Richard hated it. He wasn't about to let his best people walk straight into a lion's den. Adam was the perfect role model for the camp, a true knight in every sense, but he definitely wasn't a cold-blooded killer. Facing a man who could solo entire squads of knights. Yeah, that wasn't exactly his specialty, but meeting him near the camp, that he could handle. If things went south, he could always bolt. Lord Richard called him a total fool for risking his neck for a former comrade, but Adam knew his friend well, and the man had done a lot for their kingdom. That's why he wasn't asking for much, just one chance and a tiny bit of trust. But since both of them had been there since day one, Richard was getting paranoid. He actually suspected Adam might be a traitorous spy too. Thankfully, Lady Caroline stepped between them, telling them both to chill out. She sent Adam outside to go reassure the rest of the nervous scouts. Truth is, the poor guy really needed a minute to calm down himself. He was visibly shaking from the confrontation. Taking her advice, he finally left the cabin. His friends were already waiting outside, dying to know if the talk was a total disaster. He told them it went horribly, but he was going to meet Jake anyway. Sir Bertram was worried sick, going into that dark forest alone. It was way too risky. But Adam, he'd known his friend for years. And something about this whole mess just didn't sit right with him. They'd seen what Jake was capable of since that first night. He'd already shredded dozens of Richard's elite men. But if Adam was willing to bet his life on the guy, then maybe they should actually believe what he was saying about Jake. Just then, Caroline stepped out of the cabin and announced the meeting was on for tomorrow. She'd actually managed to talk Richard into it. Adam had zero clue how she pulled that off, but as the best healer in the entire camp, she definitely had some serious leverage. It was simple. Either they go or she walks away from the camp for good. Adam was honestly impressed she'd play hardball like that. She and Jake might have had a falling out, but she didn't believe he was some monster either. And if this mattered to Adam, then it mattered to her too. Beyond grateful, Adam finally felt a spark of hope. She gave him a hug, promising she'd stay by his side until the very end. Meanwhile, Richard was absolutely dying of jealousy. Deep down, he'd been dreaming about the beautiful blonde healer every single night. But the real question was, which blonde was he thinking of? Anyway, the next morning was gorgeous. Right along the forest path, there was a massive landmark rock. Past that, a small creek and an old tree stump. Jake figured he'd found the right spot. His companion, Cecil, wanted to know why his friends picked such a specific place. Most likely because they didn't want to stray too far from the safety of the camp or wander too deep into the dangerous woods. They were probably also worried about an ambush and wanted a clear escape route just in case things turned bloody. That's when Cecil pointed out that being the resident pessimist was his job. His friends really needed to try and stay positive for once. Jake knew he could trust his crew, but he couldn't ignore the facts. They'd been inside Richard's camp for a long time, long enough for others to doubt their loyalty. For all he knew, his old friends might have already chosen a side. Cecil really hoped not. Richard was a total lunatic of the worst kind and incredibly dangerous to boot. Jake told him to hide back inside the enchanted relic pendant. He had no clue what was about to happen and couldn't guarantee Cecil's safety. Cecil agreed, but he really hoped his friend wouldn't die and leave him trapped in that dark pendant again. Touching his friend's hand, Jake promised he'd do his absolute best. Finally, Cecil vanished back into the relic. As they trekked through the brush, someone whispered to Adam, asking what the plan was. First order of business. He warned the young squire to take his hand off his sword hilt. They weren't there for a fight. The kid apologized. Everyone was just a little on edge. Adam insisted he'd lead the talk and keep everything perfectly civil. No one was to draw a blade or cast a single spell. This was supposed to be a simple conversation between old coworkers, nothing more. Jake was already at the spot, waiting. Time to get this started. They approached the young man who looked completely wrapped in mystery. Then, Jake pulled back his hood and greeted them with a massive, confident smile. Adam apologized for the delay, but he couldn't help but notice how much his friend had changed. Jake just laughed, said he'd been getting some exercise in the meantime. He was definitely stronger now, but he could tell his friend was still the same big bundle of nerves he'd always been. As they got closer, they started talking casually, but the tension in the air, it was heavy. Jake eventually asked how the rest of their friends were holding up. Adam told him that everything was fine back at the camp. Meanwhile, Caroline felt like everyone was acting super strange. Since she'd been called out there, she wanted to know exactly what was going on. Jake explained that he'd been approached by people in the forest who were accusing him of crimes he hadn't even committed yet. Cutting him off, Caroline asked point-blank how many souls he'd already sent to the afterlife. Adam hated the question, but she demanded Jake answer. The truth was, it was a lot, but not enough to start a full-scale war. Bertram was also feeling uneasy and wanted the archer to be honest for once. Jake looked them in the eye and declared that everything he'd done was pure self-defense. From what they could see, he didn't look anything like the monster Sir William had described. They expected a deceitful, violent thug. Gradually, they were starting to realize that William was a massive liar. And Jake, he wanted to know exactly what that clown had been saying about him. Word got out, they both made it back alive. Julian mentioned that Total Madman actually tried to snatch him right before this secret meeting took place. His advice to Alistair, simple: do not trust a single word that guy says. He has completely lost his mind. But Alistair was already suspicious. He had a gut feeling Lord William was the one who ended Cedric's life. Hearing that, it hit Julian hard. That was the rumor, anyway. They were actually surprised that Julian was the last one to know the truth. See, every single night, he would check the survivor count, praying his friends were still out there. Seeing Joan alive at the outpost, huge weight off his shoulders. He figured if she made it, then maybe, just maybe, the others were still holding on too. Tears in his eyes now. He never expected Cedric to be gone for good. Even through the pain, he tried to play it cool, insisting he was doing okay. Lady Catherine, though, she was already regretting everything. This whole plan was turning into a complete disaster. Alistair saw her face and knew something was wrong. Her response, "You should have stayed at the outpost." But yeah, way too late for that now. Suddenly, Julian's instincts flared. Someone else was here, rustling in the shadows. And just like that, his hand was on his quiver. Bow drawn, arrow notched. He shouted into the tree line, no use hiding now. He knew exactly where they were lurking. Alistair tried to play peacemaker, but Sir Richard stepped out anyway. Not gonna lie, he was actually impressed by the kid's sharp senses. With his heavy claymore resting on his shoulder, he just smiled. "Good to see you again," he said, cool as ice. Julian was absolutely fuming. He turned to Alistair. Was this a setup? Alistair swore it was not, and Richard actually backed him up. Alistair was clueless. Richard knew he could not trust Alistair with the real plan. He would have ruined everything. That is when the realization hit Alistair like a truck. Catherine was the traitor. She tried to apologize, but he was beyond livid at being played like a fool. Honestly, if he had believed the stories going around, he probably would have suspected Julian too. Everyone called his friend a monster. Julian heard every single insult, every nasty rumor, but he still chose to put his faith in Alistair. But this pathetic woman, she chose the wrong side. Richard did not care. He ordered Julian to come quietly so they could settle this. "Do the right thing," he said, "and we can just put this whole mess behind us for good." He even offered to overlook the fact that Julian took out his best archer. But Julian, he could smell the malice from a mile away. He knew it was a load of trash. His counteroffer, "Tell your men to back off right now." Only then would they talk. Alistair had not even noticed the others, but then Archmage Hayden appeared with his squad, praising the hunter's skill. Turns out, these two had been working together on this little project the whole time. Total trap. Alistair felt like a complete pawn. They were boxed in from every single angle. Julian was beating himself up for getting cornered like this. Richard gave him one last chance. Surrender now or else. Julian was stuck. No exits, no plan, and Hayden, he was done waiting. He started his incantation. Boom! A massive, blazing fireball went screaming right for our boy Julian. Huge explosion rocked the clearing, but he managed to dive out of the way. The second his feet hit the dirt, he let his first arrow fly. It whistled through the air, dead on target, but the Archmage was ready with a shimmering magical shield. Richard told the knights to hold their ground. Meanwhile, the old mage ordered his sorcerers to surround the target. They slammed their hands into the earth, channeling a massive spell. Julian felt the ground literally crumbling under him. Talk about a bad situation. Hayden shouted that there was no running this time, launching yet another blast. Another explosion erupted, but Julian just vanished like a ghost. He reappeared instantly on top of a jagged tree stump. Alistair was begging Richard to stop the madness, but the man was too stubborn. He turned to Catherine, hoping she had a shred of conscience left. At this rate, they were going to end up killing their own comrade. Catherine just stood there. "Nothing I can do," she whispered. Longbowmen were already aiming, and those mages were not slowing down. The plan was simple. Drain him. Use every trick in the book to wear the hunter down until he finally breaks. Richard cheered his men on to do exactly that. Inside the pendant, Sylvan was starting to get extremely worried. His friend needed an exit strategy, and he needed it 5 minutes ago, but there was not much he could do. Too many attacks to dodge, and to make it worse, one of the sorcerers was literally blocking his shadow step ability. The net was closing in, no teleporting, and then the worst happened. He realized one of his feet was already trapped in the ground. Everything was going south fast. Richard roared for the archers to fire. A hail of arrows filled the sky. Julian could not dodge them all. One caught him. Then another pierced his leg. He was wounded and pinned to the spot. He let out a roar of pure fury, demanding to be freed. But Sir Richard just stepped forward, ready to finally end his life. Julian was losing his mind, trying to find a way to save his brother-in-arms. Cedric was right there with him, hyperventilating as the nightmare spiraled out of control. Looming over them like a dark shadow, Lord Blackwood sneered that the game was finally over. Silas strained against his heavy iron shackles, but his strength, bone-dry, he had nothing left. The executioner's steel was inches from his throat. At that moment, Silas was actually ready to just let go and embrace the darkness. Total helplessness. There wasn't a single move left on the board for him. Think about it. He'd survived legendary sieges and butchered high-tier demons across the continent, but a backstab from his own allies. That was the one wound he couldn't heal. His only hope now was that someone would find his enchanted locket and free the spirit trapped inside. Because as far as he could tell, this was his final curtain call. But then, boom, the system flared to life with a deafening chime. Ancient Slayer's bloodrite awakened. He stared at the glowing prompt, brain completely fried, but his very DNA was rewriting itself. He could feel his body evolving, shifting into something primal. Thump, 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 thump. His heart was a war drum. Pure instinct took the wheel, and that split second of terror, it stretched into a damn eternity. Suddenly, he could feel it, every single drop of ether in the atmosphere. It was like a massive reservoir was flooding into his internal core. Now, there was only one thing left to do. Open the floodgates and let all that raw, unbridled power scream. A massive shockwave erupted, blasting the traitors back like ragdolls. Even Lord Blackwood was sent tumbling across the dirt. Silas let out a roar that shook the very foundation of the valley, energy literally radiating off him in golden waves. The onlookers could only stand there, jaws dropped, staring at the monster they'd unleashed. Archmage Thorn narrowed his eyes, sensing a forbidden level of sorcery. But Silas didn't care. He snapped those unbreakable chains like they were dry twigs and finally stood tall. Julian was absolutely stunned by the sight, but a part of him was terrified. He didn't even recognize the person or thing his friend had become. Lady Alina, who really needs to stay out of grown-up business at this point, was now totally sold on the dark rumors. To her, Silas had officially become a demon. Blackwood barked at his men to stop shaking. "He's just one man," he screamed, ordering the entire vanguard to charge and finish him immediately. A small army of disposable mercenaries charged forward, sprinting straight toward their own funerals. Silas slowly drew his twin daggers, taking one steady breath to center himself. Then, he vanished. He was moving so fast he was practically a blur of death. The first grunt didn't even feel his head leave his shoulders. The second guy already had a front row seat on the express train to the afterlife. The third one didn't even realize his chest had been carved wide open until he saw his own blood hit the grass. It all happened in a heartbeat. They were literally standing there for a second before realizing they weren't among the living anymore. Seeing the carnage, a captain panicked and ordered a shield wall. A bunch of terrified fodder soldiers scrambled to obey, hiding behind their steel. But Silas, he just soared right over them. He pulled out vials of lethal shadow toxin and dropped them on the extras like he was handing out grim party favors. The effect was instant and absolutely brutal. They started collapsing as the poison ate them alive, while our slayer just stood there in a cold, heroic pose. That stuff was pure nightmare fuel. The men were melting like wax soldiers in a furnace. Julian actually had to look away. The scene was just too stomach-churning. Not a single man could lay a finger on him. They were throwing their lives away for nothing. But Archmage Thorn, fueled by pure ego, actually thought he had a chance. The old man had been saving a high-tier spell for a real emergency. He sprouted these twisted wings that looked like a diseased pigeon and dove into the fray. "I won't let you leave this kingdom alive, boy," he shrieked. Silas realized the old mage was actually packing some serious speed. Time to get serious with the evasive maneuvers. Those wings weren't just for show, they were lethal. If he hadn't dodged, he'd be looking at a missing limb or worse. The old man cackled, telling 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕 there was no escape and he should just give up while he still had a head. And honestly, he had a point. 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕's raw speed wasn't ending this fast enough, and royal reinforcements were already closing the gap. His only out was the shadow step. He just had to pray the ability wouldn't fail him this time. Seraphina had warned him about a specialized ward in this area. Sure enough, 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕's hit an invisible wall. He was boxed in. He looked for the source and found an apology waiting for him. Lady Aliner, what a pathetic, spineless traitor. She was too far gone to back out now. She channeled everything into that barrier, ignoring Julian's desperate pleas to let him go. 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕 was actually more worried about Julian getting caught in the crossfire. Julian just kept yelling, "Forget about me, just run." He tried to talk Aliner down, but his heart wasn't in it, and she just cold-shouldered him like he didn't exist. Suddenly, thwack, someone slammed a hilt into the back of Julian's neck. It was Lord Blackwood. He was done with the drama. He even had the nerve to call 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕's little tantrum an impressive maneuver. He admitted they almost lost him for a second, but in the end, this chaos just proved they were right. 𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒐𝒕 was too dangerous to be left alive. "Finish it," he told Thorn. The old mage looked like he was about to have the time of his life as he prepared the final blow. Once again, our boy is backed into a corner with 0 exits. But if he can just channel enough ether into one last arrow, maybe he can shatter this cage. One shot, that's all he had left. One single chance to make this count, or it was all over. Lord Haddon lunged forward, fueled by pure vengeance for his fallen son. His strike was devastating, shattering the magic barrier like glass and burying his blade deep into Alistair's chest. The old man's face, a twisted mask of joy and pure, unadulterated rage. He had his prey cornered at last, with absolutely nowhere left to run. Crimson blood started pouring from the hunter's throat. Haddon smirked, fully convinced he'd finally ended the legend right then and there as red stained the ground. He didn't want it to be quick, either. He wanted Alistair to die slowly, feeling every agonizing second of his life fading away in pure pain. But here's the thing. If Alistair was going down, he was damn well dragging that old monster straight to the grave with him. Suddenly, Haddon felt his skin bubbling, burning. Something was wrong. Alistair hadn't been idle. He'd spent weeks perfecting a lethal necrotic poison for this exact moment. While charging his defense, he'd secretly coated his own hands in the toxin. Thanks to his unique resistance, he didn't feel a thing but for Haddon. The old man was about to be melted straight down to the bone. Realizing he was doomed if he stayed close, Haddon panicked, dropped his weapon, and scrambled back in terror. That was the opening. Alistair gripped the blade still lodged in his chest and ripped it out with a raw, gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. He was finally free, but barely standing. Haddon just scoffed, thinking the hunter was far too weakened to even lift a finger now. The old man planned to finish him from a safe distance, and honestly, Alistair looked done. He was in no state to keep up the fight. A massive wave of magic was closing in fast, ready to erase him. But Alistair, he'd already made sure the two of them were completely isolated for the finale. Then came the impact. A wave of pure, unforgiving destruction leveled everything in its path. The other knights rushed to Haddon's side, desperate to know if the target was dead. But there was no sign of Alistair. He'd vanished, leaving Baron Richard absolutely fuming. Limping through the shadows, Alistair had managed a miracle escape, but he knew the hunt wasn't over. He couldn't let them find his trail. Inside the silver necklace, Caspian was frantic with worry for his friend. Alistair whispered for him to stay hidden. They weren't safe by a long shot. He needed a sanctuary, and he needed it now. Somewhere to collapse and pray his body could actually recover from this. Meanwhile, the forest was crawling with soldiers and low-level scouts. Baron Richard was obsessed. He wouldn't rest until he saw Alistair's life come to a brutal end. Alistair could feel them closing in. He was running out of time, and it wouldn't be long before they caught his scent. Suddenly, Caspian spotted something ahead. It was that strange, shimmering barrier from before, though they had no idea what nightmare lay behind it. If it worked like a high-level dungeon, It would act as a natural filter, keeping the weak soldiers from following him inside. It would keep him protected from the army, sure, but he might just be walking straight into the jaws of something much worse. It was a hell of a gamble, but he had no choice. Alistair took a deep breath and stepped through the veil, entering the heart of the barrier. At first, his senses didn't pick up anything hostile. For a second, he thought maybe, just maybe, the place was actually a safe haven. He finally had a moment to slump down and rest, but the peace lasted all of 5 seconds before he got the surprise of his life. Monsters, dozens of them, and they definitely weren't the friendly type. Just his luck, from the frying pan and into the fire. What a pathetic way to go. The blood loss was too intense, and his strength had finally hit 0. The creatures lunged, tearing into him, but he was so far gone he could barely even feel the pain anymore. He was certain this was the end. Dying at the hands of trash mobs, he could have wiped out in seconds if he were healthy. They weren't even worth the experience points. Then a cold, smooth voice echoed through the air. Quite rude to barge into someone's home without an invitation, don't you think? Suddenly, Alistair woke up completely whole. No wounds, no scars. He was alive, but he had no memory of how he'd survived the slaughter. The great serpent king loomed over him, asking if he remembered the blessing from their last meeting. Alistair was baffled. What did that even mean? It's a two-way street, the deity explained. Their souls were connected now. He just hadn't expected the boy to drop in so suddenly. Seeing his body pristine and healed, Alistair felt a chill. Had this viper god actually summoned his soul away from the real world? The god clarified that he'd only helped the transition, but Alistair was the one who triggered it. As for where they were, think of it as a divine headquarters. Alistair couldn't help but think the guy sounded surprisingly humble for a being of his stature. But hey, you've got to have a bit of an ego to be a god. The serpent gestured for Alistair to take a seat by his side. Alistair panicked when he realized his necklace was missing. Caspian was still in there. But the god calmed him down. The necklace stayed with his real body, and Alistair had freed his friend before blacking out. Sitting down, Alistair asked the big question. Was he actually there, and where the hell was his physical body? The answer was complicated. He wasn't dead, but he wasn't fully alive either. Alistair begged to go back. He couldn't leave Caspian in danger. The Serpent King told him to relax. His body was busy healing, and putting stress on his soul right now would only make things worse. None of it made a lick of sense to him. The god sighed, explaining that the concept of astral projection was a bit too advanced for a mortal mind. His soul had drifted to this realm because his subconscious saw it as the only safe place left in existence. It was a reckless, high-stakes move, but with his life on the line, his survival instincts had made the only right decision. They'd been popping up a lot lately. Lord Viper said that in this world, danger has a way of making these things happen. Now, if he wanted to find a way back to the land of the living, he had to listen close. His soul would drift back naturally once his wounds healed. He just had to pray no one stumbled upon his body. Alistair went cold. What if someone actually found it? Gone, forever. Lord Viper confirmed he'd simply ceased to exist. Meanwhile, Caleb was hauling his friend toward a safe haven, far from that death trap. Typical, isn't it? No one ever listens to his warnings. But hey, be grateful. Alistair had broken the bond and set him free right before he blacked out. Even surrounded by a pack of hungry drakes, he did his absolute best to clear a path. Lucky for them, he managed to drag him into that hidden grotto. Caleb let out a heavy, worried sigh. He was lost without his companion and just needed him to wake up. While they talked inside the chamber, the high priestess was lurking in the shadows outside. Who was this stranger chatting so casually with the ancient shadow serpent? Maybe it was a trial. Maybe she needed to defend the serpent's honor. Convinced that was the case, she abandoned caution and burst into the room. She announced herself to the great serpent, but stopped dead. She was totally interrupting a private moment between friends. Lord Viper introduced her as Lady Valerius, the guardian of the mortals in the kingdom. Finally, the woman stood face to face with the serpent's guest. His presence was intense, way beyond any normal man. She couldn't fathom how he survived the crushing pressure of a god's aura. With a calm grin, Alistair simply said it was a pleasure to meet her. She apologized immediately. Talk about awkward. Lord Viper just invited her to pull up a seat. They were just getting to the part where her ex tried to kill her. Alistair felt like this whole mess was one big, lethal misunderstanding. But what's done is done. He'd been way too trusting. Now, it was time for some cold, hard payback. Alistair tried to justify his choices, but Lord Viper shut him down. You were wrong, and you're too weak to make mistakes like that. Lady 𝑭𝒂𝒓𝒎𝒔 just nodded along. Whatever her patron said had to be the absolute truth. Lord Viper sighed. Cultists are loyal, sure, but they're boring to talk to. He turned back to Alistair. What does your heart truly desire? Simple. He wanted his life back. He wanted to return to his body and keep going. Lord Viper scoffed. Think bigger, try again. That wasn't what he expected, but the fire started burning. He wanted to settle the score, hunt down the old knight who stabbed him, and end Sir Richard and young William. More than that, he craved the heat of battle. He wanted rivals who would actually push him to the limit. He wanted to climb, to get so strong that no one, and I mean no one, could ever tell him what to do again. True freedom, a goal worth dying for, but a free man can't be held back by the chains of the past. No power, no freedom, and power, it's never free. He had to ensure he'd never be a prisoner again. And if anyone tried to betray him again, he'd crush the traitors like insects under his boot. Eventually, he'd be standing on a mountain of his enemies, the last man standing. That was the serpent's idea of freedom. But then, he noticed his chosen one had started to glow. His soul was finally being pulled back. Time to go. Lord Viper whispered that he hoped they'd cross paths again. He took Alistair's hands and thanked him for the chat. Then he looked at Lady 𝑭𝒂𝒓𝒎𝒔. Well, thoughts. She was speechless, captivated, that man. He was something else entirely. Back in the grotto, Alistair was already working out. His body was chiseled, hardened by trial. Someone had definitely been surviving on that venom. Caleb woke up to the steady sound of counting. Alistair was laser-focused, cranking out sit-ups with insane grit. He'd already done thousands of repetitions. Caleb couldn't believe it. His friend was actually alive. Finally, Alistair looked up with a grin. Good morning. They shared a massive, joyful hug. Caleb really thought it was over. Alistair felt bad about making him drag his half-dead body all that way. He owed him one. Caleb admitted he was fuming at first, but then it hit him. Alistair had unlinked their souls before he passed out. He didn't know if it was intentional, but that one act saved Caleb's life. If Alistair had died, Caleb would have been trapped in that enchanted amulet forever. In his final seconds, Alistair chose to set him free. How do you even repay a debt like that? You don't. That's just what real brothers do. Speaking of brothers, Alistair asked if he wanted to talk about the betrayal, but honestly, nothing to say. He messed up. He learned. Caleb apologized anyway. He was the one who pushed for the plan in the first place. Meeting them wasn't the mistake. Being weak was. If he'd had the strength, being cornered wouldn't have been a problem at all. He was done treating this trial like some game. It was time to get serious. Dead serious. Suddenly, a golden interface flickered to life. Messages, dozens of them, all unread. Time to see what he'd actually received. The sheer number of notifications made his heart skip. Experience points were flooding in from every noble and knight he'd managed to cut down. One alert stopped him cold. He stared at the screen, stunned. He'd actually defeated Lord Haddon, the old commander. There was no way the poison alone was enough to kill a man like that. And it didn't stop there. More messages kept popping up, confirming he'd taken out several other warriors too. Could another hunter have finished the job? Maybe. But the truth hit him like a lightning bolt. It was Cedric. He'd been nothing but a pawn in that bastard's grand design. The rage boiling inside him now, it was absolute. Well, silver lining. He'd at least walked away with a massive haul of points for his participation. Then the system pinged with something big. Requirements met. Rank ascension was ready. It was glowing on a golden screen, something rare, something powerful. The interface asked the ultimate question. Did he want to begin the evolution? In this world, getting stronger was the only way to keep breathing. His new rank, Ambitious Hunter, level 25. He had to admit, he really liked the sound of that. This path was built for true challenges. Focus on agility, raw strength, and power. It was the only path forward if he wanted to survive. He grinned at the bonuses. Sharper perception and massive extra damage against stronger opponents. Exactly what he needed. This was his ticket to finally catching up with the elite. He snatched his cloak from the dirt, his eyes cold. No more time to waste. 25 days left until the trial ended. In that time, he was going to hunt every single thing in this forest worth killing. Back at the camp, Lady Catherine was spiraling because Arthur refused to even look at her. She tried to claim she acted out of love, saying she couldn't trust Julian. But Arthur, he was disgusted. He hated being used, and he hated that she'd lied just to take an innocent man's life. She kept pleading, insisting everything she did was for the sake of their future. But after what happened to Callum, her words felt like poison. She tried to remind him he still had her support in the Blackwood family. But the young man just looked at her with doubt. He didn't know if he could ever trust a word she said again. Catherine begged for forgiveness, asking what he wanted her to do. His answer: he just wanted her gone so he could finally think. Arthur walked away, leaving her standing there in the cold. But they weren't alone. Cedric had been in the shadows, listening to every word of their crumbling alliance. After all her schemes, she'd lost everything, and they still hadn't managed to finish off Julian. Cedric just shrugged it off. They were chasing something much bigger than one boy. He'd purposely let Haddon use his ultimate spell just to drain his mana. It left the old man vulnerable and wide open. Without that little trick, Cedric knew he wouldn't have been able to take him down. With the old commander gone, Haddon's entire camp was in total disarray. Catherine looked at him, exhausted. "Why are we even still fighting?" she whispered. Cedric's eyes turned dark. "Not much longer now," he replied, already planning to wipe every last enemy off the map. But it didn't sit right. Julian was still out there. None of them expected the boy to escape death twice in a row. Even so, they weren't being paranoid. That massive explosion in the woods confirmed their worst fears were coming true. Julian hadn't done anything wrong, but now, nothing was going to stop his revenge. But Cedric, he'd be ready when that day came. Meanwhile, Silas had been at the forge for 2 hours, his blood boiling. If he'd arrived before the hunt, he could have joined the ambush himself. It ate at him that Julian had somehow made it out of that death trap alive. But word was spreading. An attack was coming to finish off the enemy remnants. Finally, a chance to vent all that pent-up frustration. The master blacksmith appeared to check the work. Silas just grunted, saying he was keeping busy like everyone else in this hellhole. The blacksmith was the only person Silas didn't completely despise. The man gestured for Silas to follow him to his private cabin. He had something to say. It was strange. Silas had been there for weeks and had never once seen the inside of the man's quarters. He kept to himself in the camp. Inside, the cabin was bare, utilitarian and simple. The man clearly didn't care for comfort. Silas crossed his arms. "All right, what's this about?" The man told him to be patient, eventually finding a strange object. He placed a peculiar dish on the table, wanting to make sure no one was eavesdropping. A sharp blue glow erupted from the relic. Suddenly, they were both encased in a shimmering magical dome. "Don't panic," the man said calmly. It was a soundproof barrier. No one outside could hear a single word of their conversation. Silas blinked. He didn't care how a simple blacksmith pulled off high-level magic without being a mage. The man explained it was an enchantment skill from his profession. Silas narrowed his eyes. "What do you want? And why the secrecy?" The blacksmith leaned in close. "We're having this talk because we share a very specific mutual contact." At first, William was sure he was looking at Sir Richard, but he couldn't have been more wrong. This stranger made one thing clear: their connection wasn't through any mortal man. No, it was a god. Sounds insane, right? but this man had actually been holding conversations with the divine. And get this, these higher powers were watching the proving grounds like it was some kind of twisted entertainment for the heavens. By watching us mortals struggle, they could hand out rewards you would normally never touch, shortcuts to massive power and influence within the kingdom. He had made contact with one called 𝑭𝒂𝒓𝒎𝒔, the great god of the forge. Honestly, William still had no clue what that had to do with him. Apparently, 𝑭𝒂𝒓𝒎𝒔 had an ally, 𝒂𝒏𝒏, the god of iron. And �𝒏𝒏 was obsessed with William because our boy had actually turned down a divine class offer. Talk about a flex. To be fair, he hated the name of the class, but the power that came with it. Yeah, he wasn't complaining about that at all. Still, he ended up taking one of their gifts, and now, he and the gods were officially linked. But William, he wasn't the type to follow anyone. He hated the very idea of being a puppet to some higher power. The man told him straight up, "You won't survive these trials alone." He promised to forge gear that would make William stronger than Sir Richard could ever dream of being. William froze at the mention of that name. How did he know? The blacksmith explained that he hadn't arrived in these cursed woods by himself. He had come with his own blood, his son and his beautiful daughter-in-law. He had sworn to protect them in this forest, but he failed. And the one behind that absolute nightmare, none other than Richard himself. For the first time, William felt a twinge of real pity. He usually didn't give a damn about other people's problems, but this was heavy. The old smith whispered that his son was exactly William's age, and those two kids, they were head over heels in love. He wanted blood, revenge, but he wasn't a fighter. He was too weak, so he saw William as his one and only shot at justice. His God had literally guided him to William's doorstep to fulfill his dying wish. That word, love, it actually made the boy stop and think for once. He remembered what old Sir Caspar had told him once. See, William had never actually lost anyone he truly cared about. Suddenly, those words started hitting home. Hard, he looked the blacksmith in the eye and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The man raised his hands high and told him to back off. William started getting that tingly, uneasy feeling. He had no clue how a mortal could pull off what was coming next. Everything started blurring, and before he could even process it, the smith began summoning his own personal, divine forge. This wasn't some cheap garrison anvil. This was craftsmanship far superior to anything in the camp. Wide-eyed, William asked what the hell was going on. The man's answer: a massive war was coming, and William needed to be ready for the slaughter. Time just stopped. William couldn't take his eyes off the master at work. He lost track of time, could have been hours, could have been days. But to him, it felt like seconds. Those hammer strikes were straight-up hypnotic. What emerged was a full suit of plate armor. It was stunning, the most beautiful piece of steel he had ever laid eyes on in his life. Outside the tent, the army was gearing up to raid the enemy camp. Even the traitor was ready. But here, William was witnessing the birth of a masterpiece. Finally, the work was done. The smith wiped his brow and told the boy it was time to suit up. The moment William touched it, he knew. It was unreal. The system pinged. This was made for a true prodigy and could actually store pure mana. But it was the kinetic force diffusion that really caught his eye. The smith explained it simply. You won't turn into a bag of broken bones when a giant hits you. The armor eats the impact, keeping you in the fight. William was actually speechless. How do you even say thank you for a gift of this magnitude? For the first time in his life, he felt grateful. It was weird. But they weren't done yet. There was still a second part to this deal. There was a hidden layer of information, embedded within the enchanted plates. The man hoped he would understand its true purpose, but he asked William to wait until the very end to read the final message. William was confused, but then the man asked the real question. Would he keep his word? Would he carry out that personal revenge? William nodded. He had kept his name a secret from everyone in the garrison, but now, he felt he could finally trust this man. The smith finally introduced himself as Master Hermann Schmidt. His son was Gareth, and the girl was Catherine. Catherine was actually pregnant with his grandchild when she was murdered. something shifted inside William, emotions he had never felt before. Suddenly, Herman's body began to glow with a strange, hopeful light. Only William could carry this burden now. The boys started panicking, asking what the hell was happening with all that light. The man just smiled and said his goodbyes. He wished William happiness in this new world and hoped he would finally find himself. The glow became blindingly intense. William found himself screaming Herman's name into the light. Then he saw the man's body just collapse. Fear started crawling up his spine, and for once he had zero explanation for what was going on. Finally, Master Herman's body began to fade away into nothingness. And William, the boy who never cared, he felt hot tears falling down his face. Why the tears? Our hero didn't even know. Memories of the past, even the darkest ones, usually felt like absolutely nothing. But now, for the first time, he felt it. That raw, crushing weight his parents must have carried in their final moments. A feeling he'd never understood, until right now. Finally, he got it. The truth hit him hard, but he couldn't stop now. He pushed the sensation down, locking it away. No time for distractions. His eyes snapped to the armor. As he gripped the cold steel, something impossible happened. It began to melt, flowing like liquid silver across arms that were his and his alone. Pure power surged. He could feel his strength skyrocketing. This wasn't just metal. The armor was literally injecting him with godlike power. This was no ordinary plate. It was a legendary relic, born from a master smith's final dream and bound only to the one chosen before the creator's last breath. That masterpiece was his entire legacy. Sir William looked toward the horizon, jaw set. He was going to show Lord Richard exactly what the two of them were capable of. Then he spotted it, a small scrap of parchment on the floor. He'd almost missed the thing entirely. It was enchanted, a voice-storing spell. He held the paper close to his ear, listening to the echoes trapped within the fibers. His eyes widened. Unbelievable. That person was even more cunning than he thought. Meanwhile, deep in the Blackwood forest, Julian continued his hunt. It had been a bloody, productive day, but Cedric was worried. He looked at his friend and saw someone becoming terrifying. Fighting him would be a total nightmare. It seemed like with every new rank of power he reached, Julian's mastery of the bow became something inhuman. He was rank 46 as an alchemist and level 38 in the trial. He was making progress, but he needed to hit level 50 before the Great Crucible ended. Cedric asked the big question, how much time? 22 days, that's all, but something felt off, very off. The survivor count was plummeting. Right there, in real time, names were being crossed off the list like it was nothing. Julian knew it. Something massive was brewing in the forest. Hours earlier, on that very same day, the warriors were already arming themselves. Steel was being honed for the slaughter. Their main enemy had already been crushed, or so they believed. Only his subordinate, Sir Desmond, remained. He was out for blood. They offered him a chance to yield, but he refused. They couldn't risk him starting another war. Tonight, it all ends. One way or another, this conflict is over for good. The mob of common soldiers was restless, hungry for the coming slaughter. Lord Richard watched them, a smug smile on his face. He was very pleased with himself. He checked his oaths. He was so close to finishing his personal quest. The great trial was almost over, and victory was within his grasp. Only one person stood in his way now, that troublesome archer, Silas. And then there was William, a thorn in his side now that his loyalty had withered. Richard figured he'd use the boy to kill his enemies, then discard him like trash. He approached the boy, asking where the master smith had gone. William didn't blink. He just said the old man hated the battlefield. The smith only cared for his fire and anvil. A shame, really. The man would have been an absolute beast in a fight. At least they had William, the great friend. But William was barely holding it together, the rage burning inside him. It was becoming impossible to hide from Richard. Finally, the banners were raised. The army marched, reaching the gates of their final destination. A massive stone wall stood in their path. Richard's men started shouting, mocking the enemy. But on the other side, just one man, a lone mage. The mage just stood there waiting, patiently. Richard wasn't having it. He shouted the order, he would lead the charge himself. He stepped forward, shield raised. Blue light began to swirl around the metal before erupting in a devastating blast of pure energy. Even William had to admit, the move was impressive. He peered through a gap in the wall. The mage hadn't moved an inch. He was ready. Then, in an instant, he fired back with a spell of his own. Richard screamed for his men to take cover. A massive magical barrier shimmered into existence, shielding the entire battalion from the impact. But now more mages were gathering on the wall. Lady Caroline saw it. That barrier. It wasn't going to hold for much longer. Richard knew they were sitting ducks. "Move!" he roared. He ordered the troops to charge immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the enemy mages started backing away. One arrogant fool thought this would be an easy win, right until a massive explosion ripped through their rear guard. He spun around, eyes wide in shock. The army was trapped, completely surrounded. Archers had appeared from nowhere, lining the ridges behind them. Panic started to set in among the ranks, but the order was clear: kill them all. War is a complicated, messy business. It's not about skill or chivalry. It's just blood, raw, meaningless violence. The first to die were the mages. In the chaos of the battlefield, they were the most vulnerable targets. Then the archers started falling. All the while, the healers were tucked away behind heavy steel, desperate to stay alive. But the result is always the same. Nothing cuts through the dark like a skilled knight. When the dust finally settled, the survivor count had crashed. He told Sir Desmond to give it up, to yield. But the young man just stared him down and refused. Richard prepared to end it as requested. But then, the earth beneath the mage began to shake. A faint glow turned into a blinding light. Something bad was coming, something very bad. That idiot, he'd already thrown up a magic shield. Pure desperation, if you ask me. Lady Caroline swore that nothing would ever get through that barrier. William, he just stood there, waiting to see if she was bluffing. Squelch, the sound of steel meeting flesh. Then Caroline's voice, weak, fading. William had just run her through. Can you believe this? She actually had the nerve to ask why he did it. Honestly, she had it coming. Her body hardened into stone. William just sneered, calling them all idiots. One less foolish puppet on this battlefield. Rule number 1, always take out the clerics first. The rest of the low-born guards, they were frozen in absolute shock at the betrayal. One brave soul lunged for William's head, but the kid was 10 steps ahead. Daggers appeared out of thin air. It was a massacre. He cut them down like they were nothing, just nameless, expendable fodder in his way. Just one target left. Lord Richard was looking pretty rough. The battle had clearly taken a massive toll on him. William closed in, zero mercy in his eyes. Richard tried to play dumb, stammering, "What are you doing, boy?" This was long overdue, but William knew he couldn't get sloppy now, not against a seasoned knight like this. Sure, the enchanted plate gave him an edge, but Richard was a skilled warrior. One wrong move, game over. They were deadlocked. Richard growled, warning the boy he'd be a total nobody without his noble protection. Classic villain talk. William didn't even flinch. He was locked in, his focus sharper than his blade. It was true, though. Without Richard's intervention, he would have been eliminated on day 1 of this twisted game. Everyone thought William was mediocre, but Richard saw the spark. Now, he felt stabbed in the back, literally. There, William spotted a gap, countered with a brutal strike, and sent the great warrior crashing to the dirt. "I'm nobody's pawn," William spat. He made it clear, underestimate him again, and it's the last thing you'll ever do. Richard seized the moment and played dirty. He grabbed a fistful of sand and hurled it right at the boy's eyes. He was injured, but not out. Richard lunged, but William blocked it effortlessly. The longer this went on, the stronger William felt. And it wasn't just the magic armor. No, there was something deeper, something darker fueling this sensation. He couldn't put his finger on it, but Richard, he knew he was screwed. Time to try talking his way out. He managed to stall for time, desperate to tap into his hidden reserves. There was no way he was dying by William's hand. Crunch. He bit down on his own fingernail, shattering it between his teeth. Yeah, that's as gross as it looks. William recognized that move. It had to be a forbidden art, exactly like the one Herman used to use. He was burning his own life force for a temporary power boost. Driven by pure rage, Richard exploded forward like a cannonball. Too fast, William couldn't dodge. Richard's blade sank deep into the boy's chest. It's over, he thought. Blood sprayed everywhere. William coughed, a grim smirk on his face. Not bad, he wheezed. Not bad at all. But here's the thing, it was already too late for Richard. He walked right into the trap. Up close and personal, William triggered his secret technique. Suddenly, every sword on the ground started to levitate. They aligned in the air, humming with power. Richard was paralyzed with shock. Then, boom, steel rained down from every direction. This was William's ultimate move, the final nail in the coffin for the great Lord Richard. Caged by a whirlwind of steel, he was totally trapped. William gave the signal, and the blades screamed toward their target. The storm of swords was so massive it leveled the entire forest, leaving nothing but a devastated clearing behind. Richard was a mess. One eye gone, his arm severed. He was barely clinging to life at this point. He couldn't wrap his head around why. Why do this? But for William, everything was going exactly to plan. To him, people are just pieces on a chessboard. But the real motive, revenge for Herman, who Richard murdered in cold blood. Herman was the one who forged this armor. And now, the debt was paid. All their enemies were finally defeated. He'd head back to camp and pile the bodies high, a grim monument for his fallen friend. A signal of their victory. Next, the archer. Once he's gone, William will show the Eternal Order who the true king of this place is. But the adrenaline faded. William's body finally gave out, and he collapsed into the dirt, completely out cold. All those emotions. Fascinating. A gift from the divine decree to a boy who never understood what it meant to feel. The dam had burst. William always thought his lack of emotion made him superior to everyone else. But maybe, just maybe, it's those very feelings that will lead him to an even more legendary place. A shadow loomed over him. You don't have permission to die yet. His heart kicked back to life. Rise again. At 16, his first job was a squire proctor, basically a glorified babysitter for grown men. He was stationed at an academy in the low-town slums, a brutal place crawling with young thugs. Blood and teeth on the floor were daily sights. Those delinquents settled every single grudge with their fists. But Arthur, he never blinked, not once. He'd step in and shut them down, even if he had to trade blows and bleed for it. Every day he came home covered in fresh bruises, and his father, the Duke, grew deeply worried. When asked about the wounds, Arthur just shrugged. It was part of the job, he'd be fine soon enough. Truth was, he loathed that place. He desperately wanted a seat at his father's prestigious merchant guild instead. Anything to escape those feral kids, but the Duke, he wasn't having it. Those children live a hell you'll never understand, his father said, because you were born with a silver spoon. Silk clothes, warm meals, a safe bed. Arthur never had to worry about a thing. The Duke wanted him to learn the weight of life, hoping he'd use his privilege to save those children. He wanted a son worth following. Arthur took that lesson to heart and finally spoke to the kids properly. It wasn't easy, but slowly, he actually managed to make them stand together. After graduating, he was offered a high-ranking guild seat, but he refused. He started as a lowly apprentice instead. He climbed the ladder, worked the long hours, and eventually became the overseer of the entire estate. The man was a natural, a leader who earned every ounce of respect from his team. But here, in this nightmare trial, he was nothing, weak. Every skill he had was stripped away. His allies were vanishing one by one, and he was completely powerless to stop the slaughter. Even Lady Alara, the woman he loved with all his heart, gone. Looking at her cold body, the grief was suffocating. Their last conversation, a stupid, bitter argument. No goodbye, nothing. Then Gawain called out from the ruins. He'd found someone. It was Lord Valerius. The truth hit him like a lightning strike. Suddenly, everything made sense. Pure, unadulterated hatred. Valerius was the monster behind this massacre, broken and bleeding, but still drawing breath. Gawain looked at him, waiting. Arthur had only one thought: he wanted this man dead. He drew his steel. Ending this monster's life would be doing the entire world a massive favor. But then, his hands began to shake. He couldn't bring the blade down. He didn't even understand why. Every rational part of his brain screamed for blood. If Valerius survived, he'd come back for more. Yet Arthur just couldn't do it. This place was a meat grinder. It broke souls and turned good men into mindless killers. Tears streaming down his face, Arthur refused to snap. He wouldn't let the darkness take his hope. Then the oracle flashed. A message appeared, class evolved. He was now the harbinger of dawn. His new mission was to guide the destinies of others, though the words felt like a riddle. Divine whispers from various gods flooded his mind. Gawain asked who was calling, but Arthur was speechless. He could feel their intent. Every single invitation carried a weight he could sense as he scrolled through them. Gawain watched him closely. "What's the move, Arthur?" He wasn't sure if he was ready, but this was his shot to make this trial actually mean something. Suddenly, a golden seal glowed. The holy matriarch herself had invited Arthur into her private realm. The sheer power of that invitation was undeniable. He accepted, and the world dissolved around him. He woke up in a place of impossible peace. For a second, he thought he'd died and gone to paradise. Then he saw her, a golden-haired woman so stunningly beautiful it was actually intimidating. She knew he was breathless. The radiance of her health and divinity was unlike anything on earth. She gestured toward a velvet sofa and offered him tea. Arthur sat down, completely dazed. "You must be confused, Arthur," she said softly. "Many deities have their eyes on you right now." She leaned in with a knowing smile. "I've been watching you since your time with the Grand Magus." Not to mention his secret tie to the serpent's chosen knight. Arthur never imagined that other squires were enduring these same harrowing trials. Dozens of men from every noble house had entered the king's trials, but almost none reached a divine encounter like this. His past connections, merely a footnote until now. The lady's true interest was far more specific. Out of every soul in the entire realm, only one man had made it through without taking a single human life. And that was exactly what she'd been hunting for, a merciful shepherd, someone who could actually touch the hearts of the common folk. Arthur was completely lost. He didn't know these legendary knights or scholars she mentioned, and he started wondering. Was he being recruited into some ancient holy order? Apparently, the great sage had caught the eye of an old friend, while the serpent of the abyss had its sights set firmly on the hunter. Even though the lady couldn't get near that hunter, because the serpent was blocking her path, she knew he and Arthur were close brothers-in-arms. Arthur's heart sank. Was she talking about Julian? He had to know, what did it truly mean to stir the serpent from its slumber? She explained that the malevolent serpent had been coiled in the dark since the dawn of time, hiding away through the ages until our worlds finally merged into one. And it was almost certainly Arthur's friend, who had finally triggered the beast's return to the physical world. Arthur swallowed hard, asking the question that mattered. Was this a curse, or was it actually a good thing that the serpent had returned to the kingdom? "Only time will tell," the goddess whispered, though she seemed glad it had finally emerged from its ancient tomb. Honestly, her riddles were starting to make his head spin. He felt a bit arrogant even asking, like trying to label a force of nature as simply good or evil. The matriarch just shook her head. "You worry far too much about the petty concepts of right and wrong, little knight," she told him. Everything would depend on his choices in this holy place, but since he had knelt before her, she was certain his path would lead to glory. Arthur wanted a purpose. Why was he brought to this divine plane? She stood up then, radiant and towering, ready to give him both a great gift and a heavy burden. Unfurling massive, shimmering wings, she revealed the pact. Her divine blessing in exchange for his life in her service, spreading her gospel across the known universe. The sight before him was pure, unadulterated majesty. Arthur asked what message he was supposed to carry. The goal was simple: serve her and the sacred light. Her teachings were built on hope, justice, and righteousness, to be fair to all men and to learn to truly love thy neighbor as thyself. To strike down the wicked and help every soul become their absolute best. Floored by her words, Arthur whispered, "Are you the Almighty?" She was indeed, but not the distant God he'd heard stories about. She even told him that one day he too could ascend to the divine halls. It might take 1,000 years of devotion, but as long as he followed her light, she'd lead him there. Arthur's mind was racing. That is a lot to process. Suddenly, a shimmering arcane scroll appeared, warning him that his time in this sanctuary was fading. If he swore the oath now, he'd take her power back to the trials. She couldn't hold his spirit here much longer. She needed his answer, right now. Arthur took a breath. It all made sense now. He'd spent his life as an aimless wanderer, and these brutal trials had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. If she could lead him back to where he truly belonged, he told her he'd accept that invitation in a heartbeat. The goddess beamed, truly pleased with his resolve. Pressing her palm to the young man's brow, she sealed the blessing within him, praying he'd fulfill his destiny. Immediately, his mind felt sharper and his will turned to iron. Back in the trials, his friend was frantically shaking his body, looking absolutely terrified. Arthur's soul slammed back into his chest. Was it all just a fevered dream? Then, the arcane vision shimmered right before his eyes. It was real. He'd actually met a god. But his blood ran cold when he realized he couldn't draw his sword. He could no longer perform a single attack. Every combat skill he'd worked for, gone, but something else was stirring in their place. A complete exchange of power. He gained a legendary ability called the Last Beacon. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Julian was desperately hunting for something. The death toll was skyrocketing. In just a matter of minutes, 200 survivors had been wiped from existence. Cedric looked at him, asking if he was worried. Julian didn't even try to hide the fear in his eyes. Every man except Arthur had betrayed him, nearly costing him his head. He wouldn't make that kind of mistake again. He needed to be stronger, much stronger, so he decided to do the only thing he could, hunt down another high beast of the woods. Once again, the arcane warning pulsed in his mind. He was about to step into a forbidden vault. Inside, the scale of the place was staggering. It wasn't some damp cave. It looked like an ancient, underground kingdom. The place was a marvel, but his mission was grim. He had to slay the great white heart of the grove. It didn't look like the most terrifying monster, but Cedric whispered a warning. Beasts with crowns of bone are always the most dangerous. Julian told his friend to quiet down. Then he pointed toward the shimmering stream where other creatures were drinking. They had to be the servants of the Great Heart. At the 65th rank, they were formidable, but Julian had been expecting a much bigger challenge. Then the ground began to tremble. Arthur's heart hammered against his ribs as massive, heavy hooves thundered against the earth. Arthur realized he'd massively underestimated this place. The difficulty spike was real, and he'd finally come face to face with the true master of the grove. He needed a better look at what he was dealing with. He crept forward, while Cecily immediately tried to retreat back into her silver locket. Smart girl. The beast was at the water's edge, drinking. It was massive, easily the largest creature Arthur had ever seen. But more than that, its presence was purely majestic. He noticed smaller creatures flanking it. Personal guards, no doubt, the elite knights of this forest kingdom. This hunt might actually be worth the risk. But then, snap, he got distracted for 1 second and stepped right on a dry twig. The sound was like a gunshot in the silence. The animals went on high alert instantly. One of them didn't even hesitate. It charged up a sphere of raw energy and launched it right at him. The impact was devastating. Absolute overkill. Arthur realized right then that one wrong move meant game over. Taking them all on at once? Suicide. Pure suicide. Meanwhile, the creatures just went back to their water like he was nothing but a nuisance. 30 minutes later, Arthur had a plan. An interesting one, too. It only clicked once he cleared his head and really looked at the layout. This area had 7 ponds forming a perfect circle. And right at the center, a massive eighth lake. That's where the boss stayed. It never wandered far from its throne. The real headache, though, was the rest of the herd. Every few minutes, they'd rotate between the ponds in a clockwise pattern. That was his window. The perfect moment to ambush one group without the others noticing. Those lakes were going to be his kill zones. He just had to exploit that tiny window of opportunity. Now that he'd cracked the code, there was no point in waiting. Time to see if his theory actually held water. One of the stags was drinking, totally oblivious to the world. High up, our hunter was already preparing his deadliest arrow. Rule number 1, always use your strongest hit on the big guys. The arrow struck home before the beast even knew it was being hunted. Arthur didn't wait around. He drew his twin daggers instantly. He had to be fast, like lightning fast. He had a little over 60 seconds before the next patrol showed up. There was absolutely zero margin for error here. He needed to drop these things in a single, clean strike. Finally, he delivered what he thought was the killing blow. 𝒂𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒂𝒏 popped out and gave him a rare, not bad compliment. But Arthur was curious. Why were they so obsessed with these specific lakes? He had a few seconds left to poke around. He knelt by the water, and what he found was actually pretty wild. You couldn't tell from the surface, but there were deep holes carved right into the bottom of these ponds. They probably linked back to the Great Lake in the center, but why the hell were they shaped like that? It made no sense. Suddenly, his instincts screamed. Something was wrong. The creatures he'd just killed, they were still moving. No way. He was certain that last strike was fatal. Absolutely certain. They had to have some kind of insane healing factor. The wounds were literally vanishing. He had to finish it now, before it alerted the big boss. The beast was too fast. He was losing his window. Screw it, he thought, and let the arrow fly anyway. Predictably, he missed. The shot slammed into a giant boulder instead, causing a massive explosion of stone. And just like that, the whole guard was on high alert. Even the boss at the center noticed the commotion. Talk about a nightmare. Arthur realized he was in deep trouble. Without wasting a heartbeat, he turned and sprinted for cover. He'd managed to enrage the entire herd. 𝒂𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒂𝒏 was freaking out, and Arthur. Yeah, he admitted he'd panicked. He wasn't ready to pull off a snapshot like that. Now he was stuck dodging magical attacks left and right. He had to be quick. Projectiles were coming from every single direction. 𝒂𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒂𝒏 shouted, asking if he'd attracted the boss's attention too. But the big guy didn't move. It stayed in the center lake, drinking calmly, like it had just ordered its minions to take out the trash. Arthur scanned the area for a place to hide, but then he looked back and realized the creatures had stopped. They weren't chasing him anymore. He had no idea what made them quit, but they clearly had a very good reason for stopping the hunt right there. He called 𝒂𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒂𝒏 out to confirm his hunch. Since she could fly, he needed her to tell him exactly what she saw from above. From her perspective, the whole place was just a vast, open plain. Arthur asked how the guards were doing. They were all heading back to their ponds. Every single one of them. Now that was an interesting detail. He could be wrong, but it looked like those lakes were a hard boundary the beasts couldn't cross. As long as he stayed back, he was safe. 𝒂𝒊𝒎𝒃𝒂𝒏 watched him start to scale a high stone wall. "What are you doing now?" she asked. Arthur needed height for his next move. His bow's range wasn't great from the ground, but from up there, he'd have a perfect, clean shot at the whole zone. If they really were trapped by those lakes, he could just snipe them from a distance. But if he was wrong... He put every bit of strength he had into the first arrow. He infused it with his deadliest poison and a brand new skill he'd just picked up. He had to, because if this went sideways, he was only going to get this one chance. Julian narrows his eyes. The alpha beast is finally in his sights. Bow drawn, breath held, he's locked on and ready to fire. Don't blink. He charges his mana to the limit, feels the tension in the string, and lets the arrow fly. It streaks through the air like a meteor. Now, time to reveal his newest trick. Boom, mid-flight, the arrow splits into two, dropping two beasts at once from total safety. But the Lord of the Abyss, he definitely felt that coming. Without even moving from his spot, The monster's eyes erupt in a terrifying, blinding light. A massive magical shield shimmers into existence. The arrow, absolutely useless against that level of protection. But get this, the projectile ricochets off the barrier, skewering a nearby grunt that was just minding its own business. The rest of the pack panics, but the boss, he hasn't moved an inch, completely untouched and safe. Julian realizes the truth. This monster doesn't give a damn about its soldiers. Fine then, he'll just keep sniping from the shadows. It wasn't exactly what he planned, but hey, a kill is a kill. One less monster to worry about. The boss can wait. For now, he's going to use the rest for target practice. Under the bright sun, his arrows fall like lightning bolts. One by one, the creatures drop, completely unable to dodge the onslaught. Total carnage. The prey is blind to the danger until it's already through their chests. From his vantage point, the whole lake is a kill zone. All day long, Julian picks them off with lethal, cold efficiency. Cedric pipes up. They're nearly out of poison. Maintaining that high-level skill is draining Julian much faster than expected. It takes until sunset, but the minions are finally wiped out. Now, only the High Lord of the dungeon remains. It's chilling, really. The boss just watched his entire army die for 12 hours without even blinking. Something's wrong. Julian knows this isn't over. The creature is clearly plotting something big. He goes to light a fire to rest, but Cedric gasps and points at the lake. "Julian, look!" The piece was just an illusion. The beast is finally making its move, and it's unlike anything they've seen. It moves to the center of the lagoon as its horns begin to glow. Suddenly, every pool and even the corpses of the fallen start to shine with a ghostly light. Ancient, glowing runes begin to burn themselves into the very earth. A massive magical formation erupts across the entire valley. Julian knows he has to act now or it's game over. He tells Cedric to stay back on the rocks. Down below, the water in the lagoon is boiling, churning with dark, agitated energy. The boss is growing. Fast. If Julian doesn't stop this ritual, that thing will be the size of a cathedral in minutes. The ritual is in full swing. Julian's mind is racing. He needs a way to shut this down immediately. The monster is draining the power of the lagoons like a battery, gorging on pure magical energy. If he destroys the lakes, the power stops. The problem? He doesn't have nearly enough time to hit them all. Think Julian. Then he remembers the underground channels. This whole place is connected beneath the surface. That's the key. He doesn't need to destroy every lake. He just needs to contaminate the entire system at once. But there's a catch. He used almost all his poison to clear out the minions. He's running on empty. Wait, he still has it. The wyvern's heart gland from the last dungeon. His ultimate secret weapon. This stuff is lethal. It's strong enough to bypass his own resistances and hits way harder than any poison he could craft here. He knew saving that trophy would pay off someday. Well, that moment, it's right now. He crushes the gland with everything he's got, letting the concentrated venom pour directly into the lagoon. It spreads like a virus. In the center of the Great Lake, the boss is still diving, soaking in what it thinks is power. The water turns a sickly, dark hue as the toxins take over. Julian watches, waiting to see if his gamble was right. Yes, the ritual flickers. Julian starts to grin. His crazy strategy actually worked. The magic circle shatters and vanishes into thin air. Cedric is absolutely stunned that his friend managed to break a ritual of that scale. The boss's eyes flare with pure, intense rage. The hard part is over. Now, for the fun part. Poisoned and completely furious, the beast roars. Julian doesn't hesitate. He charges straight into the fray. He draws his twin daggers. Arrows won't finish a fight this personal. He needs to end it in one clean, lethal strike. The pressure is insane. Suddenly, his noble bloodline awakens, sending a surge of ancient power through his veins. His reflexes sharpen to a razor edge. He dodges a crushing blow and slides right beneath the beast's guard for a counterattack. One flash of steel. Julian carves a massive, clean wound right through the creature's body. Just like that, it's over. The divine decree flashed. Alistair had slain the ancient stag, claiming his trial points for a job well done. Just like that, the main objective of this treacherous labyrinth was officially cleared. Cedric stood there, completely floored that his friend had actually dropped that massive beast with just a single, decisive blow. But Alistair knew the truth. If he'd been even half a second slower to react, those lethal horns would have run him right through. The only reason he walked away, the poison, it must have weakened the creature more than he'd realized, slowing the monster down just enough for him to close the distance without taking a lethal hit. Another guardian down, and honestly, Alistair was feeling pretty good about the win. He looked back and noticed the carcass beginning to shimmer with an eerie light. Tucked deep inside the body was a crystal, a shadowed lunar fragment. The energy coming off it was wildly unstable and definitely wouldn't last more than a few months. It looked like some kind of dark ritual was being used to forge the thing. Cedric was dying to know what he'd do with it. Alistair didn't have an answer yet, but he was certain a prize like this would be a game-changer later on. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Sovereign of Beasts had taken notice of his strength. But there was a catch. He still had 2 more guardians to put down. A king, now that definitely got our hunter's attention. This was turning out to be way more interesting than he'd signed up for. Meanwhile, over on the abandoned battlefield, a new group of survivors finally arrived. One guy started picking through the bodies scattered across the dirt. He figured he'd just help himself to their gear since the owners were too dead to use it. Then he spotted Lord William's body, and man, he really liked the look of that polished plate armor. He called his friend over to help haul it off, but the body wouldn't budge. It was like it was fused to the earth. They were tugging and pulling with everything they had, until William's eyes snapped open. And just like that, a few more survivors were wiped out. William is back on his feet, though he's still looking pretty rough from his injuries. He was barely in his right mind when he finished them off, and he's still stuck deep in the heart of the forest. He's so drained he can barely feel his own legs. But honestly, it doesn't matter. He's alive. By all accounts, he should be a corpse right now, yet here he is. He's convinced this is destiny, that he's been chosen for something greater. It's almost a weird kind of joy, and even he's surprised by the flood of emotions hitting him. He knows exactly how dangerous feelings can be, though. He remembers all too well what Lord Caspian did back in the day. He saw firsthand how those emotions can rot a man from the inside, a curse so brutal it makes death look like a mercy. But that's not his path. He's going to be the victor, the literal embodiment of perfection. Back at the camp, everyone's crowding around Thomas, asking about his experience. He wished he could explain it better, but the whole ordeal was a blur even to him. The bottom line, it offered a glimmer of hope. The old knights, like Sir Richard, were long gone now. It was just them against the world, and they needed to start leaning on each other. He made a promise right then, trust him, and he'd lead them out of this nightmare. That definitely stirred up some nerves in the crowd. It felt like madness. Thomas didn't exactly have the tools to make them believe his wild claims. But then Juliana spoke up. She believed in him. He'd been her North Star since the very first day they set foot in this cursed forest. She didn't know the first thing about these ancient gods, but she knew Thomas's heart was in the right place. And if he said there was a way out, that was good enough for her. Slowly, the rest of the group started nodding along. One by one, they chose to believe. If he was really going to end this cycle, he was a leader worth following. Thomas was genuinely moved by the trust they placed in him and vowed he wouldn't let them down. Finally, all that hard work was paying off. He finally had a real purpose in this place, and the Oracle was already dropping rewards for his progress. He jumped several levels in just a few days, a clear sign he was on the right track. He'd even cleared the first task the goddess gave him after their little chat. Praying that whatever reward came next would be the key to saving everyone. Getting back to the mortal realm wasn't going to be easy, but he believed they could pull it off if they stuck together. Later, Alistair peered down into a massive pit. It was wide, sure, but he guessed it was maybe 10 meters deep at most. Cedric couldn't see a thing in the dark and wondered how Alistair could be so sure. Alistair figured it was another dungeon entrance, so naturally, he decided to just jump. Much to Cedric's absolute horror. I mean, seriously, heading into another labyrinth so soon after the last one. They'd barely made it out alive last time, and with only a few days left and so few of them remaining, the stakes were sky-high. To Alistair, the regular beasts in the forest were just a distraction now, totally irrelevant. All that mattered was hunting down the remaining guardians because that king was waiting, and a hunter like him couldn't just ignore news like that. Honestly, Cedric wished Alistair was a bit more normal. No time to waste, though. It was time to dive straight into the abyss. This place was known as the Forgotten Sewers, and man, was it creepy inside. Alistair definitely didn't expect to find a structure this complex inside the trials. I guess when it comes to the divine decree, anything is possible. The whole place was vibrating with ancient magic. Poor Cedric could barely see his hand in front of his face. Before he could even finish his sentence, clang, he walked right into a stone pillar. Totally embarrassed, he begged his friend to pretend that never happened. But hey, can you blame him? Even with high perception, navigating this pitch-black maze was a nightmare. Arthur stood there, feeling like he was literally drowning in pure mana. He closed his eyes, focusing every nerve to see if he could sense what was lurking in the shadows. Slowly, a map of the environment started forming in his mind. He heard it, the steady drip of water hitting a ruined brick wall, but the rest of the sewer seemed eerily normal. Sensing the rising tension, he told his spirit companion to retreat into the pendant. Exploring this blind was just too risky. This place was a total labyrinth. Left, right, straight, every corridor looked identical, and he was losing track of where he'd already been. Cedric was getting restless, wanting an update. Honestly, it felt like they'd been wandering for an absolute eternity. He was just about ready to call it quits and leave the crypt when suddenly, ping, his perception caught something. Cedric tensed up, feeling the shift. Arthur gripped his bow, warning his friend that something was definitely hiding behind that wall. He started readying his arrows. He should have realized it sooner, but the mana here was just so incredibly dense it was masking everything. Then it happened. The creature lunged. Arthur didn't blink. He loosed an arrow and nailed it instantly. The thing hit the dirt, and honestly, it was even more hideous than he expected. Some kind of mutated mole beast, easily the ugliest thing he'd ever seen. But before he could celebrate, his intuition started screaming again. There wasn't just one. The tunnels were crawling with them. Time to let the bow do the talking. Another mole down. In the chaos, one actually managed to sink its teeth into him, but he finished it off with a point-blank shot. He didn't let the pain break his flow. He just kept moving, clearing them out one by one. Finally, the last one dropped. Cedric could see that Arthur was completely drained from the effort. He hoped that was the end of it, but deep down, the young man knew there was one more creature waiting. Behind that wall, he could still feel them, that creepy sensation of eyes watching his every move. Then the creature spoke. It wanted to know why a human would slaughter its kind. Arthur froze, a talking monster. He demanded to know who it was. No answer. Instead, a heavy, suffocating aura filled the room. The creature turned the question back. It wanted to know who he was. It asked if he was an agent of the king. This had to be the secret objective the system was hinting at. Arthur didn't mince words. He was there to crush the crypt boss and then move on to the sovereign of the wilds. The creature just laughed. "You're just a cub." To it, the king was a god and Arthur, just another weak human. It started moving closer. Arthur could feel it now. His perception was finally sharpening. He pulled back his string, mocking the cub comment. "I'll show you what this cub can do," he barked, letting an arrow fly. Clang, the sound of steel. With a single, blinding strike, the creature sliced his arrow clean out of the air. This thing was a high sentinel, and it made one thing clear: Arthur was weak. Meanwhile, over at the main camp, everything was in total shambles. William walked through the wreckage, noticing the guards were all gone. Things had clearly gone south since Richard moved out. He was searching for any signs of life when he stumbled upon Alistair. The guy was still clearly suffering from his old injuries. Alistair looked like death warmed over. William asked if he'd really been to the battlefield in that state. Alistair confirmed he had, but he wasn't talking about his physical scars. The young man seemed haunted, yet convinced he'd done the right thing. William was completely lost. None of this made sense. William figured the guy was just trying to talk his way out of being finished off. Alistair just looked at him, wondering what he meant. The boy had already set his heart on a dark path. Words wouldn't change a thing. So William just asked if Alistair would do him a favor and just die already. But first, he needed to know, where did everyone else go? Alistair told him they'd all found their place, and soon it would be his turn. William checked the system, only 4 survivors left in the trial. He assumed Alistair had butchered them all. "You're the real psycho here," William spat. Alistair didn't argue. He just invited William to come see the truth for himself. When he saw the bodies lying there, William was absolutely horrified. Alistair asked if he finally understood when it had happened. They detrusted him to send them to the sacred land, a burden he said he was proud to carry. To William, this sounded like pure, unadulterated madness. Maybe it was, but to Alistair, fighting fate with just a glimmer of hope was all he had left. William was done talking. He'd been wanting to do this for a very long time. The 2 young men knelt there as if in prayer. William moved like a blur, intending to separate their heads from their bodies in one sweep. Their bodies hit the ground, cold, lifeless. But then something weird happened. Alistair's remains began to flicker and vanish into thin air. William stood there, completely baffled. Alistair figured it was some kind of high-level spell, seeing as all their bodies were vanishing into thin air. Now, he was genuinely curious about what this so-called sacred land really was. Either way, he hoped they enjoyed the trip. Finally, he'd settled every last score in this cursed place. Only one shadow marksman left to deal with now. That terrifying beast was still charging straight at Alistair, and the young knight realized talk was officially over. The sheer force behind its swing, enough to shatter the very earth beneath its feet. But Alistair was fast, faster than it expected. He dodged, but even then he barely cleared the shockwave of the impact. Resting that massive blade on its shoulder, the beast spat that the human was weak. Alistair noticed something crucial. The impact of that sword was monstrous, but the wielder was also incredibly agile. There was no way he could keep his distance or rely on his bow anymore. He had exactly one option left for this fight. He drew his daggers. It was time for some close-quarters chaos. The creature actually looked amused. Alistair knew the drill to take this monster down. He'd have to dive right into the danger zone. They charged, 2 blurs of steel and fury, both determined to see who was truly the weakling. Their blades collided with a violent screech, sparks flying everywhere. Alistair could feel the raw, overwhelming strength behind the beast. That moment of pure, life-or-death tension, it finally triggered his bloodline. Now a primal hunter, he was actually trading blows with the beast. He managed to land a few jagged cuts, even if he had to bleed a little to get them. The duel turned into a total frenzy. Every strike from the creature was coming inches closer to his throat. Despite the odds, Alistair didn't show a hint of fear. The beast wound up for a massive, bone-crushing slash, but he blocked it dead. It was a stalemate, perfectly matched. All that adrenaline, the primal hunter lived for this. He felt more challenged and more alive than ever before. The beast felt it too, zero hesitation. As they broke away for a second, it finally admitted that this human was stronger than it first thought. Even so, it claimed its king was on a whole different level, the true apex predator of the kingdom. Alistair watched the way the creature gripped its hilt. He could sense it. A massive attack was being charged up right now. There it was, the opening he needed to switch back to his bow. The creature declared that this next move would decide their fate. Alistair was curious. Could it actually finish him while focusing all its energy on one move? A massive collision of power erupted between them. Both were locked in, completely focused on that singular split second. After the impact, Crimson liquid began to pour onto the ground in heavy heaps. The beast had lost an entire limb in the exchange, yet it stood there, genuinely believing it was the victor. But once it realized the sheer scale of its injuries, it knew it had been defeated. Alistair approached slowly, telling the monster it had been an interesting fight and that it had fought well. Absolutely terrified, the creature asked the one thing it needed to know. Did he really intend to kill the king? Alistair's answer was simple. He'd succeed or die trying. The beast confessed it had been imprisoned here by the king and hated him with every fiber of its being. If spared, it offered a deal. It would help him get revenge for a curse placed a long time ago. It handed over its essence to the hunter so he could finally end the king's reign. It just wanted to be avenged. Alistair, still a bit hesitant, promised he would make it happen. As its body began to fade, it thanked the hunter for his vow to destroy the guardian of the nest. And just like that, a massive wave of tutorial points hit his screen. Lady Alara gasped, saying that last fight was absolute madness. That small orb, it was made of pure dark mana, the final, desperate hope of its creator to get revenge on the dread sovereign of the forest. It held all the bitterness of that entire nest. Knowing he owed his opponent something, Alistair promised to find a way to use the item properly. Finally, they made it out. They could actually see the sunlight again for the first time in ages. Stretching his arms, Alistair thought he could finally rest, but then a strange chill hit him. He drew his daggers instantly. He demanded to know who was there, and a familiar voice answered. It was William. He'd found them. He asked with a smug look if his rival had missed him. Completely enraged the second he saw him, Alistair demanded to know what the hell the boy was doing there. William laughed like it was all a big joke, but Alistair didn't get it. He should have known. There were only 2 survivors left now. A final battle between them, to decide who was the true champion of the trials. Alistair stood there, confused. What had this boy done? Then it hit him. There were literally only 2 names left on the survivor list. It was a total shock to the system. He could barely wrap his head around it. Grinning like a total psychopath, William mocked him for not even checking the survivor count until now. Then he dropped the bomb. He'd finished off Sir Arthur just the day before. That revelation made Alistair see red. William kept going, bragging about how he'd taken the boy's head, just like he'd done to all the others. Before he could even finish his sentence, Alistair's hand was already gripped tight around his face. It was time to make this twisted brat stop breathing for good. Alistair hadn't had many friends growing up, but he did have one person he was close to, a boy named Percival. They were bonded by everything, same interests, same books. The Tomb Dancer was their absolute favorite story. That specific edition sold out in seconds, but his friend managed to hunt one down, meaning they both finally had their own copies. Alaric and Julian were like brothers, sharing everything from their daily bread to their nightly gear. Their passion for the mystic arts was perfectly matched, and they were truly inseparable. So, when Alaric asked to borrow a rare mystic scroll, it only felt right for Julian to offer something equally valuable in return. A week later, Alaric asked for his enchanted relic back, but Julian looked cornered, nervously begging for just a few more days. Alaric sensed something was wrong and pressed for the truth, but the boy just insisted he wanted to study the relic a little longer. Since Alaric was departing for the capital that day, he needed the relic with him. Julian finally cracked, admitting he didn't have it and couldn't return it. Alaric offered to go straight to Julian's manor to retrieve it himself, but he could tell his friend was acting completely unhinged. Finally, Julian confessed. The relic was shattered. Alaric stood there in stunned silence for a long time before his friend finally offered a broken apology. It sounds trivial now, but they didn't speak for 2 whole weeks until one afternoon during the winter festivals, when Julian sent word that he had a gift. But by the time Alaric went to find him, his friend was gone, vanished without a single trace. Strangely, he later discovered Julian had been exiled to a distant academy. It took years to uncover the dark truth. The relic had actually been stolen from his friend. A group of thugs had jumped him the very day he meant to return it. Julian even spent his life savings to buy a replacement, only to be robbed and beaten again. That second time, the boy was thrashed so brutally that his parents were forced to send him away just to keep him alive. Maybe Julian hid the truth because he knew if Alaric found out, he would have thrown himself into that mess and gotten hurt too. The most haunting part, what Alaric did after learning the truth. Nothing. He didn't move a finger or even try to track down his old friend. He never sent word to apologize for turning his back, nor did he ever tell Julian how much he admired his silent sacrifice. He just kept moving, living his life like a ghost while pretending the past never happened. That was the real Alaric, a man who just accepted his own failures. A coward who fled from every shadow of difficulty. But look at him now. Things are different. He's become a completely different monster. Fueled by absolute rage, he began pulverizing Lord Cedric's face. Each strike was so violent that the impact echoed through the forest floor like thunder. Even Sir Valerius was starting to feel a chill of genuine fear, watching the brutality unfold before his eyes. The young man was past the point of reason, endlessly pounding that wretched boy's skull. Noticing a strange blue glow in Alaric's palms, Valerius couldn't even comprehend the power. The grand duel everyone expected. It ended before it even began. This wasn't a fight, it was a brutal, one-sided slaughter. It was as if something dark and ancient inside Alaric had finally clawed its way out in the most violent way possible. At that moment, Alaric was shattering every limit he ever had, and that arrogant fool on the ground was paying the ultimate price for it. The sound of bone-breaking blows rang through the entire woods, loud enough to send the local wildlife fleeing in terror. The very earth trembled under the sheer force of his fists. Soon, Alaric's hands were completely stained a deep crimson red. Valerius finally stepped in, warning his friend that the thing beneath him was now nothing more than a lifeless corpse. He had to pull Alaric back to reality. It was over. The carnage had to stop. Dazed and trembling, Alaric looked up and whispered, asking what he had just done. Grief hit him like a tidal wave, because he realized none of his companions were left. They had all perished in this cursed place. Arthur and Caleb were gone. Even Alinor, whom he thought was safe, had vanished too. Everyone was dead. Alaric was utterly alone. Valerius urged him to keep moving, knowing that staying near the bodies would break him. But Alaric confessed he simply didn't have the will to walk. Valerius told him he couldn't rot there forever. But before he could even reach out to grab his friend's shoulder, time itself suddenly ground to a halt. The falling leaves froze in midair, suspended by an invisible force. Walking past Cedric's mangled body, a mysterious man sighed, calling the situation a total mess. He looked down at the boy with profound disappointment before gently placing his hand over the lifeless face. He whispered that they would try again soon. Then, the entity known as the serpent spat that Lord Iron was an eyesore, having failed to prevent this chaos. High Sage Romos snapped back that it didn't matter. He took the blame because the serpent had warned him not to touch his chosen one, yet he'd lost his anyway. Approaching him, the serpent growled that taking that specific body would come with a heavy price. The old sage wanted to know the serpent's plan, but the god simply replied that the decision belonged to his chosen one alone. If it was up to the boy, it was up to the serpent. The old man then asked what the god truly desired for this trade. If he claimed the body, he would owe the god a massive favor. The old sage tried to argue that things weren't that simple. He offered to compensate the serpent's chosen one, but the god refused to let the old man near him. Either leave the body or accept the debt. The man grumbled that everything happening here was his cross to bear, because his own chosen one had completely ruined the tutorial. Losing his patience, the serpent bared his teeth, warning the sage that he wouldn't repeat the offer again. Realizing he couldn't win this argument, the sage chose to owe the god a favor and reached out to touch Cedric's body once more. Finally, the clock began to tick again. As time flowed, the serpent muttered about how tedious this all was. Alaric blinked, asking who was there. The serpent smirked, finding it fascinating. Time should have been frozen for everyone, yet Alaric's bloodline was still pulsing with power. Julian's senses were sharp, he could perceive everything. But the Serpent Lord gave him a chilling warning. Keep that a secret. A bloodline like his, rare and, frankly, terrifyingly powerful. But Julian didn't care about the power. He wanted answers. Who was that ancient madman, and what exactly had he done with Silas's broken body? Turns out, he was a deity known as the Giggling Duke, a total lunatic who, believe it or not, now owed our boy a massive favor. Julian hated it. He hated that a monster took the body of the man who slaughtered his friends. But the Serpent Lord just shrugged. A favor from a god? That is no small thing. And hey, if it's any consolation, his friends weren't actually dead. Some were lost, sure, but Arthur, Bertram, and even Cedric, they were safe on the other side of the proving grounds. Julian couldn't wrap his head around it. How was that even possible? When it came to elite classes, Arthur was in a league of his own. As an augur, you don't just kill someone who can see the blow coming. As for Cedric, Julian would have to see it to believe it. Meanwhile, Silas was destined to be revived anyway. Turns out, he was also the chosen champion of a god. The Serpent Lord grinned. He'd done everything to ensure his champion got his revenge, even orchestrating their little meeting. And honestly, he wasn't disappointed by the carnage. Julian frowned. He'd always heard the Grand Design hated it when gods interfered with the world. The Serpent Lord admitted he tried to keep his hands off as much as possible to avoid trouble. And so far, the plan was working. But Julian had to know, what did that old freak mean when he said they ruined the proving grounds? The kid had questions, figures. It was easier to just show him. The god touched his forehead, and suddenly his vision exploded with light. This was the tale of two paths. One hero who entered the gates with friends, and one who walked the dark road alone. The loner, he found a way to purge everyone else almost immediately. Brutal efficiency. The other group had it way harder, attacked on day one. Two friends, Julian and Jasper, perished that very night. Or, at least that's what should have happened. That was the original script. While drowning in grief, Arthur was supposed to align himself with the knights Richard and Nicholas. But then Julian, our Julian, beat that archer. In that one moment, he shattered the timeline and changed the course of history. Naturally, a massive web of lies and manipulation unfolded, which eventually led to Richard's total downfall. Nicholas was sharp, but a weak fighter. That forced him to climb the ladder of power way faster, doing whatever it took until he was the last man standing. There would have been no one left to stop him. The Giggling Duke would have walked away with the most powerful disciple in existence. But that's not how the story went. Fate took a sharp left turn because of one single variable. A lone hunter who awakened a bloodline from the old myths, surviving a battle he was destined to lose. That's why the Giggling Duke thinks the proving grounds were trashed. But here's the cold truth. In every universe, Julian's friends were finished. Don't blame yourself, the god said, but Julian snapped back, his voice thick with rage. He could have done things differently. He should have. The Serpent Lord was blunt. You could have been finished, too. Julian just wanted the chance to try, but in his own heart, he felt like a coward. But the god stopped him. Julian hadn't done anything disgraceful. All he wanted was to stay out of other people's blood feuds. But Julian wasn't buying it. Being weak, that wasn't an excuse he was willing to accept. Intrigued, Julian looked the god in the eye. He wouldn't give in to the madness or ignore the people who mattered. Nobody is my responsibility, he said, until I choose for them to be. Julian admitted he didn't want to leave the Serpent Lord all sad and lonely until the end of time. Those words actually made the god pause for a second, but Julian had one more thing to say. If he dies in battle one day, he wants it to stay that way. Cecil couldn't understand that at all. Julian, however, was dead serious. If he were revived by some miracle, it would make everything meaningless. He didn't want a divine card up his sleeve. He wanted his fights to be real, to have something to actually lose. And now, he still had a dungeon boss to hunt down. Cecil tried to step in, but the Serpent Lord held him back. "Be patient," he whispered. His champion had been through hell, and from here on out, things were only going to get worse. Cecil was completely lost. The Serpent Lord kept the rest to himself. The boy wouldn't understand the weight of it. Not yet. As a god, he could nudge the threads of fate and see what was coming. When he made the two meet, the outcome of that clash was already written. But he was able to peer a little further into the mist, and what he saw was more than enough to worry him. Julian would face the Sylvan King before the proving grounds ended, but he was destined to lose that fight. Meanwhile, the mistress of the temple knew the end was near. She wanted an update on the Chosen One. How was he holding up? Well, the god replied, in some ways. She didn't get it, but after what Julian had done to the other champion, things were different. The boy stopped talking. He was just moving, killing, harvesting creatures at an insane pace. He was rushing toward the final boss, who honestly didn't stand a chance. The Serpent Lord didn't hate the progress, but he noticed his champion was becoming increasingly cold. He was visibly apathetic, totally detached. It was like he'd become a machine with one single purpose. Every objective was clear, and now only one remained: the Sylvan King. There were only a few hours left before the proving grounds closed forever. Cedric wanted to know the plan for tomorrow. Alistair's answer, same as always. The Sylvan monarch would finally show his face, and taking him down was the only thing left to do. But the little guy could tell his friend was hiding something. Alistair just stared into the campfire, lost in his own head. This was the one person he could actually talk to. It was obvious he was okay, no matter how much he lied about it. Every single moment in this trial had led to this. If he could just defeat the Beast King, everything would be worth it. He was convinced he couldn't lose. Cedric stayed quiet because he knew the truth of what was coming. He needed to rest, so he just wished his friend a good night. Trying to find the right words, Cedric told Alistair how grateful he was for everything. Alistair didn't really get why he was being so sentimental. But think about it. Without Alistair, he'd still be trapped in that soul stone. Or worse, he'd still be completely alone in the world. Thanks to Alistair, he actually got to spend time with a real friend. Even when things got brutal, he owed the guy everything. Now, it was time to let the warrior sleep. Alistair realized he was lucky to have a companion like him, too. They bumped fists one last time, but Cedric couldn't shake what the Shadow Seer had said, that Alistair was destined to lose this fight. He prayed the gods were wrong. Then, the next morning, a sound shattered the silence. Alistair had no idea what he was hearing. The power was so intense it felt like the earth was literally splitting open. He had to find the source, leaving Cedric terrified for his life. His instincts guided him right to the heart of the forest, and he knew whatever it was massive. Then his eyes saw it. The Sylvan monarch stood right before him. The king said he recognized the boy because he'd climbed higher than any hunter before him. But this was the end of the road. Suddenly, a system mission flickered to life. The Chosen One had to decide how this story ended. Choice 1. Walk away from the trial right now, keeping everything he'd earned plus 50 million bonus crowns. Choice 2. Fight the Sylvan monarch, but the risk of death was near certain. The reward, 300 million crowns. Alistair realized he had a golden ticket out of there, but he could also risk it all to slay that beast for a massive payday. Honestly, it wasn't even a choice. He'd never back down from a fight, though he wasn't a complete idiot either. Even without using his special skills, it was clear this creature was a walking nightmare. Our hunter was stuck in a massive dilemma. He started thinking back to his talk by the fire and how arrogant he'd been just a few hours ago. He couldn't lie to himself anymore, so he made his move. He looked at the king and made one single request. The monarch decided to hear him out. Alistair asked if the king would take one of his arrows, just to see how wide the gap between them really was. The creature found that fascinating. The boy wanted to witness the true majesty of a king. Fine. He promised to do exactly what the hunter asked. No tricks, no sudden counterattacks, just one clean shot. But Alistair knew he had to test his absolute limit here. His strongest attack combined with his most lethal poison. This was the peak of his power, the ultimate strike. It should have been enough to kill anything, even a god of the forest. The arrow screamed through the air. The Sylvan monarch just watched, intrigued by the power of the strike. Boom, the impact was massive, triggering a colossal explosion. Alistair had to shield his eyes from the blinding dust. As the shockwave cleared, Alistair froze. The Sylvan monarch was standing there, completely untouched. This wasn't supposed to happen. The creature had literally caught the arrow between its fingers. It told him the attempt was interesting, but ultimately useless against a true king. Still, the beast admitted it was impressed that a weak human had even managed to touch its body. But that was his one free shot. It was a shame the hunter wasted it. He had a chance to surrender, but now, he just signed his own death warrant. The king attacked, firing a projectile designed for maximum suffering. Alistair knew if he didn't move, he was dead. Suddenly, the primal hunter awakened. His bloodline kicked in just in time to dodge the blast. He took the split-second opening to launch a counterattack of his own. The Sylvan monarch warned him he'd need to be way faster than that. Alistair couldn't even land a hit. He was too busy just trying to stay alive. His body hit a boulder with bone-shattering force. Internal injuries were already setting in. Blood trickled from his mouth as the creature looked down on him, calling the whole display a total disgrace. It wasn't some brainless animal like the others he'd hunted, and frankly, it expected more from a supposed warrior. Alistair screamed at him to shut up, but the monarch was already prepping the next strike, eager to see if he could dodge again. All the hunter could do was dive into the shadows. He vanished just as the attack obliterated the ground where he'd been standing. Distance was his only hope. Alaric backpedaled frantically, finally managing to land a few precise shots on that forest nightmare. But the Sylvan king just laughed. With one thunderous clap, he shattered the arrows in midair. "Is that all you've got, little knight? Try harder." That shockwave was pure destruction. It obliterated the projectiles before they even got close. Nothing Alaric tried was even scratching him. The bow was useless now. He needed to create some serious space if he was going to cook up a new plan. "Running is for cowards," the king roared, his voice shaking the trees. "But go ahead and hide. You can't escape your fate." Suddenly, the forest started exploding. Pure chaos. Up on the ridge, Cedric scrambled for safety, hoping that jagged rock would protect him. But those detonations echoed everywhere. Cedric's heart hammered against his ribs as the smoke began to rise over the treeline. This was no joke. The sheer scale of the destruction was terrifying, and he feared his friend wouldn't make it out alive. Back in the fray, Alaric was desperate. He had to find a way to actually hurt this monster, or he was dead meat. That armor was insane. Meanwhile, the king was just mocking him. "I can smell you, little hunter. I know exactly where you're hiding." He honestly couldn't wrap his head around why this human kept struggling against the inevitable end. But then Alaric spotted an opening. The king kept barking about empty hope and inescapable fate, getting way too cocky. The monster thought he was invincible, but then he realized something. Alaric had vanished into thin air again. "Time to say goodbye, human." The king unleashed a final, devastating barrage. More explosions ripped through the clearing like a war zone. He was sure of it. Nothing could survive that much firepower. Now, he truly was the only king left in this forest. But at the epicenter of the blast, a strange black sphere remained, and it was starting to crack from the impact. Arrogance is a hell of a drug. Confident in his godlike strength, the Sylvan king walked right up to the sphere. Suddenly, shadows erupted. This was a secret weapon from a vengeful spirit, an item that had taken forever to forge. "Please, let this work," Alaric prayed. The king let out a guttural scream as his body began to sear and burn. "You're no king anymore," a voice hissed. The monster was stunned. He had no clue how things had turned so fast. His outer shell was literally melting away. This was it, Alaric's one and only shot. The beast finally realized he was in a real fight. Panic set in. The king knew he had to end this immediately before things got truly dangerous for him. That's when Alaric's bloodline awakened. Everything slowed down. He could see the monster's movements clearly now. there was a glimmer of hope. He could see the path to victory. This time, he'd use the lunar stone fragment, a legendary artifact from the first boss of the trials. This thing was a highly unstable, ritual-forged nightmare of a weapon, and it was ready to blow. Thwack, the fragment tore right through the Sylvan King's chest. Alaric didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into driving that shard home to end this. For the first time, the king looked terrified. Then, boom, a massive flash of light swallowed the entire forest. Up on the hill, Cedric was completely blinded. The light was so intense he couldn't see a single thing in front of him. The dust settled slowly, and there he was, battered and bloody, but the Sylvan King was still somehow standing. Alaric couldn't believe it. The monster was still alive, and he was absolutely livid. He hated these pathetic beasts and this inferior human. The king was done playing games. He wasn't going to let this fly any longer. It was time to end Alaric's life. He couldn't understand it. Pain, real pain. A mere human shouldn't be capable of making a god like him bleed. He was born for greatness. Since day one, he had been superior to every other living thing in this realm. The ancient script had thrown him against every boss in the labyrinth, and he had crushed every single one of them. He was the undisputed champion, the final boss of the entire tutorial, and yet, this tiny, insignificant human was actually giving him this much trouble. It was insulting. "You forced my hand," the king growled. He hadn't planned on using his true power, but Alaric had left him no choice. "Consider this an honor, Hunter. This is a victory you should be proud of before you die." Alaric felt a shift in the air. A terrifying energy was building up as the creature's mask began to warp and change. This wasn't something he did lightly. Revealing his true identity was his ultimate last resort. But now, he was going to show this human what real power looked like. The wind picked up, turning into a howling gale. Alaric was being dragged across the dirt. Then, he saw the face, and a mental attack hit him like a freight train. Agony, pure, white-hot pain seared through his skull, as if his very soul was being shredded from the inside. And it wasn't just him. Every creature for miles felt that psychic scream. Even Cedric, far away, could feel the crushing pressure. Even from that distance, the pressure was suffocating. He could feel it in his bones. His friend was at his absolute limit and wouldn't last much longer. Alaric gripped his head, his face contorted in pure agony. It looked like his very soul was being devoured by a rising tide of madness. A wave of pure desperation washed over him. The forest monarch loomed large, mocking the young knight, saying he fought well, but this was finally the end of the road. But Alaric, he refused to stay down. He survived too many trials to die here. He had to win at any cost, even if his body had already given up on him. The wounds were gruesome now, deep and lethal. Seeing the end was near, the great king of the forest began his final farewell to the fallen warrior. Alaric hit the dirt, paralyzed and broken. It was exactly what the serpent god had seen in his vision. The nightmare was finally becoming a reality. His chosen champion was destined to fall in this very spot. The outcome of this massacre had been decided by fate before the first blow was even struck. Remembering the tragedy that befell Sir William, the ancient system flickered to life. A countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Something deep inside the warrior snapped. It was like a dam bursting, a hidden power erupting from his core as the countdown hit 0. Alaric was shattering every human limit. His fingers gave a slight, ghostly twitch, a spark of life returning to a body that should have been dead. Meanwhile, the beast turned away, satisfied with its victory. But then, it paused. A chill ran down its spine as it realized something was very wrong. The knight's body was gone. Alaric wasn't on the ground anymore. He had awakened a new, terrifying power, and his eyes, they were completely transformed. Limitations. Forgotten. Alaric lunged forward with a burst of speed and slammed into the monarch with absolute, bone-shattering force. Even without a human face, you could tell the creature was in shock. The sheer impact of that blow sent the beast flying across the clearing like a rag doll. Alaric didn't stop to admire his work. He was a blur of motion. The monarch realized too late that his opponent's speed had skyrocketed to an impossible level. The beast was getting relentlessly pummeled. It had always believed no one survived seeing its true form, but it was dead wrong about Alaric. The knight didn't just survive, he evolved. What the beast was facing now, that wasn't a normal human being anymore. It was a predator driven by raw survival instinct. Honestly, it was incredible. He was out-monstering a literal monster. Alaric stood over the broken carcass of the creature. His face was a mask of cold indifference, his hands still stained with the blood of a king. With the threat neutralized and his strength totally drained, his body finally gave out. The great trial was finally over. High above in the celestial realms, the gods were in shock. They couldn't believe it. A mere boy had actually reached out and altered the threads of fate. The serpent god was absolutely ecstatic. He'd had his doubts, sure, but his chosen one had just pulled off the impossible. Someone asked if the boy was still breathing. The serpent shook his head. No, he had died. It was only that new ability that forced his corpse to keep swinging. They thought he had fought for nothing, but the serpent cut them off. Everything, the entire future, had been riding on that one desperate moment. His champion hadn't just proven himself to the kingdom. He had shown his worth to every divine being in the entire multiverse. It was a tragedy. He wouldn't be around to claim his rewards. Someone asked if the god was going to revive his warrior. The god simply said no. That was the boy's choice. However, the system might have a very different plan for him. His body lay motionless in the middle of the ruined battlefield. Ever since the dust settled, he hadn't moved an inch. Eyes shut, heart still, a long time passed in total silence, until suddenly his face twitched. Alaric's mind was somewhere else entirely. When his eyes finally snapped open, he found himself sitting at a table in a strange, quiet room. He wasn't sure if he was in the afterlife or not, but somehow he'd survived. Don't ask him how, because he didn't have a clue either. And that's where we're stopping for today. If you don't want to miss what happens next, hit that notification bell and subscribe. I'll see you all in the next one, right here on 𝒂𝒐𝒕's channel.